Hello and welcome back to our channel. If you enjoy our content, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's begin. Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 1. Samson Oak pinched his nose in frustration as he read the various reports for the Alolan Pokemon School for the day. For the most part, things were running fairly well at the school. Most of the students were meeting teacher expectations, working towards their grades and improving their relationships with their Pokemon. However, the source of his frustration were the reports for one group of students, a group he held a particular interest but were continuously failing to meet his expectations. They were clearly talented individuals, a quick glance at how they interact with Pokemon showing that they had the innate ability to be talented and skilled trainers. They also possessed intelligent minds, each being able to naturally pick up things that even veteran trainers still struggled with. The only problem was that they all were struggling to advance their skills. They could interact with their Pokemon, and understand certain topics with ease, but beyond that, they were struggling. The things they were struggling with and for what reason was different for each of the students, but it gave Samson a headache just thinking about it. First, there was Lily. Daughter of the Luzaman, president of the Ether Foundation, and a brilliant young woman. She had inherited her mother's natural intelligence, absorbing information about everything Pokemon related with ease and compiling it for future use. And she was an incredibly kind-hearted girl, clearly caring about the well-being of Pokemon, focusing on learning things that'll help them from the preferred diets of different Pokemon types to the different aversions that made certain Pokemon uncomfortable. However, despite her brilliance, she had one major issue: she was terrified of Pokemon. She was so utterly afraid of them that she couldn't even bring herself to touch them. She didn't even have a Pokemon of her own, and subconsciously keeps her distance from the other trainers' Pokemon. And without being able to interact with her, a lot of the lessons she was involved in ended up being disasters and limiting what she took away from it. Next was Kiawe, a young battler with a burning passion for Pokemon battles. Out of this group, he was the most talented at Pokemon battles, with his Turtonator being quite strong, despite Kiawe not competing in the island trials. He had the basics of battle under his belt and was well on his way to mastering the more complicated aspects of battling as well. However, his mind was often not focusing on what he needed to get done at the school, which limited him from completing the various other studies that he needed to if he was to do well as a trainer. He often was torn between his responsibilities as a trainer and to his family, often unable to spend time outside of school practicing what he was learning, or even socializing. While he was doing well enough to get by, he could have been doing better, and the lack of socialization was something that Samson worried might stunt his development. There was also the only other boy in this group, and the youngest of the group, Sophocles. The cousin of Molayne, a brilliant astronomer from the Hokulani observation. Like his cousin, Sophocles was practically a genius, often tinkering with varying gadgets and devices in his spare time. He had an innate longing to collect information and was often the one who put in the most effort of class field trips to observe Pokemon. Even if he didn't follow his cousin's footsteps, he had the clear makings of a professor in him. However, he was extremely doubtful of his own abilities, especially when it came to battling. His one Pokemon, an energetic Togedemaru, wasn't particularly strong or good when it came to battles. Now normally, within the school curriculum, this wouldn't be an issue. Not all students needed to be good battlers to succeed. But Sophocles tended to take each defeat to heart, which then affected the rest of his work. All it would take for what could be an excellent piece of research from the boy to become derivative nonsense was one inconsequential battle during the lunch break. Lana, a young girl with a passion for fishing, had a similar problem, being that she was incredibly shy and passive. The girl was clearly a good trainer, and a caring one if the supposed story behind how she befriended her Poplio was to be believed, and she had the clear makings of a water-type specialist if she put her heart to it. She could easily fish herself up a formidable team, and she and the patience and aptitude to train them up sufficiently as well. But her shyness really held her back. She seemed reluctant to try and befriend new Pokemon, and she barely interacted with her other classmates, even though she always seemed to be with them as a group. Much like with Kiawe, the lack of socialization would have an effect on her, not just as a trainer, but as an adult as well, something Samson didn't want to allow to happen. The only one in the group that Lana seemed to interact with at all was the last member of this class, the enthusiastic aspiring chef, Mallow. Mallow was, without a doubt, the only reason this class acted as a group at all, her upbeat nature making the other students in her class gravitate toward her, basking in her friendly energy. And when that didn't work, an individual tailored dish definitely won them over. She was exactly the kind of person that Samson thought would help the other students. But Mallow had her own issues. One of which being that, when it came to learning about Pokemon, she was a bit ditzy. She wasn't a ditzy girl by any means, in fact, she often was able to keep up with the intellectual ramblings of her near-genius-level classmates and could weigh in without straining herself. Her comprehension of cooking also proved this, since she was practically on the way to becoming a gourmet chef. But she couldn't seem to focus herself on training Pokemon, even though she seemed to want to for the benefit of her partner Bounsweet. Which meant she often struggled in class. All of these students made up what could easily be described as the class with the most potential, which made it all the more frustrating that they were struggling to meet expectations. Samson knew it wasn't the fault of their teacher, Professor Kukui. Not only was he a brilliant professor, but his battling skills made him one of the strongest trainers in Alola, which he capitalized on with his masked royal persona. He was more than capable of teaching these gifted kids how to be the best trainers they could be, but for some reason, they couldn't even meet the basic standards. Which led to the phone call Samson was having now. "I don't get it, Sammy," he said as he glossed over Kukui's reports of what activities had been done in class today. "These kids are so talented, they should be acing everything we throw at them. But yet, all I'm getting are bad grade sheets, bad reports, and lots of complaints. I don't know what to do." His cousin, Samuel Oak, audibly hummed down the phone, and Samson could easily picture him scratching his chin. He hadn't wanted to call his cousin, but he had no other options. These kids were talented for him to sit idly by as their education, and chances in life, suffered. All of these kids have the potential to be trial captains, and I'd hate for them to squander their potential. So please tell me you have an idea of what to do. Because I'm clean out. This professor, Oak said down the phone after a few moments, with a questioning tone. How old is he? Exactly. Samson glared at his phone for a moment, muttering, "What?" silently before answering. He's in his late 20s. 29 if I remember correctly. Why? Professor Oak hummed again, though it was a different kind of hum, the kind that Samson recognized meant he had an idea. And these students, what are their ages? They range from 13 to 16, with Sophocles being the youngest and Kiawe the oldest. Why does that matter? Samson asked, though this time he was less incredulous about the question. Because I think the issue here is that they don't have a role model their own age. Oak supplied, sounding fairly confident in his answer. Though Samson wasn't as confident, but still willing to hear him out. Explain. I have no doubt that the professor is a capable teacher, but he is still an adult to these teens. Which means that despite his best intentions, he can't help with every issue they have. Well, what do you suggest then? Because I can't just tell Kukui that he can't do anything, it'll break his heart. Of course not, I'm not suggesting that at all. Instead, they need someone their own age to inspire them, to push them to make the most of their potential. Most adolescents find support in their own age group to help with their mental development, though it sounds like your group of students is lacking a key component, a driving force. If you were to get someone who could push them and bring the best out of them, they'll reach their goals in no time. Samson took a moment to think about this, as he thought about the group and his other students. While Kukui's class certainly had the potential to be the best students in the school, they were lacking exactly what Oak had described, someone who knew where they were going. If they had someone who knew what they wanted and worked towards it tirelessly, it might spark the others to do the same. Samson wasn't sure if it would work or not, but it certainly had merit to it. All right, that could work. Samson began, as he stood up and started to pace around his desk. But where am I going to find this student? I can't just pull another student from a different class, they wouldn't get along. Kukui's class has enough issues with other students as is, and this would only make things worse. A large crash sounded on the phone from Professor Oak's end, with lots of shouting and voices echoing out, some kind of commotion happening in Kanto. Though whatever it was, it seemed to have sparked something in Professor Oak, because Samson could have sworn he heard the light bulb in his cousin's head light up. Actually, I think I know just the trainer. Ash sighed as he dusted himself, a sorry-looking Gibble sitting glumly on a desk with both Pikachu and Bulbasaur shaking their heads at the small dragon. Though Ash just laughed it off. It's fine guys, Gibble just got excited. And I'm glad to see that your Draco Meteor is as strong as ever. Almost knocked me clean off my feet. Ash said jovially, causing Gibble to perk up, Bulbasaur to frown, and Pikachu to giggle to himself. Tracy, sitting nearby, just laughed along as well. Only you can brush off being hit by the most powerful dragon-type move so nonchalantly. He muttered to himself, causing Ash to just shrug in indifference as he took a seat. Professor Oak then walked into the room, placing his phone into his lab coat pocket before addressing the two. Everything under control back here? He asked, quickly glancing for damaged before Ash spoke. Yeah Professor, we're fine. Gibble just got a bit excited, that's all. Hit me kinda hard, but he didn't break anything, so that's good. Oak just nodded at this, not fazed in the slightest, before he sat down across from Ash, a surprisingly serious look dawning his face. Ash, I know you've just come back from Kalos a few days ago, and that you probably haven't given this much thought yet, but I was wondering if you had given your next destination any thought. Ash puffed his cheeks out as he looked to the ceiling, pondering the question for a moment before shaking his head. Not really Professor, no. I was planning on staying in Pallet for another week or so, and then I'll probably decide. I've heard of this one region called Galar that might be worth traveling to though. Oak nodded at this, before leaning forward. Well, if that's the case, would it be alright if I offered a proposition to you then my boy? Oak asked, catching Ash by surprise, though he still nodded out of curiosity. My cousin, Samson Oak, runs a school in Alola, and he's got some students that are struggling. They're very talented kids, but they need someone to help them out, and I think I know just the person. Gary. Ash supplied suddenly, catching Oak off guard. No. Brock. No. Clement. No. Oak paused to throw his head in his hands, before he pointed at Ash. I was talking about you. Ash and Tracy sat there quietly for a moment, before they both broke out into a hysterical laugh, with even Ash's present Pokemon joining in. Tracy almost laughed so hard that he fell out of his chair. Clearing his eyes of some joyful tears, Ash began replying. Sorry Professor, but are you asking me to go and teach? I ain't exactly the smartest person out there, Gary will back me up with that. Ash said, composing himself as he spoke. But Oak just smiled at him kindly. You're too harsh on yourself Ash. You may not be the smartest when it comes to traditional academics, but you're hardly stupid. Your expertise with Pokemon rivals mine, as I've never seen a trainer raise Pokemon quite as effectively as you. Take Gibble here, Oak said while gesturing to the land shark, with your training, he's managed to learn Draco Meteor. That's a move that even his fully evolved form would struggle to learn, and yet he's not only learned it, but managed to create a battle style around it. That is not something just any trainer can do. Tracy at this point had stopped laughing, and was now listening intently, immensely intrigued by what Oak was saying. Though Ash seemed reluctant. I'm not sure Professor. I might be a good trainer, but I don't know if I can really help others. I'm happy to try, but it may be a waste of time. Now hold on Ash, Tracy interjected, waving a hand objectively, I think I agree with the Professor. You may not be what I consider a teacher, but you are definitely a good influence on other trainers. You've traveled, 6 regions. And in every region, you've managed to meet people who didn't seem that special and pushed them into becoming better. From the conversations I've had with them when they pop round for visits, I can say that May, Dawn, Serena, Clement, Sylvan, Max, and Bonnie would outright credit you with them doing better. And although the others might not admit it as readily, I'm sure Misty, Brock, Iris, and Gary would say the same. And that's just your close friends, the amount of people you've helped do better just goes on and on. Arceus, you even managed to get me this job. The professor might be onto something. Ash sat there in shocked silence, while Oak just smiled warmly, before carrying on. Ash, you are an exception trainer. Your league record is impressive for your age, and your Pokémon are a true reflection of your skills. And you seem to bring out the best in people. If you go and help this class, even for a short PRD, I'm sure you can push them to do better. Ash didn't respond at first, sitting in silence as he thought it through. While he was thinking, Pikachu bounded from the table to Ash's shoulder, shaking him briefly before giving him a thumbs up. With determination in his eyes, Ash nodded at Pikachu, before turning toward Professor Oak. Okay, I'm in. A week later, after spending some more time with his mum and his Pokémon, Ash found himself traveling to the far-flung region of Alola. After an ungodly long flight, he stepped off the plane and began stretching out, with Pikachu doing the same. He was in a new outfit, with long shorts that went just past his knees, held up with a belt that had enough slots for a full team of 6. 4 of the slots were filled, one being the rarely used ball of Pikachu. And for a shirt, he was wearing a blue and white striped t-shirt, with his bag slung over his back. Basking in the sun for a moment, something Pikachu was relishing in, Ash opened his eyes, and nodded to himself. Well Pikachu, we're here. He started, as Pikachu began clenching his paw seriously, ready for the task that lay before them. Let's go be a good inspiration. Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 2. Ash smiled a massive grin as he walked through Hawali City, spinning round constantly as he walked through the city streets, as he marveled at the city and the Pokémon in it. All around him were Pokémon he had never seen before, trainers he had never battled before, and a whole region to learn about. But for once, Ash had to quell that thought, as he wasn't here to travel and explore, but to help others become better trainers. Professor Oak had entrusted him to help some other trainers, students at a school in this region, and they had to come first. Maybe I can convince the teacher to do some field trips, that way I can help the students and get to see Alola. Ash thought to himself, before he was knocked off his feet, having bumped into someone. The person in question, having managed to stay on his feet, stared down at Ash with disdain, as they brushed their clothing with the back of their hand. Watch where you're going, the person said snidely as Ash began picking himself up, don't you know how I am? Ash, after having dusted himself off and picking up Pikachu, who was now glaring at the other person, took in the appearance of the person he'd bumped into. They were a male trainer, with a finely kept bowl cut and blonde hair, and was currently looking down at Ash with disdain. He was wearing a short-sleeved polo shirt, and long golfer trousers, and had an expensive-looking pair of sunglasses on his head. Sorry mate, didn't see you there. And no I don't. Ash said, suddenly noticing that the guy was part of a large group, numbering at around 6 members, not including him. They were all wearing similarly expensive gear and clothing, and were all muttering, as the guy scoffed at Ash's remark. Of course you don't look nearly sophisticated enough to be at my social level. I can't believe I'm even wasting time on someone as irrelevant as you, so I'll be leaving now. And with a sway of his head which caused his bowl cut to swish, which Ash almost snickered at, he began walking away, his troop following quickly behind. Ash raised an eyebrow at the group, before shrugging it off and checking Pikachu for injuries. Ash had met all kinds of people in his travels, especially rude ones. This person was just another in a long list that Ash had no doubt will continue to get longer. As Ash checked Pikachu over, getting a nuzzle for his efforts, his eyes widened slightly. Wait. Do you know where the trainer school is? Several hours later, after getting lost in Hawali City multiple times, and even ending up going the completely wrong direction on the island, which he only found out when he had asked a very friendly passerby for directions, Ash was now on the right road leading to the trainer school. The sun, which had been beating down on Ash relentless throughout the day, was finally beginning to set, casting the island in an appealing hue of orange, one which made the island look warm and inviting, and Ash felt like he could certainly enjoy spending an extended PRD here. How could he not when it was so gorgeous? As he turned around a corner on the dirt track he was walking down, his destination finally came into view, a multi-story building at the end of the world, with multiple circular rooms with panel-less windows and lots of open spaces for Pokémon battling and other activities. Seeing the facility in person for the first time, Ash let out a big grin, a slow nod breaking out as he appraised the place. Even now, later on in the day with most of the students being gone, it still looked like a great location to be, a place where he could easily have fun and engage in battles. Already, the ideas of what he might do with the trainers here were rushing through his head, and he could feel the giddiness bubbling up. His good mood instantly dropped when he heard the sounds of distressed screaming, and before Ash could mentally question what was causing it, his body was already moving, running toward the sound. Running through the gates of the school, Ash soon found himself on a desperate scene that made his blood boil. On the floor was a roughed-up-looking dark-skinned boy, who had black and red hair and was covered in cuts and scratches. Shielding him was a short blue-haired girl, with another green-haired girl standing further in front, with a lone Pokémon against an entire group, all with several strong-looking Pokémon at their beck and call. Ash didn't need to see anything more, his hand already darting to his belt and picking one of his Pokeballs from it, pulling his arm back as he did. "Alright guys, let's go," he shouted, throwing the ball into the air as Pikachu hopped onto his arm, using the momentum of the throw to launch himself into the air, landing on his paws with sparks coming out his cheeks just as the Pokeball popped open. Out of the ball came the large and imposing Crocodile, who landed with a heavy thump and a fierce growl, before he flicked open his sunglasses to place on his snout. As the group of trainers finally noticed Ash's arrival, a mumble of complaints began to sound out, and one voice in particular cut through to Ash, causing him to frown. "Who is this peasant and what is he doing interrupting our battle? Does he not realize he's ruining what is practically tradition?" The same snide voice from earlier asked, causing Ash to frown before shouting a response. "I don't know what your problem is, but you need to cut it out. That guy's hurt, so whatever you're doing has gone too far. So cut it out, or I'll do it myself." Ash shouted across the field, with Pikachu and Crocodile backing him up with cries of affirmation. The snooty trainer snorted, before turning to his crew of trainers. "Well, it looks like we need to teach another trainer their place. Shall we?" The other trainers nodded with evil smirks, before they called their Pokémon into a line against Ash, giving the green-haired girl and her Pokémon a chance to run back to the other two trainers, leaving Ash battling against half a dozen Pokémon. Ash looked at the Pokémon and frowned, not recognizing some of them. Amongst the 6 were a few he recognized, like a Sizer, Pelipper, and Banette, but the other 3 were distinctly different. One looked somewhat familiar, but Ash had never seen Eradicate that fat before. So before the battle could begin, he whipped out his Pokédex and started scanning. Eradicate, it has an incredibly greedy personality. Its next is filled with so much food gathered by Rattata at its direction, it can't possibly eat it all. Note, this Pokémon is an Alolan variant. Gumshoes, when it finds a trace of its prey, it patiently stakes out the location, but it's always snoozing by nightfall. Ribombee, it can predict the weather from moisture levels and wind direction. Ribombee only reveals itself when there are a few clear days in a row. Looking at his dex, and then up at his Pokémon, Ash just smirked. These Pokémon certainly looked interesting, but they didn't look that strong, or at the very least these ones didn't. So, with a confident smirk adorning his face, he reached up to his cap and spun it round. "Game on. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt." Kukui signed as he finished writing another report for the day, his temples throbbing slightly as he placed his pen down. He hated filling out these reports, as they always made him feel like trash. He had to fill out a daily report detailing how his students did in the activities for that day, and whether or not they were meeting the school's expectations. The only problem was that the activities the school wanted him to do with his students weren't bringing out their potential. It was always one issue or another, with the activities not being suitable for his students or just stressing them out to the point where they couldn't perform. So every day he was basically forced to write negative reviews of his students, pointing out their flaws and issues for a board which didn't really care about the individual, just the results. The only exception was good old Samson, who did genuinely care for the students. He saw the same potential in them that he did and wanted to bring this potential to the surface. But while he did try his best to help the kids, he had hit similar roadblocks to Kukui, being unable to find an effective way to fix the problem, which left Kukui to continue filling out these soul-crushing reports. An explosion rocked the building, knocking over Kukui's drink and prompting him to leap out of his chair. This wasn't the first time that such explosions had happened after school hours, but it usually meant the same thing, and that sent chills down Kukui's spine. His students were being bullied again. The students from one of the better performing classes had decided that the students in his class were a waste of space and took every opportunity to remind them of this by crushing them in one-sided Pokemon battles. At first, Kiawe had been able to protect his classmates, his natural skill at battling and his decently strong Pokemon giving him enough of an edge. Unfortunately, Kiawe wasn't always there to protect his fellow classmates, and recently the other class had taken to ganging up whenever Kiawe was there. Kiawe was talented, but he didn't have the experience to come out on top against those kinds of odds. So with as much pace as he could muster, Kukui sprinted out of the classroom, his lab coat trailing behind him as he ran, darting through the corridor. As he ran through the school to the sound of the explosion, he pulled out one of his Pokeballs, ready to call upon it to break up the battle if he was able to. Though as he approached the stairs, he caught a glimpse of the battle in progress, and found himself being shocked by what he saw. He wasn't surprised to see that it was the same group of students that were battling. Kukui would have bet his non-existent pension money on it. What he was surprised to see was that they weren't battling his students. They were battling some other trainer. Commanding two Pokemon at the same time was a trainer with two lightning bolt marks on his cheeks, wearing a backward cap and a simple outfit of a t-shirt and shorts. But while he didn't look especially remarkable in regards of his clothing, he certainly was remarkable. The trainer was single-handedly giving commands to two Pokemon at once, something that only a professional battler could do with such comfortable ease. But even more impressively was the fact that these two Pokemon were holding off 6 Pokemon at once. One of the two Pokemon, a Pikachu, was darting around two of the Pokemon with an expertly used quick attack, evading the attacks from Eradicate and a Ribombee before darting toward a Pelipper, before switching attacks to an Iron Tail, using the already built-up speed to put more power behind the attack, swatting the flying bird aside with so much force that it crashed into and completely smashed a fence. The Pikachu itself used the counter force from the strike to even itself out, landing comfortably on his paws before shooting a thunderbolt which struck the other two Pokemon with immense force. The other Pokemon was a towering Crocodile, a Pokemon that Kukui hadn't seen in years. Whoever this trainer was, they clearly weren't from Alola. The Crocodile was an absolute powerhouse, as it swiped away a Gumshoos and Banette with an expertly executed Dragon Claw, before launching itself forward to catch Scizor's charging superpower within its powerful jaws, stopping the attack dead as the ground type into the air before throwing it heavily onto the ground. As Kukui watched the battle unfold, he found his gaze drifting back toward the trainer who was coordinating his Pokemon and found himself marveling at how comfortable the trainer looked. He was absolutely on the ball, seeing the enemy's moves and calling out commands to counter them with a speed that the students clearly weren't ready for. Kukui couldn't remember the last time he had seen a trainer so absolutely in their element while in Alola. Kukui was so immersed in the battle that he didn't notice when Samson walked up beside him. "Good, isn't he?" he asked, causing Kukui to jump out of his skin and almost drop the Pokeball he was still holding. "Yeah, he is." "Who exactly is he?" Kukui asked, causing Samson to smile slightly. "That, my dear professor, is the solution to our problems." Ash smiled as Crocodile knocked aside the last standing Pokemon, leaving nothing but half a dozen unconscious battlers in front of their shocked trainers. With the battle over, and with Crocodile and Pikachu posing up a storm after winning a battle against so many combatants, Ash cleared his throat before shouting over to the other students. "Let that be a lesson to you. Don't let me catch you harassing these lot again, or I'll have to teach you another lesson. Ash said, trying his best to sound like an authority figure, and failing, somewhat. He could easily tell that his voice wasn't exactly one that sounded imposing or made people listen, but his showcase of skill and power was enough to get his point across, as the group of trainers quickly recalled their Pokémon and ran off without a word, having nothing to retort with against the skilled battler. After recalling Crocodile and thanking him for an excellent battle, Ash went over to check on the trainers that were being picked on. The two girls were currently checking on the cut-up trainer, who was wincing immensely as they touched him, causing them to panic and begin apologizing profusely. Seeing the cuts, Ash flung his backpack over his arm and began reaching into it, and by the time he had managed to walk over, he pulled out a small tub and a roll of bandages. "Hey," he offered while kneeling down, "these will help. Put the ointment on first to soothe it and then wrap the bandages round it. It really does help, trust me." The trio looked at him apprehensively, before the green-haired girl finally reached out and took them from him. "Thanks. But quick question, why do you just have this stuff on you?" she asked, causing Ash to chuckle nervously. "Well, to put it as an old friend would, I'm a bit of a disaster magnet. The amount of injuries I've had on my travels, it just became easier to keep some of this stuff on hand. So when I say it helps, I'm speaking from experience." The blue-haired girl giggled at this, causing the other two to stare at her in shock as her eyes widened in surprise. But fortunately for her, Ash didn't notice, and before he could ask what they were all staring at, a voice broke the conversation. "Mr. Ketchum. I'm glad to see you're already being proactive, that's exactly what we like to see." Ash looked up to see a man who looked remarkably like a tan Professor Oak with longer hair walking toward them, making him stand up and readjust his t-shirt slightly. After crossing the distance, the man stuck his hand forward, which Ash took as he introduced himself. "I'm Samson Oak, my cousin told you about me I presume. Welcome to the Alola Trainer School." After the introductions, Samson skirted Ash to his office, asking him to take a seat in front of his desk as he began digging through the paperwork on the desk. After a few minutes, he found the folder he was looking for and placed it on top, ready and at hand, before speaking to Ash again. "I'm glad to see you've made it in one piece, Mr. Ketchum. I've been waiting for your arrival with great anticipation. My cousin recommended you wholeheartedly, and based on the show you gave us earlier, I can see why." Ash just chuckled nervously, grabbing the bottom of his shorts tightly as he blushed. "Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I wasn't trying to pick on those trainers, but I hate bullies, so I had to jump in," he said, but Samson just waved him off. "Don't worry about it, my boy, you did the right thing. As a member of staff, one of your duties is to break up unsolicited battles and DSPLN those responsible. And from what I saw, you simply jumped in to help some students who were clearly not consenting to the battle. Nothing more, or less." He then paused for a moment, contemplating something before chuckling. "It's funny," he started, "that somehow you've managed to walk into school grounds and immediately find a few of the students you'll be taking under your wing, and then begin fighting for them in an issue we've been struggling with for quite a while now." Ash's eyes widened slightly, with Pikachu sticking a lip out in surprise. "Those three are some of the trainers I'll be helping?" Ash asked, getting a nod from Samson before being handed the folder. "That's right, Lana, Mallow, and Kiawe. Their information is in that folder." Ash took one look at the folder, gave it a confused look, before placing it in his bag, only saying a quick thanks as acknowledgement of getting it. Samson raised an eyebrow at this, before shrugging and pressing on. "I noticed you brought some Pokémon with you, may I inquire who you've brought?" Ash untensed from this, feeling more comfortable with the current topic as he placed a hand subconsciously on his belt. "Yeah, sure. I've brought Pikachu here, my started and best friend, and Crocodile as well. Though you probably already knew that cause of the battle. I've also brought my Kingler and Infernape. I was tempted to bring more of my team, but I decided to stay with those four for now," Ash said, getting a whistle of appreciation from Samson. "Nice. An interesting lineup. What made you bring those Pokémon in particular?" From what I understand from my cousin, you've got a wide selection to choose from, one that even our resident professor would be jealous of. Ash just shrugged, leaning back on his chair. I honestly didn't give it too much thought. I knew I wanted to bring more than Pikachu with me this time since I wasn't going to be just traveling. I always bring Pikachu wherever I go, and I chose these three because I felt like they'd enjoy it. And Professor Oak said I can swap out my team whenever I want, so I plan of just doing that so that I can show the other trainers my Pokémon throughout the school year. I thought it'd be something cool to help encourage them to catch and befriend more Pokémon. And the empty slots? You can carry 6 at a time, you know. I know that, but I thought that, even if I'm not traveling, I might meet some Pokémon who I might want to catch, so I left some slots open. Don't want to freak them out by having them be transported all the way to Kanto. Samson nodded at this, making a mental note of Ash's reasoning in his head for later. With that done, Samson leant forward, speaking with a much more serious tone. Now, would you like me to run you through what you'll be expected to do while at this school? He asked, getting a quick, yes please, from Ash. While here, you'll be assisting Professor Kukui in the teaching of 5 students on everything Pokémon related, not just battling. I want to make that explicitly clear. We may call this the trainer school, but we don't just educate battlers. It's our job to help them not only find their own path in life, but to teach them on how to best interact and live with Pokémon. So things like how to train them, feed them, and raise them will all be topics you'll have to cover. Ash nodded, with a serious glint in his eyes, all while Pikachu was jotting down notes on a notepad that he had pulled from Ash's backpack. Pausing only for a second to double-take at the sight, Samson pressed on. Just so you're aware, the reason why you've been brought in is because, unlike Professor Kukui, you fall within their age group. You are 15, correct? He asked. Yeah, 15. Turning 16 in 2 months. Ash answered, Samson nodding before carrying on. Right, so you are the ideal age to interact with these trainers. They're all around that age, either being just older or just younger. While Professor Kukui is a capable teacher, my cousin has rightfully pointed out that he is still an adult. He can't help them like a peer can, which will be your job. So while you will be expected to teach them and pass on whatever knowledge you can, we also want you to genuinely befriend them. Be the friend that Kukui can't be. I can do that. Ash said, but Samson could tell he was just thinking aloud, so didn't comment on it. Instead, he just smiled. Welcome to the team, he said, walking round the table and patting him on the back. So would you like to meet the trainers in question? He asked, getting an energetic yes from the Kanto trainer. But as they walked out of the office, neither of them noticed a pair of blue eyes with yellow markings looking in from the window, completely focused on Ash before darting away, leaving no evidence of ever being there. Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 3. As Ash followed Professor Oak's more tanned cousin through the corridors of the school, he felt something akin to nervousness, as he slowly came to a rather sudden realization: he was now a teacher. The idea of being a teacher itself wasn't all that intimidating to Ash, nor was it something new to him. He had played the role of mentor multiple times now, guiding his friends along their path as they went on their adventures. So he knew he could do it, and he probably had enough experience at hand now to feel comfortable doing it. But there was something about being officially labeled a teacher which was setting Ash on edge, the seriousness of the role suddenly much more real. He knew he could do the tasks required, but now that he was being out under the spotlight to do it for others, people he barely knew, it began to affect his morale, making him more and more nervous as he walked. Ash began thumbing Infernape's Pokeball as he walked, as Pikachu began nuzzling him, sensing his discomfort and doing his best to address it. Ash hadn't felt these kinds of nerves in years, reminding him of the first time he ever participated in a major league. The size of the crowds there, the intensity of the competition, and all the pressure of trying to win and achieve his goals, and all of it drumming down on him at the same time, causing his nerves to shoot sky high. Even though he had lost that league, one thing that Ash took away that had proven to be one of the most valuable things he had ever learnt was how to deal with that nervous energy. How to turn it into something positive, how to use it to drive his efforts and push him beyond his limits. It was something he passed on to his Pokémon as well, giving them the skills needed to give it their all when it really mattered. And now he was putting that skill to good use as he paced slowly to the class, filled with the people who he'd be passing his skills on to for the foreseeable future. Maybe he should do a lesson to teach them how to deal with nerves. That might make a good lesson, maybe. Soon, Samson stepped in front of a door and peered into it quickly, smiling as he saw the people inside. He then spun round to Ash, before gesturing to said door. "Well, here we are, your class. Good luck, Mr. Ketchum." With a slight gulp, and a quick breath to compose himself, Ash nodded. With a quick pat of Pikachu's fur, he took the step toward the class. Time for him to become a teacher. As he opened the door, the inhabitants of the classroom all turned their focus to him, and Ash began to make note of the faces. The first ones to stand out were the three he recognized as the ones he had helped earlier, as they sat around one table. First was the dark-skinned boy, who now had several gauzes and plasters covering his mostly exposed body, who was sitting on the table, eyeing Ash up intensely, almost as if he was sizing him up. And the two girls were also there, each standing around the dark-skinned boy in a semicircle manner, seemingly in the middle of telling some sort of story to the other students. Speaking of the other students, there were two other students, both of whom had been sitting nearby, and were now contorting their bodies to gaze at Ash. One of them, a short chubbier boy with blonde hair, was sitting backwards in his seat, arms crossed as he listened in, though now he was looking right at Ash, though his attention seemed to be more on Pikachu than Ash. The other student was a blonde-haired girl, with pale skin and a large white sun hat, which matched perfectly with her dress, which stood out massively in the colorful environment. The five students all stared at Ash incredulously, not betraying a single thought through their reactions. For all Ash knew, they already really liked him or hated his guts. Which, knowing his luck with people in the past, could have been true either way. The only other person in the room, an older man with sun-kissed skin and nothing on save for a pair of shorts and an untied lab coat, which did nothing to cover his torso, finally stepped forward, his attention on the students and not Ash. "Alright class, listen up if you'll please. As I'm sure you've heard, we've brought in a new member of staff, someone to help us in this class with our lessons on Pokemon and how to understand them. And this is the one in question." He finished, throwing a hand over to gesture at Ash, who simply chuckled nervously and waved, unsure of what to say or do in this situation. Fortunately, Samson picked up the conversation for him. "This here is Ash Ketchum, a talented trainer from the region of Kanto. He was recommended by my cousin, the distinguished and acclaimed Professor Oak, who some of you may be familiar with." As he mentioned Professor Oak, Ash noticed the blonde girl and boy's eyes light up, slightly sparkling as admiration began to seep through their stoic and stony glares. He's been to multiple regions over the years and is a regular participator in the competitions of those regions with an exceptionally impressive record to boot for someone his age. Though I'll spare you the details for now, since I imagine Ash himself might want to speak about them, or you can ask him yourself if you please. And as some of you have already seen, he is a magnificent battler. This caused a slight stir amongst the students, as they began to murmur and mutter between themselves, with the two new students Ash hadn't seen yet looking at their friends with confused expressions as they pointed at Ash, with the ones Ash had previously helped affirming their question and muttering something that Ash couldn't quite make out. Though more importantly, Samson continued, cutting the chatter short with a tone that Ash imagined many teachers had, his specialty is with Pokemon bonding. This boy can befriend even the wildest Pokemon, and has raised several Pokemon, one that would be considered by the standards of most others to be weak and of low potential, into healthy, happy, and powerful Pokemon. A skill which he will be passing on to you over the course of the next term. He then paused, letting his words sink in, as the students each began mulling over the information just delivered, now looking at Ash with a different gaze, one which seemed to be laced with indecisiveness yet a hint of curiosity. "Now then, I've hijacked this introduction long enough," Samson said, readjusting his Hawaiian shirt before he turned to Ash. "I believe that Ash should get to say something. So Ash, by all means. Ash looked at the tanned man apprehensively as he gestured towards the class. Before he stepped forward, the sound of his foot hitting the wooden flooring being the only sound Ash could make up over the thumping of his heart. With a quick inhalation of breath through his nose, he took the plunge. After all, he has defeated incredibly powerful trainers like the Frontier Brains, defied entire villainous organizations, and saved even the likes of legendary Pokémon. How hard could it be to talk to a bunch of students? Hi, I'm Ash. I'm from Kanto. He mumbled, his mouth going dry as he spoke, and his words hard to hear, even for him. Apparently it was quite difficult, actually. Before he could pick himself up, the door behind him was suddenly slammed open, catching everyone's attention as several students began pouring in, an air of smugness to them. Last through the door, and the only adult in the group of new additions, was a rather well-dressed man, dressed in a smart single-colored collared shirt, light gray plaid shorts, fingerless gloves on his hands and a full head of pitch-black hair on his head. He had a crazed look to his eyes, which was only made worse by the fact that he was completely red in the face, the anger that he was exuding causing Pikachu to tense up. The professor, who had to take a moment to sigh in agitated annoyance, before he turned to the newcomer with a begrudging acceptance. "Kido, a pleasure to see you, as always. Is there a reason why you've stormed into my classroom? Or is this just you acting on a whim?" The teacher, who was apparently named Kido, snorted, before he stepped up to the professor, putting himself nose to nose with the lab coat-wearing adult. "Don't toy with me, Kukui, I'm not in the mood. I'm here to deal with an unprovoked attack done by your new TA, and you're not getting in my way." He growled, which didn't faze Kukui in the slightest. Samson, with a look which just screamed a barely concealed tired energy about him, simply stepped between the two men, causing them to split with ease. Now, Kido, let's deal with this properly. We are adults after all, so let's act like it. So what is your accusation?" The smartly dressed man turned toward Ash, shooting daggers into Ash with his eyes before he spoke again. "My students have informed me that this young man right here attacked them, engaging in an unfair Pokémon battle which my students couldn't have won. And now you're absolving him of this transgression because you want him to deal with your special students. Which is an outrage, and a clear show of favoritism." He ranted, with Samson remaining level-faced as he listened to the beefy man. Though while Samson was able to contain or suppress his true emotions, Ash had no such restraint. "I didn't start anything," Ash said, causing both adults to swivel their heads toward him. "I was breaking up an unfair fight. I hate unfair fights, so I jumped in to end it. It had nothing to do with me." The man didn't say anything at first, though he did stop shooting daggers at the young trainer. Instead, he began looking him up and down, his eyes lingering on Pikachu and his Pokeballs for a moment before he turned back to Samson. "I must say, for all that's been said about this young man, I am rather unimpressed. I was expecting a high-caliber Pokémon trainer, and instead you seem to have had a hooligan with poorly trained Pokémon transported to our facility," he said snootily, causing Pikachu to yelp in disdain, before he began sparking from his cheeks, arms held out as if he was ready for a fight. Which he most likely was. Ash simply raised a hand and began scratching him behind his ear, causing Pikachu to untense immediately, before he began gritting his teeth in frustration. Though he didn't reply, which seemed to amuse the teacher. "What's the matter, boy? Can't defend yourself from my accusations? Is that because you lack the spine to confront me on the matter, or because you know I'm right?" "Because I don't need to," Ash said, causing everyone to blink in surprise. "I beg your pardon?" Kido asked, as he bent down to look Ash in the eye, causing him to realize how much taller this teacher was to him. Though this wouldn't be the first time someone taller than him tried intimidating him. This man had nothing on Lieutenant Surge. "I don't need to prove myself to you," Ash started, puffing his chest out as he spoke, even taking a step forward so that he was almost nose to nose with the man, "because I know I am a good trainer. I wouldn't have been asked to do this if I wasn't." Pikachu nodded in agreement, throwing an exclamation of "Pika" to really rub it in. Though Kido didn't seem impressed. Oh, of course, you were asked to be here. That's it then, I guess you're right. He replied sarcastically, waving his arms up in mock surrender. It's not as if working in a school is the same as being a gym leader, or an Elite Four member, or even a frontier brain. All of whom would be much more qualified than you. I could have been a frontier brain. Ash shot back, a confident smirk on his face as he crossed his arms. I got offered the position about 2 years ago, after I beat the Kanto Battle Frontier. The teacher took a double take at this, and he wasn't the only one, as the majority of the gathered students all looked at Ash in awe. Even Professor Kukui raised his eyebrows in surprise, though he had an air of appreciation in his response as he listened in intently. You beat the battle frontier? Kido asked quietly, confusion writing all over his face. But they use legendary Pokemon from what I've heard. And they're all immensely powerful. You're right about both of those. And it wasn't an easy thing to do. I had to battle some of the brains more than once. Ash said with a shrug. But through hard work and my bond with my Pokemon, we were able to beat them. Pikachu here even beat Brandon's Regice. Pikachu nodded at this, and then began flexing his arms, trying to show off as much as he could. The collar-wearing teacher ran his tongue through his mouth, his mind clearly processing this information. After a moment, he nodded to himself, and spoke while readjusting his shirt. If that is indeed the case, then you wouldn't mind validating these claims by showcasing what you're capable of. I myself am a very skilled trainer, as is to be expected from the school's most qualified teacher, he boasted, with Kukui rolling his eyes in the background. So how about a battle? A 3-on-3. Whoever wins 2 out of the 3 bouts is the better trainer. Fair. Ash just nodded, as he finally found himself in an area he felt comfortable in. Let's do it. For the battle, everyone went outside to one of the designated battling areas for the school. The students all funneled into the watching areas, eager to see one of their teachers battle this new guy, even if it was for different reasons. Even Samson and Kukui were excited to see this, a clear display of their new colleagues' capabilities. A school ref took his spot in the middle of the 2 combatants and began announcing the rules. This will be a 3-on-3 Pokemon battle. You will each call on 1 Pokemon at a time and those Pokemon will battle. Whoever's Pokemon is still standing at the end of the battle is the winner of that round, and both trainers will recall their Pokemon and send out their next selection. The first to win 2 of the 3 bouts will win the battle. Do you understand? Both trainers nodded, their eyes never leaving one another. Kido had a smug look on his face, while Ash just stared forward with an intense look, the same one he wore before every serious battle. He had a point to prove, and he wasn't about to get shown up. It was only his first day. With both trainers in agreement, the ref held up a hand, before throwing it down. Let the battle begin. Go, Kamo-o. Let's go. Infernape. Both Pokemon materialized out of their Pokeballs with the same white light as usual, but Ash gaped in awe of his opponent's Pokemon. Standing before him was a mostly gray dragon-like Pokemon, covered in scales which covered its head, arms, and back, all lined up in a manner. The scales on its head seemed to have the appearance of some form of headdress, and it had sharp claws on its hands and feet, which were shown prominently when the Pokemon roared at Ash, claws flexing out in challenge. Infernape simply snorted, bouncing from foot to foot as Ash pulled out his Pokédex. Kamo-o, its rigid scales function as offense and defense. In the past, its scales were processed and used to make weapons and other commodities. Ash frowned at this, battling his lip as he processed this. Pocketing his Pokédex, Ash looked at Infernape, who threw him a thumbs up, before Ash took a breath. Here we go. Ash thought before he shouted his first command. Alright, start with a Mach Punch. He replied, as Kido placed his hands in his pocket. Use clanging scales. Infernape launched himself forward, arm thrown back to charge up the Mach Punch as Kamo-o folded its arms together, before unfolding them and roaring, creating a blue shockwave that echoed out toward Infernape as a single wave. The wave crashed into Infernape, interrupting his attack and undulating his fur while also throwing him back. The crowd of students oh-oh-oh'd in response, some of them physically cringing as Ash's eyes widened. Infernape recovered quickly. Catching himself on one paw and flipping himself back onto his feet, using the motion to gain some distance. The Kommo-o crossed its arms, clearly unimpressed. Ash frowned as he looked at the dragon type, as he weighed up his options. The attack seemed to be a wave-like attack, which meant charging it head-on would just result in Infernape getting hit again. He either needed to find a wave to break through the attack, or find a way around it. I must say, I'm unimpressed. Perhaps the Kanto battle frontier isn't as difficult as it's made out to be. Kido shouted, though Ash just smirked. He'd already figured out a way around the move. Infernape, use Flame Wheel. Full speed. Infernape nodded, throwing himself forward into a spiral, his body igniting as he began rolling toward the dragon type at high speeds. Kido simply snorted, as he rolled his eyes. Unimpressive. Kommo-o, again. Kommo-o began charging up the attack again, with Ash watching the motions carefully. Just as it was about to uncross its arms to launch the attack, Ash yelled out another command. Quick, change to dig. Ash shouted, causing Kido's eyes to widen. Infernape snapped out of the attack, leaping forward and punching into the ground, his body following through to disappear into the ground below, allowing the blue shockwave to pass by. Kommo-o began looking around frantically, trying to find any sign of Infernape. Kido tried doing the same, but he was having no luck. Instead, his eyes were just darting around aimlessly. After a few seconds, Infernape appeared from right under Kommo-o's feet, planting his fist right into the dragon-type's jaw, sending it flying through the air with his head thrown back. As the dragon-type dropped to the ground with a clang of its scales, Ash yelled out one more attack. Quick, use Flamethrower before it can recover. He yelled, with Infernape gathering fire in its mouth and taking a deep breath in. With all the might he can muster, he spat out a stream of fire, which hit the dragon type with full force, roasting it with an endless stream. After a long moment, Infernape finally let up, revealing that the dragon type was unconscious. The first round went to Ash. Kukui whistled in appreciation as the ref announced that Ash had won the first round, with Kido recalling his Pokemon with an angry scowl. Not a bad display, right Kukui? Samson asked, with Kukui nodding. Though Kiawe was frowning as he watched Ash thank Infernape for his efforts, something Kukui noticed, leaning forward so he can speak to the young man. What's the matter, Kiawe? You seem annoyed. Not annoyed, Kiawe countered, but confused. Mr. Kido's Kommo-o is really powerful, knocking out a lot of Pokemon in one hit. I'm just wondering how Ash's Pokemon was able to beat it. Kukui nodded, as he looked at the Infernape, who was hugging Ash as he was praised for his efforts. It's simple really, it's because it usually wins in one hit. Kido has trained his Kommo-o to be incredibly offensive, which isn't a bad strategy for a dragon fighting type. But that also meant that this Kommo-o was lacking any defenses, so as soon as Ash found a way around his attack, he just had to get some hits in. Which he must have figured out after seeing that first attack. Kukui explained, with Kiawe just mulling on those words. But how did he survive that first attack? Most Pokemon wouldn't have survived that. Because Ash clearly trains his Pokemon to be able to take a hit. From a quick analysis, he seems to prefer speed in his strategy, but also balances out his training. Something only a competent trainer would think to do. He said, though it was more for himself this time than Kiawe. As he finished his train of thought, he turned his attention back to the battle, as the two combatants called out their next Pokemon. Kingler, let's go. Delmise, time to battle. Delmise, swinging its massive anchor, it can KO Wylord in a single blow. What appears to be green seaweed is actually its body. Ash frowned as he placed his Pokédex away, as he looked at the ghost and grass type as it hovered there, staring at Kingler emotionlessly. Though Kingler was unfazed, instead just flexing his massive claw in response, ready for battle. This Pokemon apparently was immensely strong, if the Pokédex entry was anything to go by. While it wasn't always the best indicator of what a Pokemon could do, the fact that such a piece of trivia became a part of its recognized explanation worried Ash. But fortunately, Ash had a plan, and Kingler was the perfect Pokemon to execute this plan. All he had to do was wait for the perfect moment. Easier said than done. A fact that made doubt ever so slightly begin to creep into his mind as the ref shouted out. Begin. Shadow Ball, hit them hard. Kido shouted, with the anchor Pokemon charging up the attack without complaint. As the Ghost-type attack shot out, Ash responded in kind. Use Crab Hammer, smack it away. Kingler did just that, smacking the orb to the side and causing it to explode harmlessly in the distance. Though Kido was being far more aggressive in this round and continued to press the attack. Now, follow up with Heavy Slam. Dhelmise threw itself forward, spinning round in the air like a boomerang as it closed in on Kingler. Ash was unable to react in time to stop the attack, as it proceeded to hit home, smashing into the water type and sending him flying back. Ash growled at this, before he yelled out again. Quick, water gun. Kido's eyes widened at this, since Dhelmise was in a compromising position having just ended his spinning Heavy Slam, making even the not very effective move a threat. So, with a strong hint of panic to his voice, he shouted out another command. Phantom Force. Get out of there. A thin line of ghostly energy suddenly appeared under Dhelmise, who dropped into it with speed, narrowly missing the stream of water as it shot through the space where it once was. Now completely gone from their sight, Kingler began eyeing around him cautiously, trying to guess where he would come out. Something that Ash was also in the midst of doing. It dropped downward into the portal. Ash thought to himself, trying to push this train of thought as quickly as possible. It's a Pokemon which was once an anchor. Anchors drop down. Which means the place that'll make the most sense is. Quick! Ash yelled suddenly, causing multiple people in the audience to jump. Use Vice Grip above you, but use your small claw. Many people in the audience, as well as Kingler and Kido, were taken aback by this order. But Kingler, having long been exposed to Ash's bizarre yet effective tactics, did as commanded, throwing his small claw into the air, looking for a target to clamp onto. To everyone's, save Ash's, surprise, Dhelmise's ghostly portal opened up above Kingler, who then proceeded to drop out of it at great speed. But thanks to Ash's command, instead of hitting Kingler head-on, it instead landed in Kingler's small claw, which was channeling normal-type energy. The two attacks clashed, but due to the typings involved, normal and ghost, the attacks cancelled each other out, leaving only basic physics to take its toll. Due to the motion it had built up, Dhelmise was able to drag down Kingler's claw all the way to the ground, but Kingler retained his grip all the same, instead pulling back and causing Dhelmise to tilt, and for part of the wheel that made up its body to dig into the dirt below. Which was when Ash allowed a massive smile to break out on his face. Now was the moment. Now. Crab Hammer. Kingler, with his large claw till free, and Dhelmise still tightly held by his other claw, was free to pull back his claw for a full swing, putting all his power into the attack as it glowed with energy. Unable to defend against the attack, Dhelmise was hit square in the center of its body, and sent flying back as Kingler relinquished his grip, allowing Dhelmise go if only to allow the effects of his attack to fully take hold. Dhelmise flew back all the way across the battlefield, hitting the ground hard and digging up a trail of dirt as it continued to travel across the sandy floor. It eventually came to a stop at Kido's feet, who was staring with a gaping mouth. His second Pokemon had just been knocked out. He had lost. Something which was hammered home as the ref shouted out the same thing he had just realized. Dhelmise is unable to battle. With that victory, Ash has won 2 out of 3 bouts, and is now the victor of the battle. He yelled, with a few members of the crowd, most notably the students that Ash would be tutoring, applauding his efforts. Ash just sighed in relief, as he began walking over to Kingler to thank him for his efforts. He hadn't made a fool of himself, and it felt like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. Now they knew in no uncertain terms that he was a capable trainer, something Ash worried he couldn't express with his words. So with that out of the way, all that was left was to try and pass this knowledge to those students. As well as to begin hopefully befriending them, something Ash really wanted to do. Maybe he should start with finishing his introduction. That might be a good idea. In the distance, watching from the shadows of the trees, Tapu Koko silently contemplated this new trainer. He seemed to have been touched by destiny, in one way or another. Something which was so clear to see for the legendary that he had been able to sense this trainer's presence from before he even set foot on the island, still in the air within one of the human's metal birds. And now, this trainer seemed to be becoming a mentor of sorts for 5 young trainers. Trainers who had been under the watchful eyes of the Tapus for years, as they observed these humans grow from childhood to their early adolescence, watching and waiting while they turned into adults. The Tapus had long been responsible for assigning the roles of Alola throughout the centuries, especially when it came to the trials. Not just anyone could be trusted to becoming a trial captain, and with the task of guiding others through Alola's most sacred traditions. And now this trainer seemed to be getting involved in their futures. Something which Tapu Koko suspected might not be a totally bad outcome. It seemed that fate, or Arceus, was playing a hand in these trainers' fate that the Tapus could not fathom. So they would wait and see how this played out. And if need be, depending on how he acted, they would either deal with the boy or test him. They all had a role to play after all. As Tapu Koko ran these thoughts through his mind, he paused as he sensed another presence nearby, one who was also watching the boy with apt interest. He turned his head to gaze further down the tree line, and was mildly surprised, and amused, to see another watching on. Hiding in a bush, barely visible even to his keen eye, was a small, quadruped Pokemon with a black and gray body, split cleanly between its top and bottom halves. On its head was a heart-shaped yellow scale, and another, rounder, yellow scale made for the end of its tail. Along its body were half a dozen teardrop-shaped scales, forming what could have almost been called a layer of armor. But it was its face, or rather the look on its face, which really caught Tapu Koko's attention, as it was staring at Ash with a sparkle in its eye, and its fanged mouth dropped open in amazement. Tapu Koko almost allowed a snort of amusement to escape him, but he restrained himself, and went back to watching the visitor from another land. It seemed fate was pulling on many strings, and things were now falling into place. Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 4. The sun was low in the sky, hanging just above the tree line of the forest which bordered the trainer school, bathing the area in an orange hue. A light cloud of dust hung in the air from the recent battle, coating the two combatants with a light layer of dirt as the match came to a close. As the two trainers shook hands over a good battle fought well, with one being much more reluctant to do so than the other, the audience began to slowly disperse, breaking up into smaller groups to discuss the recent battle. Keto's students all walked off in a huff, both shocked and angry over the outcome of the battle, with some murmurs of cheater and fraud being thrown around nonchalantly. The present teachers remained seated, having their own discussion amongst themselves. Which left Kukui's class to walk off some distance from the battle, near some of the outdoor seating by the school's main building, taking their seats before taking a moment to just sit in silence, allowing the recent events and the skillful display they just witnessed. The silence lasted a good few minutes, the collective reflection PRD only being interrupted after everything had sank in fully. Okay, what was that? Sophocles finally shouted, standing on top of his chair as he spoke. Everyone turned to look at him as he began ranting, words spewing out of his mouth so quick it was difficult to make all of them out. How is he so good? He doesn't look much older than us, yet he's able to not only keep up with Keto, someone who's a previous tournament-level trainer, but outclass him entirely. What in the name of Arceus? How does he manage that? Keto's Kamou is an insanely strong Pokemon, one worthy of the name pseudo-legendary. Apparently it had beaten entire trials with no challenge, and yet it couldn't beat this guy's Pokemon. How do you even manage that? And he was so calm, I've never seen someone so comfortable in a battle before. He must have been doing this for years. But how? Again, he's our age. What has he been doing? Traveling around the world from the day he turned 10? Who does that? That rant carried on for another 5 or 10 minutes, Sophocles going on and on about this, that, and whatever else he could think of, before eventually tiring himself out and sitting back down, still in a state of shock. With Sophocles now quietening down, the others began to weigh in. That was pretty amazing. I didn't think someone so young could be so good with Pokemon. I mean, that Infernape looked pretty strong. Kiawe said, replaying the mental image of the Infernape popping out of his Pokeball in his head, taking note of the impressive flame on its head, and how brightly it burned. An external flame on a fire type was a good way to judge its strength, the intensity and size of it being strong indicators of power. And the fact that it wasn't flickering or spilling over off his head meant that it was in control of its strength. Any self-respecting fire-type specialist would be immensely proud of such of a Pokemon, and based on the other 3 Pokemon Kiawe had seen the team use, he wasn't a fire-type specialist. Which made the Pokemon in question all the more impressive. Lana was having similar thoughts, as she spent her thoughts thinking about the Kingler she just saw. From what she knew about the species, which wasn't as much as some of the more common water types in Alola, the Kingler was an impressive size, larger than average and very strong. What Lana found most impressive though was the fact that it could use its smaller claw in battle. Most Kingler typically relied on their larger claw for battle, their smaller one having little use. The smaller claw was typically meant for finer motor functions, like feeding or interacting with another Pokemon. To be able to use that claw in a battle, even if only for a moment, was something Lana had never seen before. And he seems nice. Lily said, wringing her hands together tightly, looking down at the ground nervously. He did help you Kiawe when those kids were bullying you. And he bandaged you up. That's pretty kind. He's funny too. Lana added, drawing her focus back to the conversation, causing Mallow to roll her eyes at her. Just because he made you laugh once doesn't mean he's funny. Mallow sighed, rubbing her hand to her temple. And just because he can fight battles really well, or nice, or whatever, doesn't mean he can help us. She said, frustration evident in her tone. What do you mean, help us? With what? Kiawe asked, causing Mallow to tense up, drawing everyone's attention to her. Mallow? Lily squeaked, causing Mallow to drop her head. I overheard Professor Kukui and Mr. Oak talking. She started, her voice much quieter than usual. And we're not doing great. We're not meeting their standards, and the school has noticed. They said that if we can't improve our school records then we're going to fail. If we fail, then we're gonna drop out. Silence took over the group, as a feeling of dread settled over them, the consequences of failing school making themselves known for each of the individuals. For Kiawe, that meant being stuck on his family's farm his whole life. While he loved the farm, and was happy to help out, he didn't want to spend his life working on it. He wanted to be a battler, travel the world, get to meet new people and Pokemon, maybe even find his place in the world. Now, all of that seemed like a pipe dream, dashed away into nothing. Now he would only know the farm he was born on. For Lily, it meant staying under her mother's thumb. It meant never having her own life outside of the one picked out for her, never being her own person. Just trapped in her room, stripped of her individuality. Without an education, Sophocles knew he couldn't follow in his cousin's footsteps. The observatory he worked out at required a high education to work there, a higher education that he couldn't acquire without first graduating from trainer school. If he flunked out, Sophocles didn't know what he'd do. For Mallow, it meant never being able to start her own restaurant. Never being a top chef. She couldn't work in her family diner forever, and without at least a decent level of education, she'd be stuck. No one would hire a chef who flunked out of trainer school, much less let them start their own establishment. Her dreams would never be realized. For Lana, it meant never being able to see and understand the great wonders of the sea and being trapped on dry land. She couldn't be a fishing MSTR without being a proper trainer, the world wouldn't let her. If she couldn't be a fishing MSTR, she couldn't find Kyogre. What would she do with herself if she couldn't chase her dreams? The mood turned very somber as the group fell into a deep trance, the very real possibility of everything they've ever wanted ceasing to be a viable option scaring them to their very souls. It's hopeless. Kiawe muttered, his head in his hands as he slumped over, defeated. Though after a few minutes, a spark of hope made itself known through the quiet mumble of Lily's voice. Well, isn't that why Ash is here? To help us get through trainer school. Everyone turned toward her, hooked and curious as to what she'd say. What do you mean? Lana asked. Well, he's here to help Professor Kukui teach us, right? To help us pass. Mr. Oak seemed very confident when introducing Ash, so maybe he can actually help us. Right? A few murmurs began to sound out, the slightest sliver of hope beginning to form in their hearts at her words. They were mostly unsure, with worry still being the most omnipresent emotion that they had swirling around their heads. But despite that, a part of them couldn't help but feel emboldened. There was hope. Okay. Kiawe started, sitting up straight and puffing his chest out. If he's our best chance of graduating, then we'll give him a chance. Hopefully he can deliver, Arceus knows I want him to deliver. But let's not get our hopes up. I mean, when you really look at it, he's just another kid. Just like us. Kukui was sitting in shock, his mouth still dangling open as he watched Ash and Kido shake hands. He also couldn't help but find immense satisfaction in the disgruntled look on Kido's face as he shook the younger man's hand. As he sat there, still in awe of what he just saw, he could practically feel the waves of smug energy radiating off his boss sitting next to him, who was practically vibrating with excitement. My cousin has pulled through big time. He almost squealed, his knees shaking in jittery excitement. He then turned to Kukui, taking immense pleasure in the shock on the professor's face before nudging him. So. As a professional trainer, Mr. Royal Mask, he began, making sure to whisper when he mentioned Kukui's wrestler-like alter ego, how would you rate young Mr. Ketchum's battling skills? Kukui shook his head, replaying the battle in his mind vividly, taking note over every move, every strategy, every facial expression that Ash had pulled during the battle. It was shocking, since Kukui would have assumed that someone as young as this boy would be capable of. He was acting like a professional battler, like a gym leader, Elite Four, even a champion. He wasn't perfect, not by any sense of the word. But DMN was he on the way. So Kukui just exhaled heavily, shaking his head and chuckling to himself. He's good. Very good. Watching him battle leaves me itching for one myself. I wonder what kind of team he'd pull together to fight me. If these are but a small selection of his Pokémon, I'm curious to see more. He certainly has earned his stripes as a trainer. Samson nodded to himself, a smile plastered on his face. And your thoughts of him as a teacher? I don't know. Kukui replied. He certainly has the right skills, so if he can pass them on then that would be great. But just because he has the knowledge that these kids need, doesn't mean he's the best at passing them on. Only time will tell on that front. Samson hummed in agreement, seeing the logic in Kukui's words. Pure skill did not translate into teaching ability after all, so Kukui having his reservations about Ash being a capable teacher, despite seeing his battling abilities, made total sense to the older man. True, but if my cousin's word is to be believed, then he has some experience teaching other trainers. He even gave me a list of trainers who will quite happily credit their success, even if only in part, to Ash and his teachings. That sounds like some decent credentials to me. Kukui pursed his lips, before shrugging nonchalantly. Well, we'll certainly find out as time goes on. I certainly hope he's up to the job. Last thing I want is to bring those kids' hopes up before having to watch them crash and burn. Not if I can help it. After Ash shook hands with Kido, he walked slightly away from the battlefield and prompted Pikachu to hop off his shoulder. Once Pikachu was firmly on the ground, Ash called out all of his present Pokémon, creating a small semicircle. Alright everyone, You've all done great today. Feel free to take 5 while I quickly go talk to Mr. Oak. Ash said, with his Pokémon all expressing their enthusiasm at this. After walking away, Infernape began stretching out his muscles. Ooh boy, that was an interesting battle. I ain't ever seen a Pokémon like that before, but let me tell ya, it can hit hard. He said, his voice slightly strained as he did a tricep stretch, with Pikachu nodding. Yeah, that attack had one hell of a shockwave. Made my teeth hurt. He provided, while Crocodile seated himself down, his gaze locked onto Keto, who was walking off in a strop. The trainer certainly doesn't look like much. I can't imagine he had any Pokémon that could prove a challenge for me. He boasted, adjusting his sunglasses as he did. Much to everyone's displeasure, which they displayed with a collective groan. Get over yourself, Crocodile, that guy was a tough trainer. Not tough enough, sure. But if you went in with that mindset, all you do is embarrass yourself and, more importantly, embarrass Ash in front of his new students. Pikachu said, punching Crocodile lightly on the leg, earning himself a frown from the large ground type. Speaking of Ash's new students, Kingler interrupted, pointing his small claw at the group of students who had distanced themselves from everyone else, sitting around a table and having their own private discussion. Is that them over there? Yeah, that's them all right. Pikachu said, climbing up Crocodile's shoulder to properly point them out for the others. What do you lot think? We're basically taking them under our wing after all. Anything that stands out to you lot? Infernape hummed to himself, before he crossed his arms. They don't look like much. Bunch of rookies if you ask me. 'Cept that one with the red and black hair, he looks pretty decent. I reckon he has a fire type. Any takers? Crocodile just snorted. Are you just saying that 'cause he has red in his hair? 'Cause that don't mean anything and you know it. If we were going to base their Pokémon off their hair, then the blue-haired one has a water type, the green-haired one has a grass type, and the 2 blonde ones has electric types. It ain't ever that simple. No, I'm with Infernape. Kingler interjected, tapping his chin with his small claw. There's been plenty of trainers who have hair that match their preferred type. Could easily be the situation here. What about Misty? Crocodile argued. Her hair is red as it comes, and what's her preferred type? Water types. I don't think she's ever had a fire type. So there. But what about Clement? Not only does he have blonde hair to go with his electric types, but he also has the RBB jumpsuit to go with it. And think of all the gym leaders we've met over the years. How many have had physically traits that remind you of their preferred type? I'd wager more of them do than don't. Infernape countered, waggling his finger as he spoke, before turning toward Pikachu. Oi, where do you stand on this? Think their Pokémon match their appearance? Pikachu ignored them for a moment, arms crossed and eyes focused as he appraised the other trainers. Or, more importantly to the mouse Pokémon, their belts. He was quickly darting over their belts and counting the Pokeballs he could see. He counted 2 on the red and black-haired boy, 1 with the blue-haired girl, 1 with the short blonde boy, and 1 with the green-haired girl. Pikachu also couldn't help but notice that the blonde-haired girl didn't have any Pokeballs on her person. Whether that meant she didn't have any Pokémon wasn't completely guaranteed, Pikachu had a sneaking suspicion that it was the case. They had their work cut out for them. I think that we'll need to teach these kids how to befriend some new Pokémon. Pikachu said solemnly, ending the debate dead. Why's that? Kingler asked. Between the 5 of them, I count 5 Pokeballs. Pikachu said, earning a slight nod from Infernape. That's not that bad. 1 each. Everyone's gotta start somewhere, right? Why do you think it's such an issue that we'll need to teach them that? Because one of them has 2. Ah. Infernape said, running his hand across his chin. Okay then, befriending Pokémon. I'll add it to the agenda. Anything else? I imagine there's a lot of things we'll need to add to that list. But first things first, if I know anything about Ash, and I'd like to think I do, we'll need to befriend them first. No way is Ash going to keep this strictly professional. He'll want to be their friend, teaching them like he has his other friends. So we'll probably start there. Crocodile simply huffed. Not where I'd start, but hey, I'm not the trainer. Let's see what the boss man has to say. Ash had to hold his tongue as he watched Keto walk off back to his class, being reminded quite strongly of Paul when he first met him. Arrogant, confrontational, and a right egotist to boot. While he had shaken his hand after their battle, Ash could kind of tell that he only did so because Samson Oak was watching the entire thing. There was something about how weakly he had clenched his hand or the way he ground his teeth while doing it that just screamed insincere to Ash. But Ash had dealt with this before and knew better than to make a comment on it. Instead, he just shook his hand graciously, commended him on a great battle, and moved on. He had other things he wanted to do. Ash quickly took a moment to let his Pokémon out of their ball, telling them to take a moment to themselves for a job well done. They had worked hard today, with all of them participating in one of the 2 battles Ash had found themselves in today, and all of them had managed to do a great job and come away with wins. Something which not made Ash immensely proud of them, but helped reassure his doubts about being a teacher. If he can teach and raise such strong Pokémon, then he can make it as a teacher. With that out of the way, Ash walked over to the other present teachers, who were in the midst of their own conversation, eager to do this properly. He had kind of fumbled it earlier, and it was made even worse when Keto had introduced himself to the scene. While he may have messed up his first impression, Ash was nothing but a fan of second chances, so he was taking one right now. Taking a quick breath to steel himself, Ash stepped over the barrier for the stands, and coughed slightly to catch the teacher's attention. Once they turned their heads toward him, Ash started speaking. Hey, sorry to interrupt, but I wanted to quickly introduce myself. Properly. My name's Ash, but you already knew that. I look forward to helping you in the future and I hope we can work together to help the others be the best trainers they can be. I don't know if I'm the best for the job in all honesty, but I'll do my best. I promise you that. To finish off the introduction, Ash moved his hand forward, waiting anxiously for Professor Kukui to throw out his own hand. The professor in question looked at Ash quizzically, before a massive smile broke out on his face, taking Ash's hand enthusiastically. I'm glad. I can tell we're gonna get along great. I look forward to seeing what you bring to the table. Ash smiled back, a big cheesy grin before he turned his attention to the students off by the school. After looking at the group who were in the middle. Sorry, but if you'll excuse me, I need to introduce myself to my students. I kinda messed it up the first time. Kukui and Samson chuckled at this, with Kukui flashing an apologetic grin at this, before Ash walked over to the students. Taking a deep breath, Ash waved at the group once he got close enough, quickly catching their attention before he cleared his throat. Hey guys, I just wanted to quickly reintroduce myself. I kinda messed it up earlier, so I'm going to try again. I'm Ash, Ash Ketchum. I'm 15 years old and I'm from Kanto. I know I'm meant to be here to be your teacher, but I hope we can be good friends going forward. The group appraised Ash for a moment, sharing anxious looks with one another, with Mallow eventually stepping forward while clearing her throat. Well, hi Mr. Ketchum, I'm Mallow. It's nice to meet you. She said formally, making sure to stand up straight. Though she almost fell over from shock when Ash just laughed slightly, as he rubbed the back of his head. Please don't call me that, it sounds weird. I mean, we're like the same age. I wouldn't call you Miss Mallow, it sounds off. We're teenagers, so we don't need to be that formal. Just call me Ash. Mallow, as well as the rest of the gathered students, blinked in shocked, thrown off by the nonchalant nature of the boy in front of them. Before they could really digest this, Ash spotted their Pokeballs, and was instantly captivated. So, what kind of Pokemon do you all have? Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 5. The group of Alolan students shared a look at each other, slightly taken aback by the sudden shift in conversation by their new teacher. Why does that matter? Lana asked, her hand hovering protectively over her Pokeball while Ash just gave off a goofy smile. Well, we're Pokemon trainers, right? We wouldn't be able to call ourselves that without our Pokemon. And in my experience, you can tell a lot about a person from their Pokemon, especially if it's their starter. That, and it's always fun to meet new Pokemon. Here, let me demonstrate. He then turned on the spot, facing to his group of present Pokemon. Oi Pikachu, can I borrow you for a sec? He yelled, hands cupped over his mouth so that the mouse Pokemon could hear him. The yellow Pokemon then quickly bounded over to Ash, running up his leg and clambering onto his shoulder. This is Pikachu, my very first Pokemon. We've been through a lot during the last 5 and a bit years, and he's my best friend. Pikachu cooed in response, rubbing his cheek against Ash's affectionately. The group stared at the two for a moment, with Mallow awkwardly saying, hello, to Pikachu and Sophocles' eyes sparking at the sight of the electric type. Though Kiawe wasn't that impressed, eyeing up the electric type with a challenging glare before glancing over at Ash's other Pokemon, briefly noting what types there were before turning his attention back to Ash. Though Ash didn't notice this, as he was giving Pikachu a light scratch behind the ears, as he began noting things about him. Pikachu here loves being scratched behind the ear, it's his favorite spot for sure. He also has an obsession for ketchup, which he loves almost as much as battling. And speaking of battling, he's one of my best. He tends to rely more on speed and power, which is also my preferred battling style, making us an excellent duo in battles. As Ash kept talking affectionately about Pikachu, Mallow found herself being more and more captivated by the electric type, eventually leaning in but hesitating to actually pet Pikachu. But Ash noticed her and shifted his shoulder to catch Pikachu's attention. Go say hi Pikachu, there are students now. He said, which Pikachu nodded to and hopped over to Mallow's outstretched hand, scurrying across it before he settled on her shoulder, as she froze up momentarily. But after he had settled, she eased up and began petting him. That seemed to please Ash, and he turned his attention back to the others. You see, meeting Pokemon can be really fun. So what Pokemon do you all have? Mallow was the first to relent, using her free hand to pull her lone Pokeball from her belt and call out her one Pokemon. With a flash of light, a small grass type appeared between the two, which chirped happily as it did. It looked like a ripe fruit, with 4 leaf-like shapes on her head with a single stem in the middle of them. As it looked around at everyone, Ash was hit with a floral scent, reminding him of a freshly made fruit salad. And then he broke out into a massive grin. Hello there, he said softly, kneeling down and stretching out a hand slowly, which the grass type slowly edged toward. Once it saw that Ash wasn't going to make any sudden moves, it leaned into his hand, enjoying itself as Ash gently cupped its cheek. What's your name? That's Bounsweet, she's been my friend for a while now. I met her in the nearby forest actually, and she's been by my side ever since. Mallow said, as Pikachu dropped down and greeted the grass type. This seemed to ease everyone else up, and Lana was the next to pull out her Pokeball and call out her Pokemon. Out of her ball came a Pokemon that looked somewhat like a blue seal, with a long snout dotted with whiskers and a pink nose, and a light blue ruff which sat around its neck. This is Poplio, who I rescued some time back. I decided to look after her and she eventually became my partner. Sophocles was next, excitingly throwing his Pokeball into the air. And from the ball came what could only be described as a white round ball of a Pokemon. The back of the Pokemon was covered in a slightly darker gray fur, with small yellow triangle spikes dotted across it. This is my precious Togedemaru, and I've had her ever since I was a little kid. Kiawe was the last to reveal his Pokemon, and even then he did it reluctantly after he realized everyone had turned their attention to him in anticipation. Though he couldn't help but feel slightly proud of himself as he pulled both his Pokeballs off of his belt and threw them in the air. The first one contained a Pokemon that had a massive turtle shell, but instead of being rounded it was jagged, and completely covered in massive black spikes. It had a black star located on the center of its body, with a yellow outline around it. And the other one was, a bit more familiar to Ash's eye. A Charizard! He exclaimed excitedly, didn't expect to see one of them here. This comment made Kiawe swell with pride, as he puffed his chest out. Yeah, this Charizard I got from my grandfather. He's incredibly strong and a great flyer, able to get me from my family farm on Akala Island to this school on time every day. He said with his chest, as Ash began assessing the Charizard's wings. I can tell, he looks really strong, he assessed while walking round, before briefly stopping at his tail, noting the size of the Charizard's flame. But I'm gonna take a guess and say that he hasn't been in a lot of proper battles, right? Everyone looked at him in shock, causing him to look around dumbly. Why is everyone looking at me? How can you tell that? There's no way you can just know that. Kiawe said, earning himself a shrug from Ash. For most Pokemon you'd be right, but some Pokemon have signs that show how strong they are. For a Pikachu you need to check their electric sacs and how much electricity they can store. Kinglers show their strength through size, so a bigger Kingler is more likely to be stronger. And a Charizard who has won a lot of battles have a stronger tail flame. Ash explained, earning a scowl from Kiawe. And how would you know that? He asked. Because I have a Charizard of my own. Everyone stared at him, with Kiawe looking incredibly incredulous. You have a Charizard? A Charizard to add to the collection of Pokemon you already have on hand, is that what you're telling us? Yeah. Why, is that weird? Ash asked, sharing a confused look with Pikachu, who just shrugged his shoulders at the raven-haired trainer. Well, Lana interjected, clearly feeling a bit anxious as she spoke, it's just that you've got 2 starter Pokemon. While it's not impossible to hear of, apparently it's quite rare. Ash blinked at this, before he looked at Pikachu again, who was trying to bite his lip in an attempt to not burst out laughing. Oh, that makes sense I guess. But I actually have quite a few starters, most of which I caught in the wild. Kiawe crossed his arms at this, while everyone else just stared in mild shock. He didn't say anything in response for this, seemingly looking for some indication that Ash was lying while Ash simply turned his attention to the last person in their group. Hey, how about you? What Pokemon do you have? He asked Lily, causing the blonde to freeze up and everyone to share concerned side-eyes with each other. She then began pushing her index fingers together anxiously. Well, I don't actually have any Pokemon. I'm sort of afraid of Pokemon. She then paused while tensing up, eyes shut in anticipation. But after a few seconds, she opened them up again, and was shocked to see Ash shooting her a sympathetic look. You're not laughing at me? She asked hesitantly, earning a slight head tilt from Ash and Pikachu. Why would I laugh at you? He asked seriously, there's nothing funny about that. In fact, I knew a boy who had a similar fear. Tori, his name was. Nice kid. Though we were able to help him get over that fear, so if you'll allow me, I'll try and help you too. Ash offered, outstretching his hand. Lily stared at it, mouth slightly agape and her body unsure of how to act. Everyone else present didn't say anything either, as they were equally shocked by Ash's calm and considerate attitude. But before Lily could say anything, whether to accept Ash's offer or to keep to herself, they were interrupted by the arrival of Kukui, who had an apologetic look on his face. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering if I could speak with Ash alone. I know you're probably trying to get to know your new teacher, but I'm afraid I need to arrange a few things with him regarding class. And besides, it's getting late, your parents will all be worrying if you wait around much longer, so we can pick this up tomorrow. Everyone nodded at this, all looking a little bit disappointed but none of them were willing to challenge their teacher. So they all departed, each heading home to end what was surely a memorable day as they began their going-home rituals. Lily pulled out her phone to contact her family butler so that he could pick her up. Mallow and Lana began walking home along the dirt path together, linking arms as they began gossip to each other about the day's events. Sophocles went to the bus stop near the school grounds, Togedemaru waddling alongside him, and Kiawe returned his Turtonator while he hopped onto the back of Charizard, who took off with a mighty flap of his wings. leaving Ash alone with Kukui, who sat down on one of the now empty bleachers by the battleground. Now then, he began, leaning onto his knees. I think it's time for us to properly meet each other. Ash found himself gulping, both physically and mentally, while his Pokémon began making their way back to him, a move which Kukui observed curiously. First off, it's nice to meet you. It's nice to meet someone who has such a strong connection with Pokémon, and based off your battle with Kido, I can tell you have an affinity for strong moves, which I respect. He said, something which allowed Ash to ease up. Though I couldn't help but overhear that you have a Charizard, along with many other starter Pokémon. That's most curious. Would it be alright if you told me what Pokémon you possess? Ash smiled, as he proceeded to bring up his fingers on one hand to count with the other. Sure, let me just go through them in the order I caught them, since I've got quite a few. Ash then began looking up to sky and began recounting them. Well, I started with Pikachu back in Pallet about 5 years ago. I then caught a Caterpie, which I evolved into a Butterfree but then released so that it could be with its mate. I caught a Pidgeotto which evolved into Pidgeot, and then I left it to look after a flock of Pidgey and Pidgeotto near Pallet. I also got a Bulbasaur, Charizard, Squirtle, Kingler, Primeape, Mook, Snorlax, and Lapras all in Kanto and the Orange Islands. Though Lapras went back to its pod in the Orange Islands. Ash then paused, and then took a deep breath. I've also got, Tauros, 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 and Tauros. I caught them all at a safari zone in Kanto. Kukui blinked at this, his mouth slightly ajar. You have, an entire herd of Tauros? He asked, causing Ash to nod with a slight blush. Yeah, that was an interesting day. Tauros are hard Pokémon to control, how do you stop them from rampaging? He asked, concern and intrigue layered into his tone. But Ash just shrugged. I've never had a problem for them. They mostly live on Professor Oak's ranch and are fairly content so long as they can run their hearts out. I don't use them for battling much, but they don't really mind. He said, while Kukui simply palmed his head. You are a strange man, Ash. So that's all your Pokémon then? Oh, Arceus, no, that's just the ones from Kanto and the Orange Islands. Ash said, not noticing when Kukui's jaw hit the floor. So next was Johto, where I caught Heracross, Bayleaf, Kalava, Totodile, Noctowl, which is shiny, and I hatched a Phanpy which I then evolved into a Donphan. After that I went to Hoenn. While there I got Swellow, Sceptile, Corphish, Torkoal, Glalie, and Aipom, who I traded in Sinnoh. Speaking of Sinnoh, there I got Staraptor, Torterra, Infernape, Bizel, who I got by trading Aipom with a friend, Glisker, and a Gibble. I then traveled to Unova, where I caught quite a few Pokémon, including Unpheasant, Levany, Boldore, Palpitoad, Scraggy, Oshawott, Pignite, Snivy, and Crocodile, who you've met. And the last region I traveled to before I came here was Kalos. 2 of them have left me, both staying behind for different reasons, but I still consider them my Pokémon. They were Greninja and Goodra. The other Pokémon I caught there were Talonflame, Noivern, and Hawlucha. And I think, that's everyone. Ash finally took a breath, his chest heaving after listing so many Pokémon. And it was then that he finally noticed that Kukui was standing completely still, in utter shock at what he heard. After a few seconds, he finally shook it off with a disbelieving chuckle. And here I thought I had quite a few starter Pokémon. He said as he flipped his lab coat open to reveal his own belt of Pokeballs, calling them all out at once. 6 Pokémon popped out of their ball at once, nearly all of which Ash recognized. One of them was a Snorlax, who was stretching and flexing its arms much like a boxer, as it gave Ash a quick look over. Next was a Venusaur, which simply nestled down as the energy from the Pokeball dissipated, not paying. Ash any mind? Third was an Empoleon, which crossed its fins as soon as it realized it hadn't been called out for a battle. There was also a Braviary, which settled on Kukui's shoulders, nearly dragging him down as it placed its full weight on him, but he quickly readjusted. Finally, there was a Lucario, who quickly snapped its head toward Ash, before it bowed its head and placed a paw over its chest in acknowledgement. The last Pokemon in Kukui's team was one Ash had never seen before, and it was one that he could instantly tell was strong. Standing taller than even Kukui and covered in muscles, Ash could tell it was a physical fighter. And based on the red and black stripes that seemed to cover its entire body, Ash assumed it was at the very least a fire type, and possibly a dark type. Kukui just waved his hands out at his team, presenting them to Ash. Here's my main team of Pokemon in all their glory. What do you think? Ash was staring at the Pokemon with a sparkle in his eyes, marveling the strong Pokemon. They look great, Professor. Maybe we can have a battle at some point to see just how strong they really are. He asked, which caught the attention of Kukui's Pokemon, but Kukui laughed it off. Maybe in the future. He dismissed, but for now I've got an important question for you. Where exactly are you staying for the duration of your time in Alola? At this, Ash's Pokemon shot their trainer a knowing look which read somewhere between amusement and disbelief, while Ash's face just dropped. I hadn't thought about that. He yelled while clutching his head in his hands, which caused Kukui to break out into a knee-slapping laughter, tears streaming freely as he laughed away. Samson said you'd have probably forgot. In his words, you're great with Pokemon, bad at life. He said as he wiped away the tears in his eyes. So, I was going to offer you the spare room at my lab. It's where I stay most of the time, and your room is isolated from the rest of the house, including my main lab, so you'll be able to have time to yourself. We can walk to work together and maybe even plan out our lessons in advance. How does that sound? Ash calmed down at this, and flashed Kukui his most grateful smile. I'd love that, thank you, Professor. We're colleagues, Ash, Kukui replied, call me Kukui. After a 20-minute walk from the school, Ash found himself walking down a small path on the beach, walking to what appeared to be a lone hut on the beach line. It seemed simple enough, a log hut which was slightly risen, presumably in the event of an incoming tide. Kukui opened the door and let Ash in, allowing him to see the main living room of the hut. It was surprisingly spacious, with enough space for 2 sofas around a table. And next to a corridor which led to the kitchen, where Ash could just about see a few dirty dishes piled up, was the room Kukui had offered to him, accessible only by ladder. Well, here we are. It's not much, but I'm content. Kukui said, as he threw his pouch onto one of the sofas before throwing himself down. Ash joined him on the other sofa with Pikachu leaping down to snuggle up on one of the cushions. As Ash got comfortable, a small Pokemon came running from the stairs which led downstairs to Kukui's lab, and proceeded to launch itself at Ash, rubbing its rocky neck against him. Hello there. It's nice to meet ya. Ash said while laughing, lightly pushing against the small Pokemon. Is this another one of your Pokemon? To Ash's surprise, Kukui just shook his head. Nah, that little Pokemon is a guest, same as you. He ended up here one day in a confused haze, and the little guy was starving. So I gave him some food and he's been staying with me ever since. He's an interesting Rockruff, that's for sure, but I think it's for the best that I don't catch him. That way he can find a trainer that's right for him. Rockruff then barked, leaping down and wandering off to the kitchen, tailing wagging all the while. Kukui shook his head, before he turned back to Ash. Now, I know you're probably tired, especially after that battle. So I'll try to keep this brief. But I need to let you know how things are going to work in regard to our schedule at school, and I wanted to see if you had anything planned for your first lesson. Ash frowned, crossing his arms as he leant forward. Truthfully, I'm not too sure. I do have ideas for what I want to teach, but for now I was planning to just get to know them. I know they need my help, but I can't really help them until I know what I need to help them with. I realize that probably doesn't sound very good, but it's the best I got at the moment. Kukui nodded slowly at this, hands grasped together tightly as he sat. That's fair enough. The only reason I press is because I really care for these kids. They're all so talented and I know, in my gut that they could be great. But they've all been struggling so much recently, I'm at my wit's end and I'm running out of ideas. You're their biggest hope right now, so I just want to know how I can help. He paused, mild realization setting in. No pressure. Ash exhaled heavily, before he steeled himself. I've beaten bigger challenges before, and I'll beat this one just the same. Don't worry, I'll make them the best trainers in all of Alola by the time I'm done. He said with an ironclad determination, which relieved Kukui. That's good to hear. Now, in regard to schedule, their day will be split into 3 segments. I'll be leading 2 of them, with you leading the 3rd. One of my 2 will mostly be theory work, which I'm more than happy to do on my own. I've heard that you're not a fan of theory. They'll then have a break and move on to the next segment, where I focus on practical stuff. This will usually follow on from the theory, so while you don't need to sit in on the theory, I'll let you know beforehand what the topic is so you can help out if you wish. Then after lunch will be your segment. This will be entirely under your control, in terms of what the topic is and how you teach it. If you need anything, help or material-wise, then feel free to ask. Any questions? Ash shook his head, glancing over at Pikachu, who had put on a pair of glasses and was stroking his chin. Nah, I think I've got it. Thanks, Kukui. Ash then yawned, an action which Pikachu followed up with a yawn of his own. I think I'm gonna head to bed now, good night. Ash got up and began making his way to the ladder, all while Kukui watched with a satisfied smile. Night Ash. He said, pushing himself up and slogging his way to his own bed. And while he did that, he failed to notice a figure at his window, which flew away as he made his way to the stairs, disappearing into the night. Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 6. As the night drew to a close, with the room Ash was in being shrouded in complete darkness, he sat in his improvised bed and stared at the ceiling, mind adrift with endless thoughts. His room for the time being was a raised balcony-like space, accessible only by ladder in the main living room of Kukui's house and lab combo. It had a sofa bed which unfolded out into the small space which allowed Ash to sleep peacefully up there, and compared to the many rough conditions he had slept in while traveling on the road, it was very luxurious for his back. But the bed wasn't why he couldn't sleep, as he threw one of his pokeballs up into the air only to catch it, the thoughtless action covering up a sea of thoughts about what he was going to do tomorrow when it came to his first ever lesson. The idea that he had to lead a lesson during the next day was beginning to settle in, and the realization that he was going to have to impart logic in some way to people the same age as him. If the growing clamminess of his hands were any indication, he was feeling nervous. Thinking through the small amount of interactions he had with the students the previous day, Ash was trying to map out what should be his focus, but having never really been much for academics himself, he was struggling to think of what to do in order to help them. On the one hand, he wanted to help them improve as trainers. But that wasn't something that could easily be broken down into simple lessons, and with there being multiple different components you needed to take into consideration, it became hard to even think about. Especially since this group basically needed to start from step 1. Firstly, they needed to train up their Pokémon more. While not everyone had to train their Pokémon so that they were strong, a trainer definitely did, and these guys all wanted to, on some level, be trainers. And if that was the case, their Pokémon needed to be stronger. Which meant they needed to learn how to train up their Pokémon, and everything that entailed. Endurance, speed training, move training, tactics, and so much more, and Ash needed to help them with all of it. And not only that, Ash wanted to help them expand their team. Kiawe was the only one with more than a single Pokémon, which was a decent start but nowhere near enough. If they wanted to learn anything about Pokémon, they really needed to expand their teams, not only to increase their experience with dealing with Pokémon, but to expand the types of Pokémon they had available. Which again, wasn't something that was easy to teach. Either you were used to doing it, or you weren't. Speaking of Kiawe, he was probably the one who would need the least help when it came to training, since he seemed to have that trainer spark well ignited. A combination of his two Pokemon and the strength his Charizard had, despite not being used much for battle. But even still, he needed something to push him, a reason to try and excel at battling. For Ash, he had found that a rival was an excellent motivator, the need to prove yourself, not to a crowd of people, but an individual being what pushed him forward both physically and mentally. After his thoughts began to linger on a purple-haired JRK who was an old rival of his, he shook his head and refocused his attention onto the here and now, his gaze falling on his sleeping Pokemon. All four of them were currently out, all sleeping sprawled out across the small space that was now Ash's room. Crocodile was leaning up against the wall, arms crossed as he slept. Infernape was up above on one of the house's supporting beams, tail wrapped around it tightly. Kingler was by the window, having been listening to the sound of the sea lapping against the shore before nodding off, and Pikachu was on the pillow next to him, curled up tightly into a cute, little, fluffy, ball. Just in that group of Pokemon alone, Ash could tell so much about them by how they were sleeping, bringing a small smile to his face. Though at the same time, while he could notice so many small details about them, there was so much about them that you could learn, about how they acted, thought, battled, and so much more. You could spend hours with any one of them, learning about them, and still only scratch the surface. Ash suddenly paused, his entire body freezing. In that moment, in what could only be described as a wave of brilliance, he had an idea. After reminding himself to breathe, Ash reached over to his Pokédex. He needed to arrange a few things before going to bed. Kukui woke up the same as he always did, feeling incredibly groggy and with a headache. Having stayed up for many hours after saying goodnight to Ash to work on his latest paper, a thesis exploring why only the starter Pokemon of a region can learn the ultimate moves Blast Burn, Frenzy Plant, and Hydro Cannon when any fully evolved Pokemon of the corresponding type should be capable of learning it, Kukui felt exhausted. He hadn't kept track of what time he went to sleep, but he knew that it was much later than a functioning adult should be going to bed. That, and the copious amount of caffeine he had drank in the form of coffee after coffee was now leaving him with a pounding headache, with there being only one cure that he knew reliably worked, more coffee. So he dragged himself out of bed, clicking his neck as he stretched out his arms. After a deep yawn that came from deep within him, he began making his way to the kitchen, in search of that sweet, sweet caffeine. After bidding the Pokemon who lived in his lab a good morning, including Rockruff, who was already up and about, he began climbing the stairs to the rest of his house. But as he reached the top, he paused, turning back briefly to look at Rockruff. What was he doing up at this time? Normally he wouldn't be awake until he started pouring out food for all the Pokemon. Shrugging his shoulders, he carried on to the kitchen, only to stop yet again when he saw an unexpected development. Ash was awake and active, and was in the middle of eating a bowl of cereal, him and his Pikachu eating like ravenous beasts as they chomped down on their food. Kukui had to blink a few times to process this, before he composed himself and cleared his throat, catching the attention of the Kanto native. "Ah, morning Professor. How you doing?" he asked jovially, which Kukui waved off. "I'll be doing all right once I've had some coffee," he mumbled, rubbing his eyes as Ash chuckled. "That's fair enough. Professor Oak is very much the same. Sometimes I think he sleeps at the lab from when he works so much, coffee mug in hand. I can never really tell though, no matter how much I try. Doesn't help that he always wears slippers." Ash shot off rapidly, which Kukui struggled to register as he began boiling some water for his coffee. "Not that I'm not happy to see you awake nice and early," he began to say, getting out the milk, cream, and sugar, "but I have to ask, why are you up so early? You an early riser?" "Oh, Arceus no," Ash chuckled, with Pikachu nearly breaking out into a fit of giggles, "I'm not an early riser. Not in any sense. I usually wake up late for everything, including getting my first Pokemon. That was actually how I ended up with Pikachu," he added, pointing his spoon at the electric type who nodded in agreement. "So why are you up then?" Kukui asked, the smell of coffee granules hitting him as he began to pour the water. Oh, well, I actually came up with an idea for what my first lesson could be about, and I needed to arrange some of the finer details with Professor Oak. Okay, isn't there a time difference between Alola and Kanto though? How does that work? Kukui wondered, which Ash nodded to, not that he saw. He did hear the enthusiastic shaking of his head though. Yep, which is why I had to get up really early. The later I left it, the more annoyed Professor Oak would have been. He said quite nonchalantly, causing Kukui to furrow his brows. But he brushed it off as he finished stirring his coffee, taking a slow sip as he savored the taste of his coffee. I take it you've got it sorted now though, Kukui asked, feeling himself perk up. Ash just smirked, pulling a pokeball off his belt and holding it up to Kukui. Don't worry, I'm ready. Later on in the day, the group of students had just returned from their lunch, having already finished the sessions led by Kukui. The professor in question found himself waiting at his desk, a fresh cup of coffee prepared and a few essays to mark while Ash taught. But despite that, he found himself waiting instead for Ash's arrival, and whatever lesson he had in mind. The anticipation was killing him, eager to see how the young man's mind worked. As the students poured back in, taking their places at their usual desks, the anticipation was clearly something that was also gripping the hearts of his students, as they stared at the door anxiously, waiting for Ash to show up. Kukui found himself feeling surprised, given how confident Ash was that morning that he was ready. Maybe he wasn't as confident as he first thought, or maybe there was something else going on. Either way, Kukui found himself sighing in disappointment. He had put such high hopes into the boy, only for it to be yanked away from. Sorry. Sorry. A voice then yelled out, catching their attention as it started to get louder and louder. After a few seconds, Ash burst through the door, slightly out of breath as he waved his hand. Sorry for being late. I was setting something up. He explained, before being joined by Pikachu, who looked just as tired as Ash. Everyone shared a confused look, before Ash straightened himself out, and threw a thumb over his shoulder. Now, for today's lesson, I'll need you to join me outside. As the class entered the open space where the Pokemon battlefields were, they were surprised to see a number of structures there which weren't before. There were 5 sets of 3 different structures, each one seemingly designed to test something. One of them was a target attached to a post, with a line being marked on the floor about 10 meters away, the targets basically being at the tree line in the distance. The next structure was what seemed to be a balancing beam, running across the field about 2 feet off the ground, and running for about 2 or 3 meters apiece, all with varying sized sticks, ranging from branches to logs, laying at the start. And the final structure were a number of giant walls, with no rope or ladder to get over it. The group of students gazed over at these with confused looks, as Ash smiled at them, a sense of pride brimming from him. Kukui just stared, both impressed and immensely confused. After a moment of letting them stare, Ash cleared his throat and began speaking. Okay, so here's what we're going to be doing today. I know very little about all of you, and I intend to change that over time. But that's something I intend to work on outside of school. For now, what I want to know is how you all approach problems. Which is why I've made this. He then waved his hands over the handmade structures, showcasing his plaster-covered hands. And the premise is simple. You'll be using Pokemon to complete these 3 tasks. First, your Pokemon will have to hit the target, carry the sticks across the balance beam, and then get over the walls. The only rules are that you have to complete all the tasks as quick as possible. The students all shared a look, most of them looking fairly intrigued with the exception of Lily, who looked really anxious about the idea. Kiawe was the first to step forward, pulling a pokeball from his belt as he did. Well, if this is what you want to do, then okay. I'm sure Charizard will enjoy the exercise. But before he could throw the ball, Ash stopped him, all while smirking. Not so fast, he said, causing Kiawe to frown, you didn't let me finish. He then stepped back, still smiling as he put his hands behind his back, a pose which Pikachu mimicked next to him. Before we begin, I should mention there's a few twists. The biggest of which being this, none of you will be using your own Pokemon. Pulling some of the Pokeballs from his belt, he waved them about before carrying on. You'll be using some of mine. The slight look of amusement that the students had disappeared entirely, now replaced with a much more worried look. Kukui on the other hand was now beginning to smirk, as he saw where Ash was going, and was loving it. Why? Lana asked, her eyes wide as Ash continued to smile smugly at his own reveal. Because using your own Pokemon would be too easy. You're all familiar with them and what they can do, so we'll be able to easily solve the problems. With Pokemon you don't know, not only will you need to solve the problems, but you'll need to learn about the Pokemon you're using. Lily began trembling, which Ash spotted immediately as he ditched the smile and threw up his hands quickly. Don't worry. You won't have to touch them. The Pokemon I've picked for you has already been told that you don't like being touched, so they won't, they'll just listen to your commands. He reassured, which succeeded in stopping her trembling. He then turned to the others, now speaking more calmly. You can all relax as well. Because this is the first time you've done something like this, I've picked Pokemon you'll be comfortable working with. That way this won't be too hard for you. Now, come collect your Pokeballs. Somewhat hesitantly, they all stepped forward and took the Pokeball that Ash gave them, before stepping back to where they were. Once everyone had one, Ash nodded. Right, so I'll give you all a minute to get to know who you'll be partnered with, and then we'll begin. Fastest one wins a prize, courtesy of Professor Oak. This made them perk up, and in quick succession, they all called out their Pokemon. First was Lana, who called out a small crocodile Pokemon. It looked up at Lana after being called out, before it began dancing excitedly. Her partner was Totodile. Next was Mallow, whose partner Pokemon was accompanied by a strong smell of spice, something which she took a good long moment to savor, before the Pokemon glomped her in greeting. Her partner was Bayleaf. Sophocles threw his Pokeball into the air rather excitedly but was shocked when it just flew down to the ground, popping open to reveal it was empty. At that moment, Pikachu bounded over to him, a cheeky smirk plastered onto his face. His partner was Pikachu. Kiawe was next, and he threw out his Pokeball not expecting much. But he was shocked when he saw a very familiar Pokemon in front of him. But to his surprise, the Pokemon exuded a wave of strength and pride, and stood even taller than the one he possessed. They stood staring at each other for a moment, before Charizard spat a small amount of flame at Kiawe, setting him alight for a moment before chuckling, a deep rumble from his chest. His partner was Charizard. Finally, there was Lily, who threw hers extremely reluctantly. But from her ball came a small Pokemon who had a green bulb on his back, who simply took a moment to shake off the residue energy from the Pokeball before turning to Lily. When she began trembling, nervously waving hello, he simply nodded, before calling out a vine from his back and waved, not taking a single step towards her. A fact that did help calm her down. Lily's partner was Bulbasaur. With all their Pokemon called out, Ash smiled, with Kukui walking over to join him. Must admit, I'm impressed. He said, which made Ash beam brightly. Where did you get this idea? It's actually something I've done myself, Ash admitted, shrugging his shoulders. Back in Sinnoh. It was really fun and a great challenge, which is exactly what I wanted for this. Hopefully this will show me enough to get an idea of what lessons I can do in the future. While also being something they'll enjoy. A win-win. Kukui nodded, feeling very pleased. The idea was sound. The challenge was a combination of problem-solving and adapting on the go. They had to adapt to the new Pokemon they were presented with, trying to learn what skills they had, which then tied into the problem-solving, using this newfound knowledge to complete the challenges. Overall, a pretty sound test of skill. Not only that, he liked the added touch of the Pokemon chosen. They all were somewhat appropriate for the trainer they were given to, making it easier for them to start off with. Lana, Sophocles, and Mallow had Pokemon who were the same type as their own ones, making it somewhat easier for them to work with. Kiawe had what seemed like the easiest Pokemon, being literally the same as one of his own. But Kukui suspected that Ash had thought of this, with there being something that will make it harder. And looking at how the Charizard was acting already, partly ignoring Kiawe as he tried to approach him, he suspected he knew what the twist was. Lily's was an interesting choice, but then again, she didn't have much experience with any Pokemon. So going with a literal starter wasn't a bad idea. And based on the even temperament that the Bulbasaur had, it seemed that Ash had chosen a good one for Lily. He then remembered one detail of Ash's explanation, as he turned to his assistant teacher. "So what's the prize?" Ash kept a straight face, but avoided looking Kukui in the eye. "You'll find out." This was going to be fun to watch. That was a shamble to watch. Ash suspected that it might not go well, but this was above and beyond how badly it would go. At first, things went well. They all got to the target and, after a little bit of general deduction and testing, they were able to figure out what moves they needed to call out to hit the target. Kiawe had a slight problem with Charizard, trying to command him without earning his respect. Ash suspected this might happen, since Kiawe had mentioned that his own Charizard was from his grandfather. He didn't know how to properly handle a Charizard, especially not in battle, since he had never actually raised one. He was used to just them listening to him. Though fortunately, Ash had preempted this, and asked Charizard to not completely ignore him. Which he seemed to be obliging. It was during the next one where everyone fumbled, no one really considering how the stick would affect each of the Pokemon's balance, and just telling them to carry them across without any guidance. This led to them constantly falling off, leaving the trainers confused as to what to do. Eventually, Sophocles gave up, which frustrated Pikachu to no end, booting his stick in the distance in frustration. After a good half hour, the remaining trainers managed to get to the final challenge, the wall. Kiawe thought he had the easy win, quickly commanding Charizard to fly over. Though, to Kiawe's dismay and Ash's amusement, Charizard promptly ignored him, proceeding to lay down and take a nap. Kiawe tried to force Charizard to move, with little success. The others didn't fare much better, all not being able to figure out a way over the wall. Lana tried to be cheeky and told Totodile to walk around it, at which point Ash intervened and said that wasn't allowed. Much to Lana's annoyance. For a moment, Ash worried that no one was going to make it, that no one was going to succeed and that would mark the end of his first ever lesson with failure. But to his surprise, and great joy, there was a surprise winner. Lily. Remembering the vines that Bulbasaur had used to wave at her in greeting, Lily had told Bulbasaur to hoist himself up, which he did with ease. Despite having gotten to it last, she was able to claim the victory. Something which made her jump with joy. Ash couldn't help but feel warm inside as he saw her celebrate her victory, with Bulbasaur looking proud for his part. She even remembered to thank him for his contribution, an important thing that Ash was glad to see. After everyone had returned his Pokemon with a thank you, with more than a few mumbled curses from Kiawe, which Charizard laughed off, Ash gathered them all around for a final talk. That was great. He started, earning a few glares from the tired trainers. I know it may not feel like it, but you've all made great progress today. How? Mallow said with a strong deadpan. Most of us failed. And that's something you can learn from. Ash countered quickly, catching her off guard. Let me teach you the most important thing I've learned from my years of battling and participating in leagues: you can learn from your failures. If you only dwell on them, you'll end up just feeling sorry for yourself. Which, let me tell you from experience, isn't fun. It can really eat at you if you think that way. He paused for a moment to quickly breathe, his mind flashing back to his recent league defeat. So don't. Think of this as a learning opportunity. You made mistakes. What were they? What could you have done better? If you did this again, what would you do differently? It's these questions that really define a trainer. The others contemplated this, thoughtful looks being shared as they crossed eyes. But Ash waved it off. It's something to think about, but don't worry. Tomorrow I'll be helping each of you directly with what you struggled with, so that you know where to go. For now, it's just something worth thinking over. He then broke out into a big smile, turning his gaze onto Lily. But enough about that, we have a winner. Come and collect your prize. The others began clapping, with Mallow being extra enthusiastic as she patted Lily on the back. Lily, for her part, simply began blushing, though a small smile was on her face as she walked up to Ash's side. Now, I want to make clear that this is a one-time prize. He started, his eyes going wide as he emphasized this. Professor Oak simply can't provide these whenever I want, and I was lucky to be able to arrange this. If possible, I'll arrange other prizes, but consider this one a one-off. Well, what is it? Sophocles asked, his body shaking with excitement despite the fact he wasn't receiving the prize. Ash turned away, reaching into a bag he had left near where he was standing, pulling out the prize within slowly. The others were staring ambiently as he slowly turned, his movements slow and precise as he turned around, gently grasping a small spherical shape. Lily, he said softly, presenting the item to her, shocking everyone into silence, I present to you a Pokemon egg. Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 7. Everyone gawked at the container holding the egg with wide eyes, their jaws having collectively dropped to the floor. Even Kukui, who was watching from the side, was in shock over the reveal, though he was able to recover noticeably quicker than his students, as a stupid grin broke out on his face as he realized what Ash was planning. You clever little bugger, he muttered to himself, a slight chuckle breaking out as he stroked his chin. For a minute, his mild chuckle was the only sound that could be heard, before the group of students broke out into what could only be described as pandemonium. An egg. She got an egg. Where did you get an egg from? Those things are incredibly rare. I wonder what Pokemon's inside it. That's so unfair. How was I going to win when I had a Pokemon which was actively ignoring my commands? Ash said nothing as the students shouted in front of him, tuning out the noise like he would a lecture from Misty, as he chose instead to focus entirely on one thing, Lily's reaction. Because that was the only one that mattered. She was so far being quiet, the shock having gotten to her. Her eyes were locked onto the egg, and she seemed to be struggling for words, as her mouth was moving without any sound coming from it. Ash just did his best to keep his reaction calm, because the last thing he needed was for his new students to see his uneasiness over this choice. Because he was taking a risk and he knew it. He had spoken to Professor Oak long and hard about this, since he knew that this wasn't something to be done lightly. Eggs were a big responsibility for any trainer and required someone who knew what they were doing. Professor Oak had almost shot the idea down as soon as he said it, but Ash was nothing if not persuasive. Because it wasn't about who actually won the egg, or at least at the moment it wasn't. No, the point was what the egg would do for the group. Ash couldn't help but notice that this group, who were apparently being ostracized by the rest of the school if their interactions with that other class was any indication, weren't really that close. They seemed to be pleasant toward each other and could get along easily enough with one another, but Ash wasn't sure that they even considered each other friends. Just classmates. Which wasn't good enough. They were a group, a unit, a team. And an important part of a strong team is the sense of teamwork and friendship which bound it together. These five could easily become friends, with the ties that would bind them together already forming. Ash just needed to encourage and nurture these ties, allowing them to become strong enough to truly form. Because how could they raise a team of Pokemon if they couldn't even be part of a group of friends? And this egg was the perfect way to ensure that. Despite only having interacted them for a day, Ash could tell they all deeply cared about Pokemon above all else. Which meant that they would all know the importance behind raising an egg properly, and how hard it could be to do alone. Something that Ash planned to take advantage of. No matter who won, the others would step up to help, making the egg feel like a group effort. Even though only one of them would gain a Pokemon, they all would become closer friends because of the experience. Which was also why Ash was secretly glad that Lily was the one who won the egg. Out of all the trainers in this group, Lily was simultaneously the one who knew the most about Pokemon and the one who needed the most help. Ash could tell just by looking at her that she did a lot of reading, probably enough to outdo even Brock and Clement. Which meant she knew lots of stuff about raising and looking after Pokemon, probably more than himself. But reading it from a book and actually doing it were two completely different things, which is where Lily would need the help. Fortunately, the others seemed to be already gearing up to help, as Mallow was now talking to Lily and offering to help her carry it if she weren't comfortable to. It was already working. Content that this was already working, Ash chose this moment to finally speak. "So, what do you think of your prize, Lily?" Lily's attention snapped to him suddenly, her eyes wide and filled with doubt and insecurity. Ash could tell she was working up the courage to ask him to give it to someone else and decided to cut her off before she could. "Don't worry if you're having any doubts, you won't be doing this alone." Lily looked at him curiously, as did her classmates, now also hooked on his words. This is surprisingly easy, Ash thought to himself. While this egg is yours, I fully expect all of you to help here. Clearly I don't need to tell any of you the importance of looking after an egg, and since none of you have ever hatched one before, I was expecting all of you to be willing to help out the victor no matter what. Call it a group project, and I will be watching closely. The group was silent at first, as Ash gestured to Lily to take the egg. He could tell that she was hesitant to take it, so decided to coax her a little more. "I know you don't like touching Pokemon, but you don't need to at the moment. Just take the canister, and we can work up to that," he said softly, which seemed to be what pushed her over the edge. With shaky hands, she reached forward and grabbed the canister holding the egg, taking it with both hands from Ash. Now out of his hands, Ash was finally able to give the egg a proper look, having been rushing when he received it earlier that day. The egg was almost entirely white, looking like it was completely frozen and cold to the touch. All there was that broke up the clean whiteness of the shell were several small floral patterns, 5-point flowers that dotted around the egg. If Ash didn't already know what was in the egg, he would have been clueless about what kind of Pokemon would hatch out of it. Almost instantly the others were helping, providing helpful facts that they knew about eggs so that she handled it properly. "You should hold it from the bottom, you'll have better grip that way," Lana supplied, holding it for a moment while Lily readjusted her hands. "Hold it close to your body, the body heat is good for it," Kiawe provided, which Lily nodded to as she pulled the canister close to her stomach. Sophocles observed the canister for a moment, before he noticed a plug socket in the bottom, pointing it out to Lily. "This looks like a heater at the bottom, you must be able to plug it in overnight, so you don't need to hold it while you sleep. Let me see if I have a plug that fits this in my bag. And you should eat something as well, this is a big task and you can't do it on an empty stomach. Let me cook something up for you, something with lots of vitamins. And herbs, because it might as well taste nice. What do you fancy?" While they all were doing this, Ash just walked over to Kukui, who was still chuckling at the scene. "You know," he started, catching the younger man's attention, "you're a surprisingly devious little man. Never thought you'd pull something like this off." Ash just shrugged in response. "All I did was give them a good enough reason to start acting like a team. The sooner they do that, the sooner they'll learn the lessons they need to know to have a proper team. They're lucky to have each other, and I want to encourage them to help and rely on each other." Kukui raised an eyebrow at the last comment, crossing his arms as he spoke. "Sounds like you're speaking from experience, anyone in particular?" "I've traveled with so many people right now, all of whom helped me to learn something that made me a better trainer. I wouldn't be in a position to teach those 5 a single thing if it weren't for them, and I consider myself lucky to know each and every one of them. That, and I'd probably be dead without their help." Kukui smiled at this, slowly nodding as his eyes glossed over with nostalgia. "I can respect that. Though based on what I've seen so far, I'm curious to see what your friends are like. Are they as crazy as you?" Ash shook his head. "No, not really. And anything you might consider crazy is definitely what they learned from me." Half an hour later, the group had finally finished collaborating on how best to look after the egg, with topics ranging from techniques to useful tips to ideas about what kind of Pokemon was in the egg. Ash was enjoying watching them interact as a group when Kukui suddenly stepped in, interrupting the entire thing. "Sorry to butt in, but I thought you might like to know that class is now officially over. You don't have to leave if you don't want to, but you're free to if you wish." Kiawe responded first, his hand almost instantly snapping to his Charizard's Pokeball. But before he unclipped it from his belt, he looked back at the others, who were now sharing looks with each other as they debated what to do next. He relaxed, taking a deep breath. "I'm happy to stay for a bit longer. It's not every day you get to see a Pokemon egg," he said, which caused everyone to look at him with a mix of surprise and happiness. Which was most obvious in Ash's face, as his eyes sparkled. Though while it was most obvious in Ash's face, Kukui was the one who felt happiest about it, the joy in his heart making it beat at 3 times its normal pace. He had been trying for months to get Kiawe to willingly stay behind after school to interact with the others, but Kiawe would always insist that he needed to head back straight away. But Ash had done what he had failed to in a single day. So with an energy that almost seemed contagious, he began stalking off to the headmaster's office. He was going to kiss both Samson and Professor Oak for this. And he was definitely going to tell Burnett about this later. Though as he walked off, his back to the other students, he failed to notice a small group of thugs entering the school grounds, all of them wearing black vests with crosses on them. Ash was ecstatic that his plan was working, with Pikachu now perched on his shoulder looking just as pleased with himself. Though before they could both take the time to congratulate themselves on a plan done flawlessly, something happened which ruined this perfect moment. Because of course it did. Multiple shouts could suddenly be heard, coming from the edge of the field they had been training in. Turning to face this new noise, Ash was surprised to see a group of teenagers in vests and with bandanas covering their faces. They were bopping over to where his students were with a swagger that exuded confidence, causing Ash to tense up. He didn't like this. Especially since all the others were now staring in shock and horror at the new arrivals. "Yo, yo, yo. Would you look at that? It's an egg, yo." One of them shouted, with the others nodding along. Yeah. Yo, we should grab that for the boss. He'd love to get something as rare as an egg. And we can prove that we're really Guzma's boys. Ain't no one else getting him eggs like this, gee. And these kids ain't gonna be able to stop us. We dangerous out here, you hear me? Yo, but what if it's a Magikarp egg? Wouldn't the boss just get mad? The gang then began arguing amongst themselves, allowing Ash to get an idea. He still had all of the Pokemon from the training exercise he had done, and now there just so happened to be 5 rather clueless-looking thugs right on their lap. Ash just grinned, before he suddenly bolted over to the group, pulling out Pokeballs as he did. "Everyone listen up. I know class is over, but I've got another lesson for you," Ash said as he started handing out the Pokeballs again, much to their confusion. "I want you 5 to battle these guys using what you learnt earlier." Everyone gawked at him, with Lily almost going green at the idea of battling. "What we learned is that we don't know how to coordinate these Pokemon. How is that going to help?" Kiawe shot back, holding Charizard's Pokeball up in the air. But Ash just pointed at him. "No, I showed you that you weren't thinking about the strengths and limitations of the Pokemon you were using. Now that you know that, think about it. You'll notice a huge difference, trust me." The students shared a look with each other, lingering doubt hanging in the air. But Lana simply clutched her Pokeball tighter, before she looked Ash right in the eyes. "What's Totodile full move set?" she asked firmly, causing Ash to smile. And with her that, the others were quickly swayed, with Lily even being convinced, though her legs were shaking somewhat. After telling them all the moves that their Pokemon knew, and taking the egg off Lily, the group of students lined up against the thugs, throwing their Pokeballs in the air. "Go Totodile. Let's go Bayleaf. Time to battle Charizard. Come on Pikachu. Please help Bulbasaur. The 5 Pokémon appeared in front of the trainers, all except Pikachu surprised to see themselves lined up against a bunch of teenagers in vests. Charizard rolled his eyes and went to lie down but stopped when Kiawe began shouting at him. Charizard, I know you don't want to listen to me, and that's fine. But I need your help, because without it, these guys are gonna steal Lily's egg. Charizard raised an eyebrow at this, before he looked off toward Ash, who simply nodded. With a snort and a stretch, Charizard rose to his full height, and roared. A roar which could be heard throughout the entire school, and finally interrupted the thugs' discussion. Yo, look at this. These guys be looking for a scrap. If they wanna throw down, we can throw down. Yeah, we're Team Skull. Ain't no way we'll lose here. We'll beat you down and keep you down, just like the boss would. Let's do this. The 5 then called upon their own Pokémon, a wide variety of Pokémon who looked just as eager to battle as their masked trainers. Amongst the Pokémon were a Golbat, Houndour, Ekans, Raticate, and Yungoos. The stage was set. Without a ref to officiate the battle, things kicked off right away, with one of Team Skull's Pokémon going after one of Ash's Pokémon. The battle had begun. The Golbat went after Bayleaf, teeth bared and a purple tint to them as it closed in. Bayleaf barely batted an eye, and simply waited for Mallow to give a command. She seemed to hesitate at first, almost calling out a sweet scent, before she caught herself and focused on Bayleaf. Quick, bat it away with Vine WHP. Bayleaf obliged, smacking the bat-like Pokémon with 2 thick vines before it could land. Now noticeably far away from the grass type, Mallow called out another attack. Now, hit with Razor Leaf, like when we were shooting that target. A torrent of leaves were quickly and easily produced, peppering the area that Golbat was in with endless sharp leaves. To Bayleaf's surprise, this was enough, as it knocked the Pokémon out after just a few managed to hit. Yes, we did it. Mallow screeched, running up and hugging Bayleaf. While she was still shocked about how easy that was, Bayleaf quickly shrugged it off, and leant into the hug. Pikachu grinned as Yungoos charged him, his tail twitching as he waited for a command. Sophocles didn't do anything at first, freezing up as he watched the Pokémon charge into Pikachu, knocking the mouse back slightly before he shook himself out of his stupor. Hit it with a thunderbolt, he yelled, with Pikachu's cheeks sparking in response. One bright flash later, Yungoos dropped to the ground unconscious, with Pikachu crossing his arms triumphantly as he stood over the native Pokémon. Pika. Lana grit her teeth as Ekans snaked forward, darting around the small Pokémon. Lana had quickly gotten into a battle mindset as everything kicked off, quickly calling off a multitude of attacks as soon as a target presented itself. But despite how many water guns she had called out, the Ekans just seemed to be avoiding all of them, leaving Totodile feeling slightly worn out, and Lana to be frustrated. Though as she watched the Pokémon circle the water type, what Ash said suddenly flashed in her mind. He said they needed to play to their Pokémon strengths, and this clearly wasn't Totodile's strong suit. He was more than capable of firing powerful water guns, but he just couldn't seem to hit the slippery opponent. But maybe he didn't need to. Totodile, wait for Ekans to attack, she commanded, getting a confused look from Totodile. But despite this, he complied, which Ekans took full advantage of. With Totodile no longer trying to hit it with a jet of water, it darted in and wrapped around him, trying to squeeze him for all his worth. Just like Lana suspected it would. Now, while it's close, use Bite. This got a grin from the toothy Pokémon, who sunk his teeth into the snake with ease. Howling in pain, Ekans uncoiled, freeing Totodile and freeing him for another attack. Quickly follow it up with Headbutt. Another command that Totodile was more than happy to oblige to, as he leapt up into the air, smacking his skull into Ekans and knocking it out instantly, Totodile's skull being too much for the serpent. Which left him free to dance all over their unconscious form. Lily wanted to scream as she watched the Houndour attack Bulbasaur. She wanted to fight, she really did. Not only did she want to prove that she was just as capable of being a trainer as the others, but she wanted to protect her egg. She might not be able to touch Pokemon, but that didn't mean she wanted bad things to happen to them. Especially not an unborn baby. But now that she was in the midst of battle, she found herself clamming up, which left Bulbasaur to take attack after attack because of her inaction. She was trembling, and the urge to drop down and curl up into a ball nearly took her, when a sudden bark caught her attention. Turning her eyes back to the battle, she saw that Bulbasaur had taken the initiative, wrapping up the Houndour with vines and suspending it high in the air. Taking a moment to compose himself, Bulbasaur threw the Pokemon back, which landed roughly but not rough enough to knock it back. But it gave Bulbasaur the time to shoot Lily a reassuring look, nodding at her before turning back to the fire type. Lily stared at the back of the grass started, words escaping her. This Pokemon trusted her enough to await her command, despite being more than capable of doing it all by himself. After having a moment to take a breather, she stood back up, determination etched onto her face. "Okay, Bulbasaur," she started, her voice clearly trembling but filled with a stubborn determination regardless, "hit it with a leech seed." Bulbasaur grunted in acknowledge, firing a few seeds which took hold quickly. The Houndour tried to shake them off, to no avail, though the time it spent trying to do this allowed Bulbasaur to successfully leech some energy from the dog Pokemon, healing some of the damage he took during Lily's brief stint. Feeling reassured by this move's success, Lily called out another move. "Now, use the power of the sun with a solar beam." She yelled, her high-pitched voice hitting a dangerously high pitch as she did. But it mattered little to Bulbasaur, who began to soak up the abundant rays of sunlight that were beating down onto them, charging energy. The Houndour seemed to notice this and began running over to the starter as fast as it could. But the leech seed was taking its toll, slowing the Houndour's run to a slow jog. By the time Houndour closed the distance it was too late. One moment it was charging, the next it was unconscious. Which left Lily feeling a strange feeling of numbness and euphoria. "I won." Kiawe wanted to yell at the top of his voice at the display he was seeing in front of him. Charizard was trying to fight the Raticate all on his own, ignoring every command that Kiawe shouted out in favor of doing his own thing. But the Raticate was proving to be a slippery opponent, as it dodged every attack Charizard threw and leaving numerous craters around him. Charizard roared in frustration before he turned the action into a flamethrower, setting the area ablaze but failing to hit the rat Pokemon. Which was what finally broke Kiawe. "Charizard!" he yelled, catching the fire starter's attention. "You need to listen to me, or you're not going to beat this Pokemon. And I am not going to let Lily's egg be threatened because of a disobedient Pokemon like you." Charizard seemed surprised by this, before he grinned, a modicum of respect twinkling in his eye. He relented with a slight nod, which was more than enough. "Good, now you'll need to combo your moves. Force it into range. So use a Dragon Tail followed by a flamethrower." Charizard grunted, before he spun round with frightening speed, tearing up the ground with Dragon-type energy. The Raticate avoided this by leaping into the air, but was soon looking horrified as Charizard finished his spin, showcasing his fire-filled maw pointing right at it. Followed by an intense and almost unrelenting stream of fire. By the time Charizard finally stopped using flamethrower, the Alolan variant of Raticate was several shades darker. Ash couldn't help but feel proud as he watched the thugs break off into a run, tails hanging between their legs as they were chased off. Allowing his hand to unclench his last Pokeball, which he had just in case something happened and was waiting to step in, Ash felt like he had actually done something right. His students had listened to him and, despite a few missteps, were doing as he instructed, playing to their Pokemon's strength. They needed a lot of practice in terms of actual battles, especially since a big reason behind why they won being his own Pokemon being much stronger than their opponents, but it was a start. Especially since it meant that he could actually teach them, as that was something he could definitely help with. Once the battle was well and truly over, he watched with pride as the group broke out into conversation about the battle, each regaling over their own experience. Content with this, Ash let this play out for a few minutes, taking the time to thank all of his Pokemon for their help, before he collected their Pokeballs and returned them. Once that was done, he took one last look at the group. The students were still talking to one another, each filled with boundless energy that hadn't existed after their arduous lesson under Ash about 30 minutes ago. Happy that he had done this part, he gave Pikachu a quick slide and began walking off, his thoughts wandering as he pondered what to do now. He wanted to see what kind of Pokemon Alola had to offer, so he was tempted to begin exploring the forest. But he also needed to think about what his lesson tomorrow would be, so maybe he would do that. As he let his mind work, he almost missed his name being called by Mallow, only catching it after the third time it was said, turning around to look at the group who was now staring at him. "Hey, we were wondering," Mallow started, looking a little nervous as she spoke, "we were planning on going to Hawali City now, to grab a few things for Lily's egg. And we thought, since you're new to Alola, that maybe you'd like to come with us." Ash's eyes widened at this, not expecting the invite at all. But based on how all of them were quietly waiting for his response, he was guessing that maybe this was the opportunity to befriend them that he was looking for. So he flashed his best smile and nodded. "I'd love to." Tapu Koko felt a strong sense of reassurance as he watched the foreign trainer work his magic, now realizing that they had been blessed with his presence. He was good. In one training session, he had managed to improve their skills greatly. While the other human, the one that all the Tapus held a level of respect for, was a good teacher, he wasn't what these humans needed. This one was. Arceus clearly worked in mysterious ways. But by her name, did they do the trick? Content with how this was playing out, Tapu Koko called it a day. It would continue to watch from a distance whenever they had training sessions, but for now it felt that they deserved some time to themselves. Especially considering their progress today. If this trainer could do so much in one day, one could only imagine what they could do in the next few months. It was almost frightening. But exactly what Tapu Koko was looking for. Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 8. Hawali City, the biggest city on Melee Island, wasn't the grandest city Ash had ever seen in his travels, but it was definitely one worth remembering. A coastal city that stretched for miles, it possessed multiple landmarks that kept Ash's attention firmly on the city as he and the collection of students traversed the area. There were multiple locations dedicated to tourism, showcasing the beauty of the city and the Alolan landscape. Photo booths, merchandise stalls, and more were dotted everywhere, with every street at least containing one of each on every corner. Along the beaches there were multiple stands selling umbrellas, towels, and surfboards, all of which had queues that stretched out at least half a dozen people long. It almost reminded Ash of Slateport City in Hoenn, with endless rows of umbrellas dotting across the golden sand. There were fruit markets, with stalls selling all sorts of exotic and ripe produce. Some of them Ash recognized, berries that he'd interacted with and used over the years in his journey, and others that held no familiarity. And they weren't the only markets either, with there being markets for your every need, though they didn't have time to visit other markets today. Despite not being a particularly large city, lacking the skyscrapers that Ash would normally associate with big landmarks like in other regions, it was still a bustling city that was expanding and improving every day, with Ash seeing two large construction sites as they moved to their next location. One seemed to resemble the bare-bones structure of a tower, standing tall above the rest of the buildings which only stood a few stories high. The other, being much more familiar to Ash, was a stadium in the building, which wasn't as far along in development at the tower but that just allowed Ash to see the various worker Pokemon marking out the field for some sort of sport. After all of that, the Alolan natives decreed that it was time for a break for food, with Ash finding himself agreeing non-vocally as his stomach rumbled. Which soon led to them being in a local restaurant, a pancake parlor which promised they could provide enough pancakes to feed a Snorlax. A statement which Ash and Pikachu were putting to the test, as the pair wolfed down plate after plate of towering pancake platters. All while the Alolan students watched in utter silence, their eyes wide and mouths slack. After a few minutes, and several more plates being emptied, Mallow finally caught herself and vowed to break the silence. "So Ash," she started, earning a muffled confirmation of attention from the Kanto native, "you seem to have a lot of Pokemon. Must have been traveling for a while now, if their strength is any indication. How long have you been a trainer? She asked, earning a number of approving nods from the others, as they leant in for Ash's answer. Ash paused for a moment, swallowing the mouthful of pancake in a massive gulp before he looked up to the ceiling, his mouth silently counting. More than 5 years now. I started way back when I was 10, in Kanto, and have been doing leagues ever since. I think once I turn 16 in just over a month, it'll be officially 6 years. Ash paused, doing some maths in his head before nodding more confidently, repeating 6 years to the students. Kiawe whistled in appreciation, leaning back in his chair. 6 years, he said slowly, an air of respect in his tone. No wonder your Pokémon are so strong. Shame your Charizard is so disobedient. Oh, Charizard listens to me. We had a bit of a disobedience problem a while back, but we've sorted it since then and he's now one of my strongest. He just doesn't like listening to people he don't respect. Kiawe blinked at this, shooting a glare off to the side where all of their collective Pokémon, barring Pikachu, were eating their own pancakes, and stared at the Kanto starter. Sensing the eyes on him, Charizard turned to look back Kiawe, and grinned a toothy grin, before chuckling to himself and returning to his pancakes. Seething and muttering insults under his breath, Kiawe returned his attention to the table, while Ash carried on. Me and Charizard go way back, all the way to Kanto. He was part of my first team of 6, and we had a fair few ups and downs. In the end, we've come out of all of that stronger than ever, both in terms of strength and our bond. I wouldn't change a thing. Charizard, who was listening in on the conversation, shot a thumbs up at Ash, before shooting a small ember of flame at him, which hit him square in the face and knocked him onto his side, which made the Alola students jump in surprise. He attacked you. Lily screamed, her voice becoming shrill and high-pitched, while Sophocles picked a plate up and held it to his face as an improvised shield. Mallow stared in shock while Lana shot glares at the fire type, all whilst Kiawe leapt over his chair and jumped between Ash and Charizard, arms spread out. The panic quickly dispersed when they heard Ash chuckle however, all heads turning to him as he pushed himself upright, face covered in a light layer of soot and his unkempt hair looking even more disheveled. Good shot Charizard, wasn't expecting that. Thought I was safe because we were inside, he said though his chuckles, while everyone stared at him in disbelief. Why are you laughing? Your Pokémon just attacked you, it's out of control, Kiawe said sternly, though Ash waved him off. Nah, it's fine. That's how Charizard shows affection, but normally it's a proper flamethrower he hits me with. So this wasn't so bad. More stares, with Lily in particular looking particularly shocked. Wait. Does that mean you allow it? Most trainers I know would release a Pokémon for doing that, and you just brush it off. Why? Lana asked, being surprisingly vocal compared to how she'd acted so far. Ash, in response, considered it, before he took on a more serious air and tone. Let me quickly explain something to you, since it could come in handy for you to know, Pokémon, no matter their species, will show their affections in all sorts of ways. Most Pokémon like doing it through physical interaction, hugs, rubbing, petting, etc. Others show their affection during battle, pushing themselves beyond their limits to prove their dedication. Those ways are pretty standard, you'll probably see, if not experience for yourself, this happen at some point in your lives, especially as trainers. Sometimes, they show their love for you in other ways. Ash paused for a moment, before pulling out his Pokeballs, placing them down before pointing at them sequentially, speaking as he went. Totodile, he's very energetic and loves to express himself. Mainly through dancing. When he does well in battle, he'll dance. When he's excited, he'll dance. When he's upset, he won't dance. You have to understand that, and work with that, in order to get the best out of him. Allowing him to dance is crucial to getting the best out of him, because if I tried to stop him from dancing, I'd be suppressing who he is. And his true strength. Bayleaf, affectionate. Very affectionate. Shows it by throwing herself at me. Was cute when she was a chikorita. Became painful when she evolved. Though I'm not going to try and stop that. She's a very physical Pokemon, both in how she shows her affection to me and how she battles. Stopping her with one will affect the other. And out of all my Pokemon, I don't mind her doing it as much. She's not the biggest Pokemon I've got who does it. Bulbasaur, he's a bit tricky to read, especially compared to the rest of my Pokemon. While most of my Pokemon happily express their emotions at any given moment, Bulbasaur likes to keep them to himself, only really showing emotions when he can't help it. Unless he's just won an important battle, you won't see him jumping for joy anytime soon. But he does care, and he shows that through keeping order. In case you haven't noticed, my Pokemon are a bit chaotic. They're not troublemakers, but they can be a bit rowdy. One of the ways that Bulbasaur shows his affection is by keeping everyone in line, which is a big help. I can always travel knowing in the back of my mind that Bulbasaur is looking after everyone. Charizard, he's a tough guy. Through and through. Loves to battle and prove himself. It's part of his charm. But because of that, he doesn't like to show affection with a simple hug. He has to show his strength off while doing it. He only started doing it when he evolved at first, which he did because we didn't get along as well. But ever since we resolved our differences, and we vowed to get strong together, it became his way of showing me we're still good. And in case you're worried about me, don't be. I've survived way worse, and he doesn't do it to hurt. It's like a warm blanket, very warm. When he stopped at the last Pokeball, the one which Ash had the longest but had used the least, he looked up at his company, and paused to soak in their faces. They were all sitting quietly, listening intently as Ash explained his Pokemon's minute details and characteristics. And, something which Ash took a small amount of pride in, it looked like they were heavily considering what he was saying. For the most part, Ash could tell that they were thinking about their own Pokemon, trying to figure out in their own heads what subtle ways their Pokemon showed affection. Sophocles was smiling to himself, his hand clenching the bottom of his t-shirt and his eyes twinkling over some past memory. Lana and Mallow were both holding their Pokemon's respective Pokeballs, contemplating their pasts with their Pokemon. Kiawe's thought process seemed to be split, as he thought of his own Pokemon, but also about Ash's, the occasional and respectful glances at Charizard being a clear indication of this, almost as if he was desiring the strength and bond that Ash and Charizard shared. Though the one that Ash found most interesting was Lily, as she held her egg canister. He had thought at first that her Pokemon phobia would be a massive hurdle to overcome, one that Ash, truthfully, had no idea where to start. He wasn't a doctor, or a psychiatrist. He wasn't even that good of a people person, if the amount of times he'd been called dense or something along those lines was any indication. The egg was a gamble he had taken because he had seen firsthand the bond that being a parent to a Pokemon could create, both personally and with others. But Ash hadn't expected it to take hold so quickly, as Lily was already stroking the glass of the canister affectionately, something she seemed blissfully unaware of. In her eyes, Ash could tell she was conflicted, her mind waging over the information he had just shared, horrified by the idea of physical contact but underlined with a longing for the affection beneath. He'd seen that same underlining longing in many people's eyes before, including two of his best friends. Brock would get that look when he spoke of how things used to be with his parents, before they both left to chase their own ambitions and left him to fend for his younger siblings. Misty would get it when talking about her sisters, and how close they were before they were abandoned. Seeing it in Lily's eyes left Ash feeling a little sad, which only renewed his resolve to do a good job as her teacher. To not only help ease the pain that sat in her heart, but to ensure she could have a brighter and better future. So that all of them could. With a small nod to himself, he left them to their thoughts and took another mouthful of pancakes. Meanwhile, way over in Kanto, there were 3 individuals in a dark room, which was cold and damp and just generally unpleasant to be in. Yet despite that, they waited patiently, all crowding around a small screen, muttering amongst themselves as they did. I wonder where he's going to send us next. Do you think it'll be a big job? One that'll finally prove our worth to him? Maybe we'll get wrapped up with the twerps again, that's always fun. Eventually, the screen flickered to life, and the shrouded silhouette of a suited figure appeared. While there were no discernible features about the figure that you could use to identify them, the three knew exactly who it was. "Boss!" They all yelled in unison, causing the figure to wince. "Salutations," they replied, the video feed distorting their voice beyond recognition but still leaving the tiredness clearly evident in their tone. "I trust you are ready for your next assignment. Team Rocket waits for no one and I expect all operatives to carry their weight." "We're ready, boss, you can count on us," James said excitedly, with Jessie nodding so fast that her face blurred. "No matter what, we'll get it done. We're your best operatives." "Well, I mean maybe not on paper, since our success-fail ratio is probably not looking so hot, but still." The Team Rocket boss said nothing, with only the sound of a heavy sigh coming through the speakers, before he spoke again. "We're running low on Pokemon for our operatives. Recent activities have exhausted our resources and we need to focus our efforts on recuperation. Therefore, you're being dispatched to the distant Alola region. Capture Pokemon there and send them to the usual drop-offs. I'm trusting you can handle that." "You can count on us, boss," they said in unison, before the screen cut out. "So, I guess we're going to Alola then. It can be like a vacation. I've been meaning to work on my tan. I wonder if we'll bump into the twerp there." "Nah." Back in Alola, Ash and the others had finished their meal and were preparing to head out, when the waitress placed the tab on their table. The others shared a slight look of panic, one that Lily tried to ease. Don't worry about this, guys, I'll cover it," she said nervously, reaching into her bag and fiddling about in it before Ash grabbed it. "I'll grab it, my treat," he said casually, pulling out his Pokédex and waving to the waitress. Lily frowned at this, turning slowly to face Ash. "I can cover this, you know," she said defensively, while Ash just stared at her blankly. "You probably can, I don't doubt that. But you guys invited me to the city, I thought I could repay you by paying for the food." "My friend said that's, what was the word?" "Courtesy," a new voice interjected, an air of sniveling superiority coming with it. "The word you're looking for is courtesy. Though I'm surprised a country bumpkin such as yourself is aware of such a thing. I would have thought it'd make you sick just to attempt." Ash sighed to himself, before a single chuckle came out. "Been a while since someone's called me that," he muttered, before turning to look at the offender head-on. Sure enough, just as he suspected, it was Kido yet again, followed by the same group of students that had been harassing Kiawe, Mallow, and Lana earlier, this time out in force. Their numbers had doubled, and their tempers tripled. The other customers seemed to sense this, as all eyes were now on them, eagerly waiting for the scene to unfold. Ash was calm, however, a sharp contrast to his companions as they began looking panicky as they closed in, with Kiawe stepping forward defensively while the others shrunk in on themselves, almost curling up into themselves as the group approached. "What's this then? A little get-together? Study session? Strange to be seeing a teacher with his students like this, wouldn't you say?" Kido said, getting closer and closer to Ash as he spoke. Ash didn't react, however, barely doing more than blink as he leaned in so that his nose was almost touching Ash's. "Nothing to say?" he asked, turning his head so that his ear was right in front of Ash. Though Ash just tilted his head slightly with a small smile. "Not really. Not to you at least. I'm just out here getting to know my students better. Nothing more to it. And besides, I'm not a teacher at the moment, I'm just another trainer." Kido snorted, sparing a glance over his shoulder at his companions. "Just another trainer," he says, earning some derisive laughs from the group before he turned back. "A fraud is what I say. I don't know how you managed to weasel a win against me, but I promise you it'll be the last victory you ever have in Alola. I swear it in the name of the ancient and noble Tapus." A few shocked gasps sounded out, causing Ash to stare around with a blank and confused look, turning to look at the others to gauge their reaction. It seemed to be along the same lines though, with Lana staring wide-eyed, Mallow covering her mouth with her hand, Kiawe looking like he was about to blow a blood vessel in his forehead, Lily quaking in her seat, and Sophocles placing one hand on the table in preparation to dive underneath it. Turning back to Kido, Ash pursed his lips, before sighing deeply. I don't know who the Tapus are, but if I were to have a guess. Probably legendaries. And you shouldn't use the legendaries' names like that, they don't like it. Some boisterous laughter came from the young man, as he crossed his arms. What, like you know anything about legendaries? Please, a country bumpkin like yourself should consider yourself lucky to even know what a legendary is, never mind enough to properly speak for them. What gives you the right to challenge my claim? Ash shrugged, before he bobbed his head around. I've had some experience with legendaries, he muttered quietly, though the comment went unheard. If you're so willing to offend the legendaries like you have, then I have no choice but to name you my rival. To deny this declaration is to offend the Tapus themselves. Do you accept? He said loudly, clearly for theatrics as he began pacing around the pancake parlor, grinning massively as the crowd watched the display eagerly. A small shrug was all Ash could muster, before he began rolling his shoulders. Sure, I'll accept. I don't know how things work here, but if it means you want to test yourself against me, then I'm down. We can call it battling training, for the student's sake. And I'm sure Charizard will appreciate the occasional battle as well. Kido spun round, eyebrows raised. You mean Kiawe's Charizard? Please, that sorry excuse of a Pokemon isn't a threat, it barely counts as a battler. It's a ride Pokemon. Nothing more. Kiawe launched himself forward, only stopped by Ash sticking an arm out in front. How dare you speak about my Charizard like that? I'll show you. He ground out through his teeth, flashing his bracelet and the crystal that resided within it, but Ash just brushed it off. Relax, you've got nothing to prove. Just focus on yourself and your Pokemon. That's the first mistake I made with my rivals, don't make it yours, Ash placated, much to Kiawe's chagrin. But after a second to breathe, he nodded, stepping back. I see you've got your students on a tight leash. Maybe you'll actually be able to WHP their Pokemon into shape. Ash just smiled, as he heard the slow thumping of heavy footsteps behind him, before a deep growl caught the teacher's attention, causing them to look over to where the Pokemon had been eating, and were now watching eagerly. I wasn't talking about Kiawe's Charizard, Ash said with a cheeky grin, before his Charizard, roared at full strength, the shockwave from the roar alone nearly knocking Kido off his feet. While he scrambled back, Ash crossed his arms. Whenever you want to battle, and test yourself, you just have to ask. I'll always be happy to oblige. But this isn't the leagues, and they come first, Ash said while gesturing not only to his students but the ones behind Kido. And if you ever put them in harm's way just to satisfy your own ego, you'll find that I have a temper to match my Charizard's. The older man seethed at Ash, baring his teeth before brushing himself off and turning, storming out the store followed by his entourage. Ash just rolled his eyes. What a piece of work, he muttered, while the others just stared at him in shock. Why did you accept? Mallow said quietly, though her tone was sharp as glass as she spoke. That was really stupid. Anything done while invoking the names of the Tapus brings their full attention to it. You just made your colleague your rival and invited them to watch. Who are the Tapus? Ash asked, causing Sophocles to balk. The 4 Tapus are the guardians of these islands and are in charge of many of our traditions. From appointing trial captains and kahunas, to protecting the islands, they are the ones who overwatch Alola. If they become displeased, they'll wreak havoc. Ash frowned at this, looking over to Pikachu, who was still steadily munching away at his pancakes. Sounds about right, considering our luck, right Pikachu? Pikachu just sighed and took another bite of his pancake. The others were much more vocal. How can you be so calm about this? Do you not realize what you've done? Lana said angrily, a hand shooting to her temple. But Ash just sighed and began rubbing the back of his head. Listen, let me tell you something that you'll find out about me pretty quickly, but is still good to remember: I improvise. A lot. In battles, and in life. Nothing ever really goes to plan, and I often find myself being thrown into strange situations all the time. Sometimes it's more than I can handle alone, and sometimes I'm scared. But no matter what, I keep going forward. For my Pokemon. For my friends. For whoever needs me to. And in situations like this, you can only do your best, and hope that's enough. Ash paused to go and pay for the meal, thanking the waitress as he did, and he began talking again when he walked out. If Keto wants to be my rival, then fine. He won't be the first. But at the end of the day, I'm here to help you 5 become better trainers. I don't need to prove myself to him. I'm just accepting because I enjoy battling. If the Tapus are unhappy with that, then I'll deal with it. Probably by improvising. Ash then began walking out, leaving the group in silence as they began shuffling out of their booth, all slightly unsure of what to make of their teacher's way of thinking. But regardless, they pushed on, keen on finding out more, all while Blue Eyes watched from a distance. Tapu Koko couldn't help but grin ecstatically as he watched the students walk out of the parlor, hidden as he was in the nearby tree line. This Ash Ketchum had proven already to be a worthy teacher to the future candidates of the trials, and with every interaction he had, he further cemented the approval in Tapu Koko's heart. It would take time, but this boy was already seeding ideas that were highly commendable in the chosen few, ones that would benefit Alola greatly. He and the other Tapus, for all their power and influence, were still but a part of Alola's natural balance. Humans, for better or worse, played a part too, and the Tapus did their best to ensure that only the worthy humans could. Sometimes this was frustrating, with humans like that Keto, who was unfit for any of the roles that Tapu Koko oversaw. His foul outlook on life and willingness to incite himself and the other Tapus being a blight on humanity's ledger. But then there were humans like Ash, who cared more about helping others, both human and Pokemon alike, who were able to wipe the ledger clear again. Perhaps an introduction was in order. The boy stood already as a powerful trainer without their influence, but perhaps their blessing will help not only the humans under his charge, but himself and his Pokemon. Speaking of his Pokemon, Tapu Koko spared a glance at his unaware companion, who had been watching the same trainer since yesterday, completely unaware that they had a legendary watching over their actions. Perhaps it was time to play the role of guardian and start setting up a bright future for Alola and its denizens. Starting with this Pokemon. Lowering himself down to address the Pokemon, Tapu Koko paused to appraise the Pokemon in question. A Jangmo-o, a young female, was an odd sight to see on Melee Island. Normally the young pseudo-legendary would only be found in the harshest of environments to train away diligently, until either a worthy trainer found them or until they felt ready to take on the challenges of the world. This would usually happen after they evolved, vowing to train alone and to find worthwhile opponents. This one seemed different, as their eyes seemed to hunger for something more, though Tapu Koko couldn't pinpoint what they were desiring. Power. Evolution. Camaraderie. Something else. Curious. Regardless, Tapu Koko cleared his throat, causing the dragon type to jump from shock. Ah! Who are you? I'll take you on. I'm not scared of you. They shouted, head swaying back and forth rapidly in search of a target, just below where Tapu Koko was hovering. I'm sure you're not, he said levelly, causing Jangmo-o to look up in awe, before she bowed to the legendary. Noble Tapu Koko, it is an honor. What can I do for you, guardian of Melee? You can start by explaining what you're doing here. Don't normally see Jangmo-o on Melee. Jangmo-o began sweating, taking a big gulp before replying. Well, I'm seeking a MSTR. Someone to train me in combat. I am weak on my own and require help to bring out my potential. I had heard rumor of there being a human trainer with a Kamo-o in their team, so I sought their tutelage. And now? Well, I find the trainer, but in the process found someone even better, a trainer with powerful Pokemon who can even challenge the greatest of my kind. I was thinking of trying to join their team, and perhaps find the strength I seek. Tapu Koko raised an eyebrow at this. Jangmo-o didn't normally need to seek strength from others, instead simply working on attaining it through training. This one seemed to struggle on that front, which must have mean. You are an outcast of your pack, no? He asked, causing the dragon to flinch. Bingo, he thought. Yes. I'm sorry for insulting you with my presence. Not at all, Tapu Koko said, placing a hand on her head. In fact, I encourage you to continue. That trainer seems very worthy, and I plan to test him soon. Perhaps you will be able to accompany him through his trials. Jangmo-o's eyes lit up at this, before she nodded and bounded from the bushes, breaking off into a sprint without a care in the world. Ah, the joys of youth. I look forward to seeing how you develop under him, Tapu Koko commented before he shot off. He had to make arrangements now, both in Melee and with the other legendaries. Training was about to begin, and his chosen humans would need worthy Pokemon to join them in their respective trials. Alola was a big region, with several rare and different Pokemon. And it was time for some of them to join the future champions of their region. Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 9. After leaving the diner, Ash and his students began walking aimlessly around the city, the students unsure of how to carry on with their day after the uncomfortable encounter with Keto, and Ash being generally unsure of where to go, unaware of the tension his students were feeling. With a smile plastered on his face and with Pikachu cooing happily on his shoulder, Ash marveled at the sights around him, occasionally asking questions to his companions as he went, which they did their best to answer, though often they found that Ash asked some really menial questions. What's that building? That's just a grocery store, Ash, Mallow answered, tiredness leaking into her tone. Ash turned around at this, finally noticing the dismal aura lingering over the small group of teens, their arms hanging limply as they walked, causing Ash and Pikachu to share a look. With a quick shrug from Pikachu, Ash made a quick decision, looking around quickly and finding a small patch of grass that was perfect for sitting on. Hey, he started, catching the group's attention, it's been a long day, so how about we sit down for a little bit? We can talk properly then. The others seemed somewhat pleased with this, Sophocles muttering a brief, thank you Arceus as they made their way to the grassy plain, taking a seat around Ash. Now seated comfortably, Ash leant back, looking at the group quizzically, who in turn simply did the same back at him, leaving them in silence for a moment before Kiawe finally spoke up. Ash, how did you and Pikachu get so in sync? Ash and Pikachu looked at each other, shrugging before turning back to Kiawe. What do you mean? Well, you and Pikachu always seem to be on the same wavelength, no matter what happens. When Keto confronted you the other day at school, Pikachu was ready to stand up for you. When you were speaking to Professor Kukui, Pikachu was listening in as well. And when you do pretty much any activity, unless you've given Pikachu something different to do, you two always seem to do side by side. I've never seen anything like it. So, how'd you do it? Ash pursed his lips, looking up in thought before shaking his head. I dunno, it's hard to explain. Me and Pikachu have been traveling together since the beginning, and I guess we just learned to understand each other along the way. It wasn't easy, that's for sure, and there was a lot of missteps along the way. At first, he couldn't even stand me, which was partly my fault. I made a lot of mistakes that day. Well, I made lots of mistakes all throughout my life, but I mean with Pikachu that day. But since then, we've figured it out. I earned his trust and he gave me his in return. Now we just have each other's backs, for now and always. Ain't that right, Pikachu? Pika Pika. The others smiled at this, watching unhappily as Ash began stroking Pikachu's ear, causing the mouse to coo affectionately and his left leg to begin twitching in time with the scratches. While this happened, Sophocles began gently patting Togedemaru, before he spoke up. How exactly do you manage to befriend your Pokémon so well? I've never seen anything like it. At first I thought it was just because you had a dedicated team, like most professional trainers do. My cousin has a team that he's very close with, he spends all his time with them. But he said that you can't really do that with more than your average 6-strong team, and you already seem to have more than 6 Pokemon but still manage to have strong bonds with them. How'd you do it? Ash just smiled in response, crossing his legs while he began to smirk. That one I can explain. To get them to be my friends, all I need to do is do what I do with all my friends. I find out what they like, how they dislike, I train with them, I play with them, I relax with them, and after a while the bond just forms. They grow to trust me to look out for them as a trainer and I trust them to give me their all. This usually takes a while, but it's always worth it. I've done it so many times now it's almost second nature to me. I guess that's why I've made so many good friends over the years, both human and Pokemon. The others nodded at this, vaguely understanding what he was getting, but being more impressed than anything else. Before any more questions could be asked about this however, their moment of rest and relaxation was interrupted by the sound of a loud commotion a few meters away. Several loud shouts, clattering bangs, and clanging smacks could be heard as a group of people began quickly backing away down the walk that they had been on not too long ago, as several young-looking trainers quickly recalled their Pokemon and began running toward the Pokemon Center, shouting about how unfair their recent battle was and how wild Pokemon shouldn't be that strong. Curious, the group began standing up to get a better look at the situation, and to their surprise, they saw a lone Pokemon running down the street. A quadrupedal Pokemon that had several small scales on its body and one large heart-shaped one on its head was charging down the street, batting away several trainers' Pokemon as they tried to challenge it, before they were knocked aside by the dragon type, who pressed on down the road undeterred. Which seemed to confuse the Alolan natives to no end. What's a wild Jangmo-o doing on Melee? On Pony Island in the Alola region, in the center of the vast Pony Canyon stood an altar, one created by ancient Alolans to revere two of the region's most powerful and respected defenders, the legendary Pokemon Solgaleo and Lunala. This altar, known as the Altar of Sun and Moon, now served a different purpose to what its original intention was when it was constructed, as 4 separated entities were now present. These 4 were equally respected legendaries within the Alola region, each being guardians to the various islands that made up Alola, charged with watching over the region whilst Solgaleo and Lunala were busy elsewhere, keeping the region protected and ensuring that the humans did their part with the management of the region and its trainers via the Island Challenge. It wasn't often that these 4 protectors met up like this, each being reclusive by nature and staying within their own island and their own ruins that they called home. But in rare circumstances, where the fate of the entire region's future could be influenced by the actions of individual humans, they would convene here, and hold council. Though that didn't mean they were always happy to do so. Why are we here, Coco? I do not appreciate being dragged out all the way here for no reason, so you better give me one or I'm leaving. The deep voice of Tapu Bulu shouted, floating around angrily while rolling his shoulders, demonstrating as usual that patience wasn't his strongest suit. Fortunately, Bulu was the only one who openly dissented when they held these meetings, Tapu's Fini and Lele holding their tongues until the reason for their summoning is revealed, making them the more agreeable of their collective. We are here so I can inform you of a recent development, one that I believe all of you will find most intriguing. Especially since I believe quite strongly that you'll want to interject and assist me with this development, as it concerns a matter most dear to all of us, Tapu Koko began, causing Tapu Fini to roll her eyes. As much as your taste for theatrics is most amusing and one of your more admirable qualities, I find myself lacking the patience today for your long-winded speeches, so would you please do us the courtesy of getting to the point? Tapu Koko stared at her for a moment, before sighing deeply and rubbing his orange plume. Very well, if you insist. I have gathered you all here today because I have recently discovered an intriguing presence on Melee Island, one that I feel was worth bringing to your attention. Arceus Chosen One has arrived in Alola. This caught the attention of the other Tapus immediately, Tapu Fini and Lele's eyes widening in shock and even Tapu Bulu stopping mid-floating pace to try and process what had been revealed. He's here. In Alola? Why? Tapu Koko raised a claw to silence his fellow legendaries, bringing their questions to a halt. I will share what I know, but I must admit that it isn't as much information as you may longing. It will prove satisfactory to understand the situation, but whether there's higher powers at play is beyond me, so please refrain from asking. So here is what I know. The Chosen One is indeed in Alola, and it seems that his presence is one that has been arranged by the humans. It turns out that the humans are capable of surprising us, as they have made plans that greatly benefit us and Alola by bringing the Chosen One here, as he has been requested as a tutor for some of the students at the school on Melee Island. How does this benefit us? Tapu Lele asked, with Tapu Koko frowning at the interruption. While it is good that the Chosen One is here to spread knowledge, something that none of us will refute as immensely beneficial to the humans, how does this benefit us and Alola as a whole? What exactly is the positive outcome you see? The reason behind why I see this as beneficial, Tapu Koko started again, is because the students that he has now taken under his wing are the ones we've picked to be future trial captains. Tapu Lele pursed at this, while Tapu Fini nodded, seemingly beginning to see the bigger picture. He has come to help them become better trainers, she commented, causing Tapu Bulu to snort. How does that happen exactly? What makes the Chosen One being their teacher a useful development? The fact that he is developing their skill set. The others turned their attention back to Tapu Koko, who continued with his response. We all know the stories about the Chosen One, the tales of adventure and the ways in which he has saved the world and our fellow legendaries. He has proven time and time again that he is a competent trainer and more than trustworthy when it comes to relations between humans and Pokemon. And now he's passing that knowledge on to our preordained champions of the future. Such developments, whether it be chance, the benevolence of humans, or the influence of something else entirely, can only serve to be the start of something greatly beneficial. And over the last few days, I've observed this firsthand, seeing the seeds of potential be planted and gently coaxed into growing. For this reason, I am happy to vouch for him and leave the young man to his given task, with your blessing. If you are so willing to vouch for him, Tapu Lele asked hesitantly, confusion leaking into her tone, then why have you summoned us? Surely you did not go to all this effort to give us a trivial update, even for one as impactful as this. What other motives do you have, Koko? My motives, Lele, are quite simple. With the arrival of the Chosen One and his involvement with our future captains, I feel that now is the time for us to become more involved ourselves. The future captains are now about to take massive strides in their training, and if that is the case, it would be most beneficial to start preparing their teams for the challenges to come. You want us to start preparing Pokemon for the captains? Tapu Fini asked, to which Tapu Bulu nodded heartily to. That is something I can get behind. They need to have strong Pokemon at their side if they are to perform the tasks we expect from them, and I have plenty of candidates in mind. I vote in favor of this proposition. Tapu Koko smiled at this, before clearing his face of emotion and carrying on. While I am glad to hear your support, I would like to add one amendment to this idea: we include Pokemon for the Chosen One as well. This made the bullish-looking legendary frown, as he crossed his arms. And why is that? I thought he was already a competent trainer, so why would he need our help? He snorted, with Tapu Lele nodding in agreement, though Tapu Koko could understand their reservations in this case. Normally, they had to be very reserved when it came to helping trainers. Alola customs were largely focused on a trainer finding their own path, with the Tapus themselves only showing their support to the exceptional or those in need. As the Chosen One was neither of these, the idea of them providing him with Pokemon and siding with him when they hadn't sided with many native Alolans over the years might rub the other Tapus the wrong way. It wouldn't hurt to show our favor, Tapu Fini added quietly, mumbling aloud as the others turned toward her. If the Chosen One is assisting us in our plans for Alola, showing our support would perhaps encourage further support. It would certainly not hurt at the very least. Tapu Lele sighed at this, shaking her head as she began weighing in. I suppose there is truth in that. It's not as if we are giving it to someone undeserving, as the Chosen One is certainly what I'd consider worthy. And like Fini said, he is ultimately helping to improve the state of Alola by giving the future captains training. If he imparts even a fragment of his knowledge or kind-heartedness to them, it'll be a huge benefit. Tapu Bulu frowned at this, before eventually he took a deep breath. Fine, I can agree with that, it might even put us in better standing with Arceus herself. We all know how she adores this chosen one, so maybe this could earn us some favor in the long run. And besides, if we can get some Alolan Pokemon to become part of the chosen one's following of champions, it'll be good representation for our home. Something that I certainly want more of, especially if he travels to the larger regions. Then we are all agreed, Tapu Koko declared, puffing his chest out. Begin scouting for candidates to join the chosen one and the trial captains. Once you have some suitable Pokemon ready, we can begin guiding them down the path to their future encounters. For the future and benefit of Alola. For the future and benefit of Alola. They chanted in unison, before they all floated up into the air, darting off to their respective ruins to begin enacting their plan, each of them already forming ideas of what Pokemon they would draft into the service of the young humans in the Pokemon school, and how the future of Alola was looking bright indeed. Ash raised an eyebrow at the exclamation of his students as the Pokemon knocked aside another aspiring trainer's Pokemon to the side with a dragon tail before carrying on, seemingly heading toward their group at fast speeds. As the Pokemon began to close in, the gears in Ash's head began whirling away, processing the situation and thinking about what he could do. There was a wild Pokemon, a strong one at that, and he had a bunch of aspiring trainers for students who only had a small amount of Pokemon. He felt like there was something obvious he should suggest for them to do. Pikachu rolled his eyes, having noticed Ash's mind working away at full throttle and still not reaching the obvious conclusion, slapped the Kanto trainer with his tail before he pointed aggressively at a Pokeball. Which made Ash's eyes light up. Okay guys, I've just had an idea. He shouted excitedly, Pikachu double-taking at the dismissal of his involvement before squeaking indignantly. I want one of you guys to try and capture that Pokemon. The Alolan students shared a look at this, stunned by the statement. But we've never really battled wild Pokemon like this, we usually just study about it, Lana replied, though her hand did dart to her Pokeball reflexively as she spoke. Yeah, Professor Kukui has run it through to us several times, but we've never actually done it, Sophocles added, his eyes wide as he stared at the dragon type as it closed in, hopping around another trainer as he did. With a desperate look, Ash turned to Kiawe, pleading with his eyes for the slightly more experienced trainer to help him out, though Kiawe seemed to ignore him, his gaze locked on the dragon type as it closed in, before a smile broke out on his face. Sorry Ash, I think you'll have to do this one yourself. I don't think Jangmo-o would be happy with anything else. Ash frowned at this, turning around to see that the aforementioned Pokemon was now standing defiantly in front of him, eyes locked onto him and filled with a fiery determination. Strangely, Ash felt a spark in his own heart when he looked into their eyes, fueling his own competitive nature as the unspoken challenge was issued. This Pokemon wanted to battle him. Then so be it. Pulling out a Pokeball, Ash smirked, his hand reflexively reaching up to adjust his cap before he turned back to his students. Fine then, change of plan. I'll show you firsthand how to battle and catch a wild Pokemon. Then we can start getting you to expand your families. This made the others shuffle slightly awkwardly, before it was replaced with intrigue, the group's interest hooked onto Ash as he threw the Pokeball into the air, watching as it popped open. Go, Totodile. The big jaw Pokemon formed from the beam that came from the Pokeball, who then began bouncing excitedly as the Jangmo-o smirked, pleased that their challenge was accepted. Wasting no time, the Jangmo-o launched forward, primed to strike the seemingly unaware water type. Leaping into the air, Jangmo-o raised her claw to slash at Totodile, shadowy energy coating the claws as she came thundering down. But to her, and the Alolan crew's surprise, Totodile suddenly snapped into action, twirling on one foot and spinning away from the attack, arms raised like a ballerina. Jangmo-o came crashing down, their foot and attack crumpling and causing her to roll in the dirt as they fell flat on their face, before she pushed herself back up, eyes still locked on Totodile. Totodile, for his part, didn't seem fazed in the slightest, making various happy noises as he bounced from foot to foot, seemingly pleased if anything. Jangmo-o blinked, slightly stunned, before turning around to look at Ash, who was smiling widely as his eyes gleamed, the thrill of battle clearly highlighted within his brown corneas. Jangmo-o took a second to try and appreciate the clear joy he was feeling, but could barely scratch the surface. Instead, she turned her attention back to Totodile, steeling herself for battle. With a slight growl, she launched forward, leading with her head as she primed a headbutt attack, planning on using the hard scale on her head as a weapon. Totodile simply squealed happily, taking up a battle position as Ash shouted a command. "Quick, slow it down with water gun." The blue crocodile Pokemon obeyed quickly, firing a steady stream of water at the dragon type, hitting her head on and causing her to stumble. The momentum of her attack lessened greatly. She gritted her teeth though, trying her best to push through, only to realize how much of a mistake it was when she heard Ash shout another command. "Now, follow up with headbutt." Jangmo-o's eyes widened as the stream suddenly cut out, only for the blue head of her challenger appearing quickly in her view, hitting her with much more force than she had built up. Though her attack nullified the damage to an extent, she still screamed in pain as she recoiled, backing up from the attack. Though Ash and Totodile were relentless, as Ash quickly ordered Totodile to follow up with a bite, and before Jangmo-o could shake off the last attack she found her body in the tight grip of Totodile's powerful jaws. Thinking quickly, she began tensing her muscles, red energy coming off of her as she felt her attack and defensive abilities rapidly increase. Off in the distance, Kiawe frowned, seeing the red energy but not knowing what it represented. "What move is that? I don't think I've seen it before." "It's bulk up," Lily replied quickly, her eyes glued to the battle, where a Pokemon increases its attack and defense by flexing its muscles. Ash needs to be careful now. Ash, meanwhile, wasn't worried in the slightest, but instead was excited. This Pokemon was clearly quite skilled, having already demonstrated a full move set and quick thinking. He hadn't known what to expect from the wild Pokemon of this far-off region, but now he was getting to see firsthand what they could do. And it was making his heart race. He couldn't wait to catch this Pokemon. A small part of him was secretly grateful that the others had turned down the opportunity to catch this Pokemon, as all he wanted to do right now was add this plucky fighter to his team. Clenching his fist, Ash quickly formed up a counter-strategy. "Right, back up Totodile, get some space." As Totodile did what he was commanded, Jangmo-o collected herself, breathing heavily as she stared Totodile down. While the bulk up had helped to mitigate the damage, Totodile wasn't known as the Big Jaw Pokemon for nothing, and that attack had left her severely winded. Her only chance was to try and use her now increased damage to knock Totodile out before he could finish her off, a gamble that held a lot of risk. But she had to prove herself, no matter what. Charging up a dragon tail, Jangmo-o broke off into a gallop, the draconian energy coating her tail as she closed the distance. But as she chased after Totodile, Ash interrupted her plan with one of his own. "You scary face." Jangmo-o's eyes widened as Totodile suddenly pulled a scary face, accentuating his jaws and sharp teeth as he roared at her, causing her face to pale and her legs to start feeling like jelly. As her attack run slowed, Ash gave one more command. "Now, finish with a water gun." Before Jangmo-o could get close enough to attack, she was struck by a powerful jet of water, bowling her off her feet and launching her back into the air. When the jet eventually cut out, she fell to the earth heavily, crashing down with a yelp. As she skidded on the floor, Ash rummaged in his bag, pulling out a lone Pokeball and pulling his arm back. "Go, Pokeball." The ball flew through the air, hitting the dragon type and coating it with a layer of energy, before pulling it within the capsule. It shook for a moment, once, twice, 3 times. Jangmo-o was caught. Ash's eyes sparkled, the thrill of a successful capture rushing through him, but he restrained himself, taking a deep breath before picking up the Pokeball, turning to his students with a massive smile. "And that's how you capture a wild Pokemon. Any questions?" Kukui walked into Principal Oak's office apprehensively, always feeling anxious when he came into this room. While he and Samson got along swimmingly, the amount of times he had been called in here so they could discuss his class had caused him to develop a general level of anxiety whenever he entered the room, the tension becoming palpable as he closed the door behind him. Slowly making his way to the desk, he took a seat tentatively, eyes glued to the principal as he finished up his call, speaking to someone from the Ether Foundation about an upcoming school trip. As the principal, it fell to him to organize extraneous activities and trips, such as class visits to Ether Paradise. The foundation, fortunately, was very accommodating toward the school, allowing multiple visits every year for each class, allowing the young trainers to experience first-hand Pokémon medical procedures and to meet rare Pokémon that they were looking after there. After a few minutes, Samson finished up his call, turning his full attention to Kukui with a wide smile. "Ah, Kukui, you came quicker than I thought, how are you doing?" he asked jovially, causing Kukui to relax somewhat. Whenever they had discussed the trials and issues they encountered with his class, he was always in a foul mood, clearly frustrated for many of the same reasons that frustrated him. Which meant this conversation couldn't be about that. "I'm doing good, today has been an interesting day." "I have no doubt. How's Miss Burnett?" "She's doing well, busy but well. Her research takes up a lot of her time, but I'm glad she's able to make as much progress as she is. Always puts a smile on her face when she tells me about it." Samson nodded affectionately at this, glad that the couple were doing well. But he quickly composed himself as he moved on. "I'm glad. But back to the reason why I called you here, today was your first day with your new teaching assistant. While it's still early days yet, I'd like to know what your preliminary thoughts are of the young man. What exactly did his teaching entail?" Kukui smiled at this, one side of his mouth shooting up as his mind flashed back to the improvised obstacle course that the teenager had cobbled together, before he looked directly at Samson. "He's great. Very hands-on, and he seems to already have a great idea of what to do with the students. He's made more progress in one day than I have in the last month. I can definitely see why your cousin recommended him, he's certainly something else. Is that right?" he asked, to which Kukui nodded. "Definitely. For his first lesson, he practically built an entire obstacle course for the students from scratch. I didn't even know you could build something that quickly." Samson frowned at this for a moment, crossing his arms and leaning back into his chair. "He's making them do physical activities. While I don't oppose the idea, I fail to see how this would help them as trainers." "Ah, but that's where it was brilliant. It wasn't for them, it was a Pokémon obstacle course. And he gave them each one of his own Pokémon." Samson's eyes widened, understanding slowly filtering in as Kukui carried on. "He seems to have already figured out each of their personalities to the most minute detail, as he picked out Pokémon specifically for each of them, using Pokémon with personalities they weren't used to interacting with but giving them types that they're familiar with so they weren't overly alienated. It was, frankly, brilliant. To top it all off, he arranged a prize for the winner, which I feel he rigged." At the mention of the word rigged, Samson's frown returned, as he pointed at Kukui rather aggressively. "You mean favoritism? You know how I feel about teachers who neglect students in favor of another." "Kukui," he said, anger seeping into his tone before Kukui waved him off. No, it's not like that. If anything, it was done to fix a problem we've been stumped on for a while now. The prize was a Pokémon egg, and he rigged it so that Lily won the egg. And already she's showing signs of attachment to it, taking on the responsibility of caring for it immediately, which I think is Ash trying to help her overcome her phobia of Pokémon. If this works, he'll have made a breakthrough neither of us could think of. He's the real deal all right." Samson sighed, leaning back in his chair, as he allowed himself to relax. "Thank goodness, that's a relief. And I'll take your word for it. Lily and her childhood fear of Pokémon has been something that the best psychiatrists her mother could get have failed to address, so I'm skeptical of his ability to help her. But I'll happily accept being proven wrong in this situation, if he's up to the task. I also must ask, what future plans does our young faculty member have for tomorrow's lesson?" I have no idea, but I'm looking forward to it, Kukui said, a massive grin plastered on his face. Kukui got home much later that day, having a lot of paperwork to work through, both for the school and for his own research, the latter being the more time-consuming. He was taking a page from his girlfriend's book, and was balancing several research projects at the same time, one being focused on the variation of a move's power based on a Pokémon's upbringing, another on trying to create a template for ultimate move combinations, and also attempting to settle the debate on which move was better, Hyper Beam or Giga Impact. This all kept him busy, and it was starting to get dark by the time he got home, and he half expected to see his new colleague already at home, either relaxing after a long day or planning out his lesson for tomorrow. But to his surprise, this wasn't the case. In fact, there was no sign of the young man or his energetic Pikachu, just his usual empty home. Wondering absently where he was, he went through his usual routine after getting home, feeding Rockruff and his team, checking on his research equipment, and starting to make himself some dinner before he tried to call Burnett. As he started cutting the vegetables to go with his food, the front door burst open, signaling the arrival of Ash. Looking over to the door, he watched quietly as Ash walked over to the sofa and dropped down, his body sagging into the furniture as he sighed wearily, seemingly tired. Pausing only to place his food, with a serving for Ash already included, he walked over to Ash and sat down on the other sofa. "You look tired," he commented absently, causing Ash to chuckle lightly. "That's one way to put it, yeah. Get up to much?" Ash shrugged, before he reached to his belt and pulled a lone Pokeball from it. "Well, I got to know the others a bit better while they showed me around Hawali City. We had a bite to eat, Keto called me out as his rival, and I caught a wild Pokemon. Pretty eventful, and a day well spent." Kukui pursed his lips at the mention of his colleague, making a mental note to confront the man about it when he next saw it, before he moved on to the last event Ash mentioned. "Catching Pokemon already? I hope you're not taking all the students' chances to get new Pokemon," he said jokingly, but Ash raised his hands defensively. No, I gave them the chance to catch it, but they said they weren't experienced with catching Pokemon, so I decided to show them how to do it." Kukui sighed in response at this, a sad look on his face as he wrung his hands together. "Yeah. I never could show them how to catch a Pokemon properly. The school board said that they needed to perform better in class before I took them out for such an activity, so I've never been allowed to. I'm glad you did though, it's an important thing for them to learn." Ash tilted his head, knocking Pikachu off his shoulder as he did. "Why are they not allowed to be shown that? Isn't that one of the first things they should know about?" Kukui laughed in response, but it was a pained laugh. "You couldn't be more right, but the school board isn't made of trainers, but of bureaucrats. They only really care about results on paper, even if it's counterproductive to their development as trainers. Which is why we needed to bring you in, someone who can get them their results while still teaching essential skills that'll make them capable trainers." He paused for a moment, sighing with his eyes closed before he put on a smile. "But enough about all that, what Pokemon did you end up catching?" Ash stared blankly for a moment, surprised at the sudden change in topic, but the surprise faded quickly, as he happily pressed the button on the Pokeball to call out his new team member. And to say that Kukui was surprised would be a gross understatement. "Wow! I didn't know you could catch a Jangmo-o on Melee," he said, to which Ash nodded. "You know, that's exactly what everyone else was saying." "Weird, I didn't realize they were that rare," he replied absently as he smiled down at the Jangmo-o, who was staring up at him with wide eyes which were filled with admiration and shock. "Hey there," Ash started, leaning in so he was more at eye level with the dragon type. "I'm Ash, and this is Pikachu. Welcome to the team. Pikachu, why don't you take Jangmo-o and introduce her to the others?" Pikachu nodded dutifully, leading Jangmo-o away, leaving Ash alone with Kukui. "But yeah, I was going to ask about their knowledge of Pokemon catching, since I had an idea for what my lesson tomorrow could be about." Pikachu stretched as he led the newbie away, watching as Ash began absent-mindedly letting his other Pokemon out, allowing them to group up near the ladder to Ash's room, allowing them to meet the newest member to their strange family. "Welcome Jangmo-o," you're officially part of what might be the most bizarre group of Pokémon on the planet. As part of the syllabus, shenanigans, intense battles, and possible encounters with the various legendaries of this region. Any questions? He asked, only to be stumped by the look on her face. She was looking around expectantly, seemingly disappointed when she couldn't find whatever it was she was looking for. Where is he? She asked suddenly, turning her attention fully to Pikachu and ignoring the other Pokémon who were trying to introduce themselves. You mean Totodile? Pikachu asked, thinking back to the battle the two had earlier. He's just behind you. Totodile gave a little wave to punctuate this, but she shook her head. No, not him. The one who fought yesterday against my better, the Kamou. Where is that Pokémon? Pikachu frowned for a moment, before his eyes widened. Oh, you mean Infernape. He's currently back in Kanto with the others, most likely relaxing. Why do you want to meet him? Because he bested one of my kind, a valiant and powerful combatant. I traveled from the vast Pony Canyon seeking that Pokémon as a tutor, so I could finally unlock my inner strength, only to see it be defeated by another fighting type. Therefore, I seek that Pokémon and the trainer who helped it hone its strength, as my MSTRS instead. Only then can I restore my honor and earn the respect of my pack. Bayleaf and Bulbasaur shared a look, while Charizard chuckled deeply. Someone seems overly serious. We should get Sceptile here, he'd love this one, he joked, earning a snicker from Totodile. Pikachu just shook his head, slinging his arm around Jangmo-o's neck, earning a glare from the dragon. If it's strength you're looking for, then don't worry. Because, and you can take my word on this, you're definitely in the right place. You're currently in the presence of some deceivingly powerful Pokémon, and if there's anyone on Arceus Green Earth that can make you strong, it's Ash. Jangmo-o gave him a disbelieving look, before she nodded, seemingly content by this reassurance. Very well, I will take your word on the matter. After all, I suppose it is the same trainer who trained the Pokémon who bested the Kamou, so I am in the right place. I look forward to seeing what he is capable of. Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 10. Kukui smiled as he walked into the trainer school, feeling elated to go to work for the first time in weeks. It wasn't that he didn't enjoy being a teacher, it was something that he found a lot of gratification in, especially when things were going well with his students, and it served as a nice break from his hours and hours of extensive research. But with the stress he had been dealing with his current class, he had been finding it hard to find joy in his work, especially when his daily routine included watching them struggle despite their obvious talents. But that was changing, slowly but surely, and he couldn't help but allow himself to hope that things were looking up. His new teaching assistant, the trainer from Kanto Ash Ketchum, was already having a monumental effect on his class and their performance, so much so that it was already beginning to show. Even as he walked into his class, placing his lunch and documents on his desk while the students, who had beaten him to class that morning, chatted amongst themselves, he could tell that their issues were slowly on the mend. Lily had always had an issue with making physical contact with Pokémon, something which, according to her mother at least, had been a fact for many years now. She absolutely loved Pokémon, and it was abundantly obvious from how much effort she put into her classwork, but despite her best efforts, she could not so much as be in the general vicinity of a Pokémon without freaking out. At times Kukui had been forced to request that the other students keep their Pokémon in their Pokeballs when in class for her sake. But it seemed that she was beginning to get over her fear of Pokémon, or at least starting to. Ash's exercise yesterday, along with the subsequent prize, seemed to have instilled a small amount of confidence in her, and she was now making a point of carrying her new egg around with her at all times. She had yet to take it out of its incubator, but if the small stroking motions she was absent-mindedly making on the glass while speaking to the others were any indication, Kukui would bet that she would soon be able to overcome her fear. Kiawe had, in Kukui's humble opinion, the most potential to be a skilled battler. He had a natural talent when it came to battling, a strong bond with his Turtonator, and a clear goal of becoming a talented trainer like his grandfather before him. That detail especially stood out, since Kiawe had gone to great lengths for this goal, even participating in a grand trial to inherit his grandfather's Zering and accepting his Charizard into his team. But despite having such a strong start, he seemed to be stagnating at the moment, stuck in his routine of school and work, leaving no room for his pursuit of being a better trainer. Yet now he had something that Kukui hadn't seen in him since he first met the young man, a spark. A burning longing, a hunger, an urge to battle and become stronger. Ash's challenge yesterday seemed to have unearthed that old spark, reinvigorating it and leaving Kiawe with a strong longing to learn. He was even starting to socialize more, actually engaging in conversation and weighing in with a few short but curt comments, a stark improvement from before when he would just listen silently, watching with an expressionless face. Kiawe was currently talking to Sophocles, who also seemed to be filled with a vigor that normally didn't exist, especially this early in the morning. Normally, despite enjoying the classwork segments of Kukui's lessons more than his peers, Sophocles didn't enjoy his time in school, especially since he would normally be anxious about crossing paths with students from other classes. Today that didn't seem to be an issue, instead he seemed confident and eager for once. Based on what his was spewing out in a rant that was an impressive display of how quickly he could spew out correctly strung together but barely understandable jargon about Ash's Pikachu and its suspected maximum power output, it seemed that he was feeling inspired. Even his Togedemaru, who normally showed no inclination of being that interested in battling, seemed fired up, an excellent sign for the both of them. His unrestrained enthusiasm seemed to be infectious, as Lana was also weighing in, making jokes, and ribbing the others during their conversation. A drastic change to her normal shyness, which usually held her back from getting more involved both in these carefree discussions and in class activities. Kukui wasn't sure how he'd managed it, but somehow Ash had broken the shell she kept herself hidden in, allowing a fragment of her real personality to beam through. It warmed Kukui's heart to see her be more involved, especially since her deadpan sarcasm was actually quite humorous. Which only left Mallow, who seemed so far to be the least affected by Ash's presence. In the past, Mallow was the one who kept this group of trainers together, the adhesive that stopped them from drifting apart. Today she seemed content to let the new topic be the driving force, though she seemed withdrawn, her hand slowly rolling her pokeball in her hand as she bit her lip, clearly deep in thought. Now, Kukui wasn't going to pretend that he understood her nearly as well as he'd liked, but he did have a general idea of what went on in her head. He knew she wanted to become a gourmet chef, and that she also wanted to become a decent trainer, partly for her Bounsweet and also to prove herself to her peers and doubters. That was usually where her mind went when she turned all pensive, so whatever it was she was considering, it must have had something to do with that. While he wanted to ask, to see if he could help, he eventually decided to hold back, for the moment. While he wasn't a betting man, he'd wager that her thoughts were also linked to the new presence in their class, though Kukui didn't know how or why. Until he had a better idea of why, he'd leave it for them to resolve themselves. Ash was clearly capable of dealing with such things on his own, and chances are Mallow would speak to him about whatever was on her mind in their own time. Kukui could only hope that it would help her in the long run. Looking over his class once more, he couldn't help but feel content. There was still a long way to go, absolutely, but in a single day Ash had made more progress than he had in weeks. He'd been skeptical when Samson had told him that his cousin was sending a trainer to Alola to help him teach this class, worrying that their presence would only alienate his students further and be a detriment to their progress. But now he had full faith in his new assistant and his ability to help his students, more than happy to let him work his magic. "Alright class, let's cut the chatter, we've got things to do. Who wants to remind me what we were learning about yesterday?" he asked, kicking off his first lesson of the day. Ash sighed as he placed his pen down heavily, his attempt at placating his own frustrating as he resisted the urge to start chewing on it like a wild animal. Pikachu, who was sitting beside Ash on the sofa along with Jangmo-o, chuckled, before he bounded up Ash's arm so he could sit on his shoulder. Once there, he began nuzzling his cheek, causing Ash to smile as he gently began stroking behind Pikachu's ear. "Thanks Pikachu, I appreciate it. Who knew that being a teacher would include so much paperwork?" Pikachu paused his affectionate cooing to stare at Ash, while Jangmo shook her head at the teenager. This is the trainer I've sworn myself to. She asked out loud, causing Pikachu to snigger. When it comes to battling, there's no better trainer than Ash. When it comes to other stuff, he tends to struggle. Cut him some slack, Pikachu replied, causing Jangmo to raise an eyebrow. Their conversation was suddenly cut short by the sound of a ringing buzz, drawing all three of their attentions to the video phone installed in the wall just a couple of meters from where they were sitting. Curious, Ash walked up to the device, and gingerly answered the call, only to be surprised by the person on the other end of the connection. Or rather, people. Brock? Misty? Ash asked, his eyes going wide at the familiar faces. Hey Ash, how are you doing? Brock asked, while Misty sat with a wide grin. We were just speaking to Professor Oak and he may or may not have mentioned that you've gotten yourself a new job. Ash grinned shyly at this, one of his hands scratching the back of his neck as his cheeks went red. Which only made Misty's grin grow even wider. So it is true. She shouted excitedly, hands slamming onto her table as she closed in on the camera. You've become a teacher. That's hilarious. How've things been so far? I hope you haven't messed up already. Ash frowned at Misty, before he allowed a challenging smirk to shine through his features. I know I'm doing better as a teacher than you are as a gym leader. How many badges have you had to give out recently? Brock just shook his head as Misty gasped in indignation, before they both began to go back and forth with ribbing insults and playful remarks, all while Brock fought to keep a smile off his face. It had been years since the three of them had traveled together, and they all were a fair bit older now, but as soon as they were together again, even virtually, it felt like no time had passed at all. He continued to allow the two to get their insults off their chest, eventually devolving into amiable laughter before Misty spoke again, this time with a much softer tone. On a real note, I'm sure you're going to do fine, Ash. If there's one thing you can do right, other than luck your way through battles, it's helping others. I'm sure those students you've got will be certifiable MSTRS by the time you're done with them. Ash blushed at this, before he gave a small nod. Thanks Misty, I needed to hear that. I was just struggling to come up with an idea to help show them how to catch Pokemon without actually taking them to go catch Pokemon, so I was feeling a bit stressed out, he admitted, while Misty started frowning. Why can't you just take them out to catch some Pokemon? Surely that's the best way to learn. Most trainer schools don't work like that, Brock answered, drawing their attention to him. You have to showcase you're capable of catching Pokemon in a controlled environment before you're allowed to actually go out into the wild and attempt it for real. Some places are more lax with that rule, like Kanto and Sinnoh, but from what I hear Alola is much stricter with this rule. I think they can try to catch Pokemon on their own, but it'd be dangerous for rookie trainers to do that. And until they're allowed to buy the school, Ash can't accompany them. That's stupid. That's really stupid. How do you expect them to learn unless they have hands-on experience? Misty ranted, while Ash crossed his arms. Well, even though it's stupid, I have to do it. And I do have an idea, but I'm not sure how I'm going to make it work. Why not use your own Pokemon to help? I'm sure they'd be happy to if you asked, Brock asked. Ash shook his head in response. My idea would need more than a 6 Pokemon team, so I can't do that unless someone else is willing to let me use their Pokemon, Ash dismissed. Though to his surprise, both Brock and Misty were staring at him, confused looks etched onto their faces. Ash, you have more than 6 Pokemon, Misty said, causing Ash to snort. Yes Misty, I know that. But I'm only allowed 6 on a team. Misty and Brock looked at each on their respective screens, before Brock gave a crooked smile. You know that, as a teacher, you're allowed to have more Pokemon on your person. Especially if it's for teaching purposes. You just can't use more than 6 in a battle. Ash's face went blank for a moment, all emotion draining from his face as he looked blankly forward, before he dropped his head on the desk in front of the computer screen and screamed into it. The laughter that followed echoed throughout the entire building. Kukui sipped his coffee as he read over the work handed in by his students before they went for lunch. It wasn't anything too complicated, just a quiz focusing on the topics they'd covered over the last few weeks. It didn't affect their grades at all, which showed in their work as they felt much more confident while doing this compared to an actual test. As Kukui finished grading another one of the quizzes, the door to his class burst open, revealing his newfound colleague as he dragged himself into the class, arms carrying multiple pokeballs as he desperately tried not to drop any. All Kukui could do was raise an eyebrow, watching curiously as he made his way to one of the tables and deposited the pokeballs onto it. Once he had done that, he slung his bag off of his back, which looked surprisingly full and bulgy, before he opened it up, pouring its contents onto the same table indiscriminately. Kukui just watched in bewilderment as dozens upon dozens of pokeballs began pouring out from his bag. Once his bag was completely empty, he nodded happily to himself. "That should be enough," he muttered, before turning to Kukui and giving him a wave. "Hey Professor, how are you doing?" A bewildered blink was his initial response, before he took a big swig of his coffee and gave a more intelligent response. "I'm doing just fine, Ash. May I ask what all the pokeballs are for?" He asked calmly, but Ash just gave a massive ear-to-ear grin. "Those? They're for my next lesson. I've found an issue that I need to address, and these are gonna be necessary." There were many things in life that Kukui didn't understand, and while his role as a professor usually allowed him to try and unravel these mysteries, there were some things he had to accept were beyond his understanding. And as he watched Ash in action, observing with intent curiosity as the young man quickly checked over the pokeballs on the table, before he began patting down his belt to check for his own pokeballs and his Pikachu walked in carrying a few pokeballs of his own, Kukui resigned himself to the fact that he'd never understand his new colleague. Once the students returned from lunch, Kukui began to lean back and watch the chaos unfold. There was something about the way the students gingerly entered the classroom, eyes locked onto Ash as he stood near Kukui's desk, that he found oddly amusing. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel the same sense of curiosity that was making his students so cautious, the chaotic energy that Ash radiated ensuring that he had absolutely no idea what ideas were bouncing around in his head. The boy had bombarded him with questions the day before, his first topic being on what his students knew about catching before he started asking about every aspect of being a trainer that they already knew. Which then turned into him complaining about how trainers were taught in Alola, a sentiment Kukui couldn't help but agree with. All in all, he had no idea which topic he was going to settle on. Which just made him more curious about what Ash was going to pull out of his cap today. Taking a moment to clear his throat, cutting the nervous chatter the students were having and drawing all attention to him, he began. "Alright everyone, today's lesson is going to have two focuses. Firstly, we're gonna do my original plan that I had from yesterday, which was for all of you to attempt the obstacle course again, though this time while using your own Pokemon." The students nodded at this, with Kukui silently approving of the plan. The course was an innovative way of testing their skills at commanding Pokemon, and doing it with Pokemon they were more familiar with was a good idea. Though as he approved of Ash's thought process, Lily raised her hand nervously. Fortunately, Ash seemed prepared for this. "Lily, since you don't have your own Pokemon, I'm happy for you to either choose to sit this out and prepare for when your egg hatches, or you can borrow a different Pokemon of mine and try it again," he reassured, causing Lily to lower her arm. "But before that, I want to do a different exercise, one that'll address an issue I've discovered. It'll bother me too much if I don't do this now." This caused the class to murmur amongst themselves, and even Kukui found himself surprised. What could this issue be? "I've recently found out that you lot have no idea how to catch battle and catch wild Pokemon, which is just unacceptable. Any good trainer needs to know how to expand their team, and you can't expect that every Pokemon will be willing to join your team without a battle. So, we're going to address that." "How?" Kiawe interrupted, crossing his arms as he spoke. "We're not allowed to go catch wild Pokemon with the school. We need permission first and Professor Kukui has tried many times to get it for us. And failed. I highly doubt you've been able to get permission when a professor couldn't." You're right, I don't think I could get permission if the professor couldn't, Ash ceded, before he began smirking. Fortunately, we don't need you to actually catch wild Pokémon to learn how. We just need to recreate the experience. The way he was smiling was, to put it bluntly, concerning. Now, I need you all to grab as many of these Pokeballs as you can carry and follow me outside. Once the group had made their way outside, Ash took a few steps away from the group, looking over the area they were standing in with a critical eye. The trainer school grounds were deceptively large, being large enough to contain several battle arenas, the multiple structures, and even a large wooded area behind the main building. There were no wild Pokémon in these woods, or at least ones that lived there, which made it ideal for Ash's purposes. Turning back to the group, and having to take a second to stop from laughing at how they were struggling to hold all the Pokeballs in their hands, he started talking again. Okay everyone, here's the plan. You've all got Pokeballs and battle-ready Pokémon, he said, pausing for a moment to look at Lily as she lightly thumbed Bulbasaur's Pokémon, which he had lent to her for the purposes of this exercise. All you need now are some wild Pokémon to battle. I wanted to ask about that, Mallow said, with her Bounsweet by her feet waiting eagerly for battle. What wild Pokémon are we meant to be battling? We're not allowed to battle any actual wild Pokémon, and even if we were, there's none here. Ash nodded sagely to this, hands going behind his back. You're right there. Fortunately, I've already thought of that, he said with a small smile, before he pulled his hands back, surprising the students when they saw they were now full with miniaturized Pokeballs. Without another word, Ash threw them up in the air, calling forth the Pokémon stored within. He did a few more times, and soon he was surrounded by Pokémon of several types, sizes, and origins. While the students gaped at the Pokémon, Ash pressed on. These are my Pokémon. I've brought a bunch of them from Kanto for this exercise. What they're going to do is head into those woods and pretend to be wild Pokémon. Nearly all of them were wild Pokémon at some point, so they should be pretty good at acting like it. You're going to try and catch them. You'll need to battle them, weaken them, throw the Pokeball, and, if they think you've done enough, pretend to have been caught. I'll be watching the entire time, offering advice when I think you need it. He looked at his Pokémon, nodding at them and prompting them to break off from the group, spreading into the forest at random. Once Ash had felt he'd given them enough time, he smiled at the group. Good luck. 20 minutes later, the exercise was in full swing, with the students completely focused on the task Ash had given them. It took them a few minutes to get a feel for it, but they were soon hooked onto the idea, each chasing one of Ash's Pokémon before starting a battle with it. Ash had brought a large number of his Pokémon over for this exercise, taking full advantage of the fact that he could use his massive roster so liberally. He hadn't brought all of them, some of them being ruled out due to being too powerful for the rookie trainers or too much of a risk for Lily's phobia. The Pokémon he had brought included his Bulbasaur, who was being used by Lily, and his Kingler, Heracross, Kalava, Totodile, Noctowl, Donphan, Swellow, Corphish, Torkoal, Glalie, Glisker, Staraptor, Torterra, Infernape, Bizel, Unpheasant, Oshawott, Pignite, Snivy, Levany, Palpitoad, Boldore, Talonflame, Hawlucha, and Noivern. At first, Ash was worried he'd be overdoing it, even with some of his Pokémon being ruled out of the exercise, but he was glad to find he was very wrong. The large number of Pokémon seemed to be doing the trick perfectly, as it was giving his students options, and forcing them to think through their actions carefully. While Ash hadn't brought his heaviest hitters, he had still brought some very powerful Pokémon, with the sole purpose of being the Pokémon that they avoided. Since they were only rookies, they could only catch Pokémon who were more their speed, with stronger Pokémon being ones they needed to avoid for their own safety. While Ash knew his Pokémon wouldn't actually hurt them, it was good to try and instill a sense of self-preservation in his students. Even if he himself completely lacked one. He had to caution them a few times of this, reminding them that while they wanted to try and catch Pokémon, they had to be wary of their own limits, a point that was subsequently proven when Kiawe had tried to rush into a battle with Infernape, only to be soundly forced into a hasty retreat. Other than that, the exercise was going off without a hitch. Everyone was having a fun time, his Pokémon enjoying the chance to mess around and his students relishing the chance to improve their battling skills. The small battles they were having seemed fun, and the dramatic acting his Pokémon were employing were making him chuckle. Watching Noivern clutch his heart after being hit by a zing-zap from Sophocles' Togedemaru before flopping over was just too much. Standing beside him were Pikachu, who had abstained from participating in the challenge, his newly caught Jangmo-o, who was watching the display before her curiously, and Kukui, who was also enjoying the spectacle while shouting out his own encouragement and tips. Lana. Watch out for Oshawott razor shell. Ash smiled proudly as Lana took the advice on board without a second thought, commanding her Poplio to get out of the way before retaliating in kind. These lot were naturals, and given enough time, Ash was confident he could turn them into respectable trainers. Though as he watched the exercise play out, something in his gut was telling him that something was off. He couldn't quite explain why or how, but he was almost subconsciously reaching for a Pokeball, though most of his were currently empty. It wasn't just him however, as Pikachu's fur was bristling as well, his eyes darting side to side with a furrowed brow. Something was watching them. It only took him a second longer to pinpoint the source of this unease, as Pikachu's eyes locked onto a bush in the distance, small sparks shooting out from his cheek pouches. Placing a hand on his back to calm him, he began making his way to the bush, gingerly approaching it while preparing for a potential battle. Only 2 steps later however, whatever was in the bush shot up into the air, a blur to Ash's eye. Even Pikachu, who was capable of moving at such speeds himself, struggled to keep up with it, especially as a downward draft of air and dust blinded him. A second later, the shape descended, this time at a traceable speed. As it descended, Ash finally got a clear look at it, and found himself entranced by the Pokémon's appearance. The Pokémon had a black torso with white markings on its chest, with a large, orange plume of feathers on its head and bristles that dotted its back. Its arms had 2 halves of a mask, one on each arm, which was mostly yellow with black, orange, and white markings that made some markings which Ash assumed were significant in Alolan culture. It had small eyes, that were blue in coloration and completely locked onto him in an unnerving stare. Ash didn't know what this Pokémon was, but based on how everyone else had stopped dead in their tracks to stare in bewilderment at the sudden arrival, he could only assume that this Pokémon was important in some way. And he had a strong feeling that he knew why. Tapu Koko. Kukui said, taking a few steps back in shock as he stared right at the floating Pokémon. Guardian deity of Melee. Of course, Ash thought to himself. A legendary. Ash, an inspiration chapter 11. Everyone was silent as they stared up at the floating legendary, all for different reasons, which left the open space which only moments prior had been a den of noise and activity as still as the grave, with only the swaying of leaves in a gentle breeze breaking the monotony. The Alolan natives, versed in the history behind this influential Pokémon, stood aghast as they basked in Tapu Koko's presence, unsure of how to respond except with sheer awe. Ash's Pokémon, on the other hand, were already tensing up, the jovial, laid-back energy they had been displaying when practice battling with the Alolan students replaced with a stern, primed energy, as they all watched sharply at how things would unfurl. All of them, save Ash's newest catch Jangmo-o, had dealt with a legendary at some point in their adventures, and they all could take away something different from their experiences. One thing they did agree on though was that they were fickle, impossible to predict and annoying powerful. It was a literal coin flip as to whether this unknown legendary, who was clearly powerful based on the reverence its presence had enticed, would be a threat or friend, and they were all preparing for the worst just in case. Jangmo-o herself was just standing in shock, surprised that the Guardian had revealed himself and unsure if it was because of her actions or not. Ash, however, was not as tightly wound in response to the legendary. Maybe it was his optimistic attitude towards Pokémon being good that caused him to feel relaxed, or perhaps it was naivety causing him to overlook all the instances where his life had been placed in danger was hard to tell. What went on in his head sometimes was a mystery, his often simplistic but unorthodox train of thought being difficult to decrypt for even his closest Pokémon, but it was plain to see that in this moment, he didn't feel threatened. "Hey," he said calmly, causing Pikachu to facepalm on his shoulder. The Alolans shot him a confused look at his casual greeting, before it was torn away again by Tapu Koko suddenly zooming forward, closing the distance to Ash at frightening speeds. His Pokémon, presuming an attack was about to happen, all charged up attacks, only to stop when they saw that, despite hovering directly in front of his face, the legendary hadn't actually attacked. Instead, it was simply staring at Ash, bright azure eyes locked onto his as they bored deep into his soul, appraising and critiquing him all without a word. Ash, for his part, managed to rein in his surprise at the sudden proximity, but a nervous chuckle did slip out as he took a minute step back. "Whoa, bit close there, aren't you?" he asked humorously, failing to entice a reaction. Tapu Koko then began rotating around Ash, doing a full loop in the time it took Ash to blink, but still making no move to attack. Charizard, off in the distance, growled loudly, his displeasure turning into a guttural rumble which vibrated deep in his chest. This finally broke Tapu Koko's intense gaze, who turned toward the towering fire type with a curious glint, seemingly noticing him for the first time. Like a bolt of lightning, it zoomed over to Charizard, causing the Kanto starter to blink in shock, before it started appraising him much like it had Ash, though what it was appraising was unknown. The Alolans, shocked yet fascinated, watched with eager eyes as one of the guardian deities took such a vested interest in their new teacher's Pokémon. With lightning speed and deft precision, it began zipping over to each of Ash's Pokémon, analyzing and noting each one individual in next to no time at all. Each Pokémon barely had time to react, either in shock or offense, to the quick appraisal, before it had already moved on to the next. Before any of them could really process what the legendary was doing, it had already finished checking most of Ash's Pokémon, and was already zooming back to the trainer himself. He stopped briefly above Jangmo-o, the penultimate Pokémon it needed to check, before he nodded curtly to the dragon type, surprising her and causing her to duck her head in reverence. He then wheeled around to Pikachu, to which its eyes sparkled. With more care and attention than the others, it began circling around Pikachu, mentally noting every detail it could find about the electric mouse, moving so fast that it made both Pikachu's and Ash's head spin, before stopping suddenly, a small gust of wind almost blowing Ash's hat off. Giving a single nod, it then flew back a fair distance, before raising the shell on his arms, eye sparking with a challenge. Unsure of how to act, even as Pikachu's cheeks began to spark, Ash shot a pleading look over to Kukui, who began rolling his hand enthusiastically. "Tapu Koko is challenging you, Ash. He must want to test you. It'd be a great insult to decline the battle." Ash nodded to this, gulping down his doubt and reaching up to his cap. "Well then, if it's a battle you want, then I'm down. Let's go Pikachu, let's not disappoint. Pika Pika." Pikachu yelled in agreement, before leaping off of his shoulder and flipping in the air, landing elegantly on the ground and allowing a few sparks to roll around his body, arcing into the air and leaving the space brimming with energy. Off in the distance, in one of the open-plan classrooms, Kido was in the midst of a lesson when he was interrupted by one of his students. "Sir! Look! The new assistant teacher is about to battle Tapu Koko." Dropping the book he was holding, he rushed over to the barrier at the edge of his class, allowing him to see the display described clearly. As he saw the teenager spin his cap backwards, a predatory smile stretched out across his face, going from ear to ear as he relished the situation. Their guardian deity, the most respected creature on the island, was about to judge the boy, and undoubtedly, in Kido's mind, show him as the unqualified fool he was. The Tapus always knew how to shift through the untalented, ensuring only the best got entrusted with the sacred roles in Alolan culture. Back on the battlefield, Ash waited for some type of sign or signal to begin battling, all while strategies ran through his mind. He had fought more than a few legendaries in his career, definitely more than the average trainer, and each battle had taught him an important lesson that he was replaying in the forefront of his mind. Legendaries were immensely powerful. There was no doubting that. Even the more minor ones outclassed the majority of normal Pokémon, meaning that they could inflict heavy damage if he wasn't careful. The Cantonian birds of legend were, compared to some of the legendaries Ash had met, much lower on the legendary power scale, but Charizard had struggled to beat one of them, an Articuno, even with a type advantage. So no matter what approach Ash took, he knew he needed to be wary of their power, and to careful not to get drawn into a battle of brawn. They were also deceptive in appearance. More than once had Ash fallen for this, a seemingly harmless-looking legendary secretly withholding immense strength and unmatched abilities. Smaller legendaries like Shalebi and Jirachi, while not the most powerful battlers, had other abilities that made them just as potentially dangerous in a battle, even though they were both very friendly. These extraordinary abilities were different from legendary to legendary, and while not all of them had such rare gifts, there was no way to tell prior to seeing them in action, something that Ash would have to hope he could spot from Tapu Koko before it irreversibly changed the tide of the coming battle. He was also weary of their motivations, as some of the legendaries Ash had met in the past had gone about their goals in ways that he couldn't comprehend until it was too late. His mind immediately jumped to the Darkrai he met in Alamos Town, who had been trying to protect the town from the raging battle between Palkia and Dialga. While doing so, it had incapacitated numerous Pokémon with its Dark Void move, forcing them into a coma-like state but preventing them from potentially getting caught up in the clash between legends. Such approaches, while still benevolent, had led to a misunderstanding, and Ash was trying his best to try and decipher Tapu Koko's intentions before he jumped to any conclusions. Perhaps this battle was a test of his character or skill. Maybe. Or it could have been a warning, a showcase of what wrath could be incurred if he continued doing whatever made it appear in the first place. With all of this rattling around in Ash's mind, he steeled himself before nodding to the aforementioned legendary, who nodded back. They were ready. Pikachu, start off with a thunderbolt, and don't hold back. Pikachu nodded, the sparks beginning to merge together into a single coil that rolled around his small body, increasing in size and voltage by the second before firing it off, the bolt being several times larger than himself and glowing vibrantly with barely restrained energy. The attack ripped through the air, zapping through the air and electrifying the very air molecules as it fired, leaving them charged with static. The force of the bolt tore through the surrounding turf, ripping up the earth beneath the strike as it traveled at supersonic speed, leaving a long crater through the air. Surprisingly however, Tapu Koko dodged with ease, its body turning into a blur before disappearing entirely, the bolt passing through where it once was before striking a nearby palm tree, the sheer power causing it to ignite and send shards of bark flying as the tree was decimated. Tapu Koko reappeared to Ash's right, hovering in front of the Alolan students, who were a varied display of utter shock, dumbfounded by the completely dominating show of power from such an unassuming source. And unbeknownst to them, the same thoughts were lingering in Tapu Koko's mind, as he did his best to retain its poker face save for a single bead of sweat which weighed down a lone feather on his scalp. Right then, he thought, a twinge of excitement flashing through his cerebral cortex as he tensed up, time to get serious. Tapu Koko then phased into a blur, charging forward at speeds that were difficult to follow for an average human or Pokémon. Fortunately for Pikachu, Ash wasn't an average human, in many regards. Quick! Use a counter shield! Ash shouted in a panic, which Pikachu performed without question. He knew Ash well enough to not question his seemingly random tactics, instead deciding to run with it. Summoning the same sparks to arc around his body just like what had appeared before he fired his thunderbolt, Pikachu threw himself onto his back, spinning around on the spot and firing the unfocused beams of energy into the sky, creating a spinning vortex of untempered plasma energy. Barely having a second to react, Tapu Koko was unable to slow himself down enough to evade the beams of electricity, instead crashing into it with the force of a freight train. The bolts, responding to a physical body, all homed in onto Tapu Koko's body, creating a shockwave which fired Tapu Koko flying back, nearly throwing him crashing into a tree had he not caught himself, slowing himself enough to right his trajectory. A few lingering sparks lingered around his body, which he dispersed with a shake of the head, which was enough time for Pikachu to get back up, on all fours and primed to strike. The entire collective audience was stunned by this, unable to digest what they were seeing. They all knew the legends behind the Guardians of Alola, and not a single native of Alola would dare doubt their capabilities or skill in any respect. So to see an outsider trainer not only battle one of these guardians, but get the first hit in no less, was nothing less than amazing. Kukui, having been privileged enough to see the Tapus in action once before, knew that even landing a small hit like this was an impressive feat, speaking volumes to the young man's talent and experience. Even the power of Pikachu's Thunderbolt was leaving him feeling amped, the raw unchecked force of it being much more than any Pikachu he'd seen before perform, yet barely even winding this one. This was a battle for the history books. Tapu Koko, now frowning, caught into the air, before a wave of electricity suddenly pulsed out from it, coating the battlefield with a vibrant yellow glow. Ash frowned at this, pursing his lips as he tried to analyze the move. He'd never seen anything like this before, and he wasn't sure what to think of it. Deciding to take a slight risk and push the information to the back of his mind, Ash focused instead on Tapu Koko, who was preparing to rush forward again. The slightest glint of silver around the two shield-like carapace shells on its arms were all the cue he needed. Pikachu, Iron Tail. Pikachu complied by leaping in the air, twisting his body around to bring his tail crushing down, barely managing to intercept the blitzing steel wing charge Tapu Koko had initiated. The two steel-type moves clashed against one another with a resounding gong, which echoed out on the battlefield and caused the spectators to grab their ears in a futile attempt to block out the noise. Despite the power of the two attacks being almost equal, cancelling each other out, Tapu Koko had the advantage of size, which he used to push upward and send the small mouse flying in the air. Using the space to his advantage, Tapu Koko began charging up an attack, a small rainbow-tinted sphere which coated its body as it increased in size. Pikachu, quickly, use an Electro Ball. Ash shouted out, recognizing the attack and desperate to try and intercept it before it could hit Pikachu. Almost as soon as he said it, he partially regretted it, thinking that using a quick attack to evade the attack might have been a more effective choice. But it was too late for regret now, as Pikachu was already in the midst of performing the move, using the momentum of forming the ball of charged energy to right himself in the air, before launching it downward just in time to clash with the dazzling gleam. With a roaring explosion, the moves collided in a bright flash, the force nearly blowing Ash's cap clean off as the shockwave blasted out, causing Ash to grit his teeth. Looking up as the smoke cleared, Ash watched as Pikachu landed, somewhat heavily, on the far side of the battlefield, looking somewhat surprised. And Ash knew exactly why. That Electro Ball was much more powerful than usual, especially given how quickly it was formed. Pikachu was great at forming powerful attacks on the fly in order to respond to quick opponents, but that didn't mean they were always perfect, or as powerful as Ash would have liked. That one in particular, while satisfactory for what Ash had intended, was way too powerful to have created such a shockwave, especially considering the power behind Tapu Koko's move. It was almost as if the Electro Ball had been powered up. Ash's eyes widened in surprise as the gears in his head clicked into place, realization setting in as he made the connection. Electric terrain. Pikachu. He's an electric type boosting his electric moves. Watch out, he's gonna try and go for the knockout with overwhelming power. Pikachu yelled in acknowledgement, cheeks sparking heavily in response. Tapu Koko spared a quick glance toward Ash at this, their azure eyes gleaming with respect. He then flew backwards, putting plenty of distance between himself and the Kanto mouse. Satisfied with the large distance, Tapu Koko began charging, the air around him beginning to vibrate with eldritch energy, causing small rocks to be lifted up in the air around him, a small ring forming around him. Frowning, Ash locked eyes with Pikachu. Looks like it's all or nothing, Pikachu. We'll have to dust off an old move for this one. So let's end this with a full-powered Volt Tackle. Pikachu nodded, taking a brief moment to take a breath before launching himself forward, the speed being supersonic for the small mouse, a shockwave following in his wake as soon as he set off. Within a second of setting off, a golden aura of energy engulfed Pikachu, near tripling his physical energy with pure energy, some Pikachu's own and partly enhanced by the electric terrain. As Pikachu began thundering toward Tapu Koko, the aura around him tearing through the earth and leaving a meter-deep trench in his wake, the Melee Island Guardian fired a discharge, each bolt ripping up chunks of earth as they homed in on Pikachu, a near-endless storm of overwhelming power. The bolts began to hit home, hitting Pikachu's Volt Tackle head-on, slowing him slightly, bringing his thundering charge to a slower trudge. But to the avian legendary surprise, it didn't stop him completely, as he kept pushing through the waves of electrical discharge with an angry grimace, all while shouting, "Pika," at the top of his voice. At the last second, Pikachu leapt into the air, restoring some of the move's former speed at the last second, enticing a brief panic from Tapu Koko. He was just able to slam his shell shut in time to catch the attack, before it exploded in a massive outward. The ensuing explosion was nothing short of devastation, a small mushroom cloud forming from the explosion, and through the cloud of smoke and ash came two shapes, each flying away from each other. The first, the much smaller Pikachu, went flying into the air into ash, crashing squarely into his chest and knocking the teen off his feet, though not before he protectively threw his arms around Pikachu to cradle him to his chest. The second, the airborne Tapu Koko, did not have such a soft landing, instead crashing through a multitude of trees before hitting the ground hard, feeling winded despite himself. To both Pokemon's credit, they were both back on their feet quickly, shrugging off their injuries despite how blatant it was that they were both injured. Pikachu, who was back on all fours, had one eye shut and was avoiding putting too much weight on one of his hind legs, but had his face set in a determined grimace. Tapu Koko was holding one arm limply, and his plume was singed, and even partly on fire. Though unlike Pikachu, the fiery passion for battle had passed, replaced instead with an air of satisfaction. Floating forward, Tapu Koko nodded towards Ash, causing him to untense slightly and wave at Pikachu to calm down, which he dutifully did, though he did keep his eyes locked firmly on the legendary. Tapu Koko, noticeably moving slower compared to when he first arrived, approached Ash, before pulling out a small bracelet from within its shell, handing it over to Ash. The bracelet was very thin, roughly as thick as 2 fingers. At the top of the bracelet there was an indent, which was in the shape of a prism, though what was meant to fit in this was beyond Ash. Having completed his main objective, Tapu Koko then shot into the air, disappearing into the sky like a blur, obscured by the unrelenting beams of sunlight as it retreated to wherever it called home. Leaving Ash to stand there, bemused and confused. "Well," he commented dryly, "I can't say that's the worst interaction I've had with a legendary." Keto stared blankly at the battle, having watched the entire thing with unblinking eyes. His face was as passive and emotionless as a statue, his students unable to tell what he was thinking. After a minute of staring at the field after the battle had ended, with the smoke from the conflict having lazily drifted over to their classroom, Keto finally broke his gaze, walking over to his desk and opening one of his drawers, pulling out an old and decrypted Pokeball. "It seems that I've underestimated the boy. Looks like I'll need to restore my old team, and kick up my training again. It's time to return to competitive battling." Walking over to his students, Ash gave them a weary smile before allowing his legs to give out, making sure not to jostle Pikachu, who was sitting on his shoulder slumped over, laughing slowly as the Alola natives rushed towards him, flooding him with questions and exclamations. "That was amazing. Where did you learn to battle like that? How did you know Tapu Koko was using electric terrain? Have you seen it before? That Pikachu is freakishly strong. What are you feeding him? Is Pikachu okay? That battle looked pretty painful." Ash smiled fondly at his students, pushing himself up to address them properly. "That's a lot of questions and I'm not as quick as answering them as I am battling. I'll try to answer them all, but please do them one at a time," he said, causing the students to start bickering over who got to ask their question first. But they were beaten to it by an unexpected source. "What did Tapu Koko give you?" Kukui asked, piercing through the conversation with his deeper voice, prompting Ash to raise his wrist, which now bore the bracelet proudly. "I got this cool-looking bracelet. I'm not normally one for such fashion, but I think it looks nice. First time I've been given clothing by a legendary though," he replied, causing Kukui to shake his head. "Ignoring the fact that you're so used to legendaries, something I'm still trying to wrap my head around, he muttered to himself before pressing on. That, my boy, is a Z-ring. Ash's eyes sparkled at this, looking at it with newfound appreciation. Whoa, what's a Z-ring? Ash, an Inspiration Chapter 12. Kukui was staring in abstract shock as he watched his young teaching assistant as he was given a crash course on what a Z-ring was and its cultural significance to the people of Alola, courtesy of Kiawe, nodding along in acknowledgement at every point made. The professor of Alola himself was still attempting to process the display he had just seen, a trainer who was still in his teens successfully battling a legendary who had been revered by the people of this island for centuries, putting them through their paces to boot and earning their respect enough to be given a Z-ring of his very own, a rarity for people from Alola, never mind someone from Kanto. Not only that, but the ring itself was something that was leaving him in shock. While the act of one of Alola's island guardians showing their favor to someone wasn't unheard of, even to outsiders of the region, they all shared a single common point of focus, the fact that the Z-ring bestowed upon someone usually wasn't in that form, but instead was a sparkling stone, which had to be taken to one of the 4 kahunas to be formed into a Z-ring. With this key difference, Kukui just knew that something else was at play. But at the same time, he was deathly curious. Such an event could only lead to great things, and Ash was certainly the right trainer for such an interesting occurrence to happen to. He just seemed to have a gravitas that drew both weirdness and excellence to him, his collection of quirky yet powerful Pokémon being a clear example of this. The idea was almost exciting. This excitement only built as he watched Ash attempt to mimic the pose Kiawe had explained in excruciating detail, getting all but the simplest parts of the hand gestures wrong. But the enthusiasm was admirable, nonetheless. As if sensing his own giddiness building from within, Samson walked up beside him, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving it a firm shake. Kukui, my boy, it seems that my cousin has delivered us a miracle. A trainer of this caliber, one who can hold his own against a legendary, one of the island guardians no less, is certainly capable of sorting out all of our problems. Arceus be praised, things might just work out. Kukui smiled at the older man, who had an even wider grin on his face as his eyes remained locked on the aforementioned trainer. It seemed he wasn't the only one who had a positive outlook on the recent display. But despite that, Kukui felt the need to internally curb his enthusiasm, causing his smile to falter ever so slightly. There was now no doubt in his mind that Ash, despite his young age and quirky approach to Pokémon training, was a top-quality trainer, one of the best he'd seen in recent years. Kukui didn't have any doubts in his mind that by the time he was out of his teen years, he'd be a bona fide Elite Four member, at least. But still, despite his obvious talent for training Pokémon, teaching others how to do so was another matter entirely. The last few days had shown Kukui that he certainly had the potential to teach these students well, but despite the early success they'd seen, he didn't want to get his hopes up completely. There needed to be more apparent results before he could let that happen. For the time being, Kukui settled for a small half-smile, allowing himself to at least feel optimistic. After all, he felt good about the chances of a positive outcome with Ash. It's not every day a legendary gets involved without getting mad, so surely that's a good sign. As he watched Ash attempt and fail the demonstrated Z move again, he chuckled and shook his head. He could almost feel himself cursing his luck. Pikachu winced as he trotted over to the mass collection of Pokémon who had been watching his battle, trying his best to stay steady as he limped forward. His clash with Tapu Koko had knocked the wind out of him, and while he had gotten through it mostly hale, he still retained some wounds from the brief battle. The bolts from Tapu Koko's discharge that had hammered into him while he had charged forward with Volt Tackle had left a particularly bad bruise on his rear legs, making it slightly painful to walk. Fortunately, he was soon relieved of the burden of walking as he was scooped up by Pig Knight, being hoisted onto his shoulder in one quick motion. Pikachu, my guy. That was great, you showed that legendary who the real legend is. Score 1 for the Ketchum gang. Pikachu rolled his eyes at the Fire Pig's bold proclamation, but he still couldn't stop himself from grinning like an idiot at the praise. It became increasingly difficult to do as the others began swarming around him, throwing their congratulations for a great battle his way while continuing to hoist him up. But as the others showered him with compliments, Pikachu spotted a lone figure through the crowd, keeping themselves at a fair distance from the group but staring at them all anxiously. Seeing that he needed to do his job as Ash's starter, Pikachu tapped Pignite's shoulder to put him down, which he obliged to, and Pikachu wandered over to the lone Pokémon. The Pokémon in question, Jangmo-o, was staring off in the distance, eyes wide and unfocused, jaw hanging ever so limply as she stood completely still. It wasn't until Pikachu was standing right next to her that she finally snapped out of her stupor, eyes locking onto him with a gaze of awe. "Hey, you okay?" "You seemed a bit out of it," Pikachu asked gently, causing Jangmo-o to frown at the electric mouse. "Am I okay? Am I okay?" "No, are you okay? You just fought Tapu Koko, island guardian of Melee and a deity in their own right, and not only did you come through still conscious, but you managed to hold your own. That's insane." Pikachu chuckled at her shock, gingerly rubbing one of his ears as he shrugged. "I mean, I guess. Wasn't that big of a deal," he tried to say dismissively, causing her to splutter. "I'm sorry. Not a big deal. There are legends of those who attempted to challenge the Tapus in the past, and the devastation such folly brought upon them. While I imagine Tapu Koko wasn't attacking maliciously in this instance, their power is still a frightening force of nature. Entire villages have been devastated by their rage, and even entire armies. Even the stories that don't end in wanton destruction are still more celebrations of not being immediately crushed rather than achieving victory. In my pack, there is a legend of a Kamo-o named Kikoa who challenged Tapu Fini to a noble duel. It lasted for several hours and shook the vast Pony Canyon. Even then, they lost. So to even last as long as you did is. Jangmo-o paused for a moment, taking a few deep breaths before their front legs buckled, as she bowed her head down to Pikachu. "Amazing. You are truly a warrior unmatched, and I humbly accept you as the pack MSTR. Please accept me into the pack, noble battler." Pikachu's sweat dropped at the young dragon, sparing a quick glance toward the rest of the Pokémon, who had watched the interaction in silence, some out of confusion and others through sheer will as they attempted not to burst out. Shaking his head, Pikachu gave her a slight nudge. "Relax, we don't really do that here. We're less of a pack and more of a family, a side effect of having a trainer I guess. And don't worry, the moment Ash caught you made you part of the family, so drop the purple prose. It's not needed." Jangmo-o slowly raised from her bow, eyes etched with confusion as Pikachu pressed on. "We just care about getting stronger and proving ourselves, all while having fun where we can and doing Ash proud. As you can see, it clearly works. Like I said yesterday, if anyone can unlock your inner power, it's Ash. Give us time, and soon you'll be able to keep up even with us heavyweights." Pikachu sent a wink to the young dragon, before limping back to the others, resuming the mini-celebration they had been having before he went to speak with her. She watched him go silently, contemplating the electric type curiously, before looking over the large group of Pokémon. They were without a doubt a motley crew, and not what she would have expected a powerful trainer to have. Back home in the vast Pony Canyon, she had seen many strong trainers traversing the long trail in an attempt to get stronger, even battling some of her pack on occasion. She had seen many powerful Pokémon due to this, and yet none of them looked like the crew in front of her. For one, the amount of unevolved Pokémon was startling. While there were certainly a fair number of fully evolved Pokémon present who exuded strength, there were also unevolved ones who radiated similar power. One that stood out to her was the Totodile she had battled before being captured by Ash, its moves packing a punch that she wasn't able to withstand and moving with a grace that belied its small stature and stubby appendages. Not to mention Pikachu himself also wasn't fully evolved and had managed to fight on equal terms with Tapu Koko no less. If this was the type of power that could be drawn out of Pokémon when training under Ash, Jangmo-o couldn't help but feel a small bud of giddy optimism. So with a ginger step, she approached the group, integrating herself into the erratic group and being accepted without question. The school day came to an end not long after that, Tapu Koko's sudden arrival having caused enough disarray for the lesson's time slot to disappear in the blink of an eye. Much to the students' disappointment, Ash had to recall all of his Pokémon for the day, though he did try to reassure them by saying that they'd be reattempting his lesson idea again another day. Which at least succeeded in calming them down enough for Ash and Kukui to leave the school grounds without being harassed. They walked in silence the entire way, Kukui due to his lack of words to share with his newfound colleague and surprisingly powerhouse, and Ash due to his simple distraction of Pikachu on his shoulder. It wasn't until the pair had entered Kukui's home, door firmly shut behind them, that Kukui finally broke the extended silence. "Ash, do you mind if we have a quick talk?" Ash looked over at him, eyes hinting at some mild surprise before he shrugged and sat down on the nearest couch and nodding his assent. "Sure thing, what do you want to know?" Kukui stared him down for a moment, watching the young man in front of him sag in comfort on the couch, releasing a sigh of contentment as he did. Pikachu did the same, stretching out before hopping into his lap and curling into a small ball. Immediately, Ash began absent-mindedly petting the electric mouse behind the ear, earning himself a high-pitched coo for his efforts. Almost nothing about the image in front of Kukui melded with the ferocity and skill demonstrated earlier. "I wanted to ask you a bit about your background in battling. I had been told about some of the titles you'd run, but I feel like some things may have been left out after that display I saw earlier. So could you fill in the gaps for me?" Ash nodded nonchalantly. "Yeah, of course. What did you want me to share?" The grin on Ash's face was so honest and wide that it almost disarmed Kukui from pushing on with his questions, but he steeled himself and pressed on. "Well, one thing I'd really like to know about is your battles with legendary Pokémon. I already knew you had traveled across many regions while participating in the gym circuits, but you were awfully comfortable against our revered Tapu Koko. And a familiarity like that can only come from experience." Ash's smile lessened, his eyes darkening for a moment in recollection before the spark returned, as if it had never left. "Well, to be honest, when it comes to legendaries I've had loads of encounters with them. It feels like I'd meet a legendary with every gym I'd complete, but I didn't always battle them. I've only done it a handful of times, but each time was a blast, that's for sure." "Fascinating," Kukui muttered, "as much as I want to hear about all of those encounters, let's focus on the battles for now, because I want to know what experiences you have to go through to come up with such powerful and creative moves like you used today." "Well, most of my official battles against legendary Pokémon was actually when I was attempting the battle frontier." Kukui raised an eyebrow at this, leaning forward as he grasped his hands together. "You participated in the battle frontier? I've heard rumors about the difficulties behind that gauntlet, I didn't realize it was open to the public yet." "It's not. I got asked by Scott, who made the frontier, to try it out. Even offered me a position as a frontier brain, but I wasn't interested." Kukui could only blink in surprise at Ash's revelation, but the young man pressed on. "But anyway, that's where I had my first few battles against a legendary. First there was Noland, who had an awesome Articuno helping him out. I also battled against Brandon's Regice, which was my final fight in the frontier. Good times." Kukui's mouth at this point had dropped open, but either Ash hadn't noticed this or was undeterred by this, because he instead pushed on with his recollection. "I also had a battle against this trainer during the Lily of the Valley conference when I was in Sinnoh. His name was Tobias, and he was one of the strongest trainers I've ever faced. He had a Darkrai and a Latios. I was able to beat those two Pokémon, but it took a full team of my Pokémon to do it. I'd love to have a rematch with him one day." "And you've beaten all of these Pokémon? For legendary Pokémon?" "Well, yeah. And you agreed to help in our school. With skills like that, I imagine that most regions' champions would be looking to recruit you to their Elite Four roster." Ash frowned at this, crossing his arms almost crossly. "When you put it like that, it makes me sound like a force of nature, but I'm anything but. Don't get me wrong, I'm proud of what I've done, but I'm far from the same level as many Elite Four members. I mean, just before I even attempted the frontier, I had a battle with Agatha from Kanto's Elite Four, and I lost. I've had more than enough losses since then to prove I can keep getting better. And even those wins I've got, none of them were easy. I think that's why I might do better now against a legendary than most other trainers. What do you mean? Kukui asked, mind trying to track Ash's train of thought. I know better than most trainers what a legendary Pokemon is capable of. My battle against Noland may have been my first victory against a legendary, but it was anything but easy. I had used my strongest Pokemon Charizard against them, who has a type advantage, and I still only won by the skin of my teeth. That applies to all of my wins. Each battle showed me exactly what a legendary Pokemon is capable of, so now I'm better prepared to deal with it. And that gives me a big edge. Kukui nodded, a small smile gracing his face. That's very true. Having an idea of what you're dealing with when battling someone can help you react accordingly. You make a very good point. If you can pass that type of knowledge off to our small band of students, I think you're going to be a fantastic teacher. Red flushed Ash's cheeks, causing him to rub the back of his neck anxiously. Snorting in amusement, Kukui stood up, stretching out as he did. Well, we should head to bed, we've got a big day tomorrow with the festival and all. Ash gave him a puzzled look. Right, that probably doesn't mean anything to you. Tomorrow is the Iki Town celebration. The Iki Town celebration was a yearly festival held on Mele Island to commemorate its guardian and protector deity Tapu Koko. Battles were held, games were hosted, and stalls were acted, all in the hopes of pleasing the erratic legendary. Despite Ash raising an eyebrow at this, Kukui assured him that it was mostly just a reason for everyone to gather and have fun. The fact that such festivities were what pleased Tapu Koko was just a bonus in their minds, hence why no one was overly stressed about making sure it was up to their standards. So long as everyone was having fun, it did the job. Ash and Kukui were there primarily to chaperone for their students but were also free to participate in the festivities themselves. Kukui had suggested that Ash use it as an opportunity to get acquainted with Alola's rich culture. And he did exactly that. Trailing behind him were Pikachu and Jangmo-o, who darted behind him eagerly. Pikachu because he was enjoying the variety of stalls that had been acted, Jangmo-o because she was keeping close to Pikachu. The young dragon had decided to appoint herself as Pikachu bodyguard, honoring the pack by protecting the alpha. Much to his chagrin. But she was undeterred, shadowing him as he went from stall to stall. Do you have to do that? I'm capable of looking after myself. Of course I do. As the alpha, you are one of the most important members of the pack, save the trainer. And you're still recovering from your battle with Tapu Koko, so I will stand up and honor my lineage of warrior Pokemon by protecting you until you are better. Pikachu rolled his eyes but couldn't help the roll of his shoulders as he did. They were still stiff, a dull ache that had yet to subside. While he had refused a trip to the Pokemon Center on account of not being in any major pain, it had persisted overnight and left him feeling a bit worn. Not exactly in a position where he couldn't battle by any means, but hardly his full potential. He couldn't stop the sigh that followed. Look, I know you mean well, and I appreciate what you're trying to do, but trust me, it's not needed. Just enjoy yourself, have fun. Life isn't all about strength. Pikachu could see that she was hesitant to listen, but eventually nodded. As you command Alpha, I will try to have fun. I believe I saw, test your strength, stand for Pokemon, I might try that. Pikachu grinned manically at this, before it was wiped clean off by the sound of a voice. Alpha. Him. Spinning around, Pikachu found a towering presence looming over him, a familiar presence from the other day. Standing defiantly, with a fire in their eyes, was a bipedal reptilian creature, covered from head to toe in large scales which served as armor. It looked remarkably like Jangmo-o, which didn't surprise Pikachu in the slightest, considering it was the evolved version of her. Kamo-o, Pikachu greeted, causing the dragon to snarl at him. Enjoying the festivities? The scaly Pokemon ignored him, instead focusing on Jangmo-o, frowning at her intently. "And what are you doing with them? A member of our clan should not be seen with such trash as these battlers. You disgrace us by associating with these outsiders." Jangmo-o's eyes widened at this, before she deflated, her legs threatening to give out under her. Which was when Pikachu stepped in. "Say that again, watch what happens," he stated through ground teeth, his fangs on full display. "Or I'll give you a beating worse than what Infernape gave you." Sparks erupted from his cheek sacs, causing Kamo-o to take a tentative step backward. "Watch what you say, little mouse," he spat, "you don't know who you're messing with." "I don't need to. All I know is that you're threatening one of my family, and I've beaten much stronger Pokemon than you for doing that." He didn't respond this time, instead snorting derisively and walking off, presumably toward where his despicable trainer was lurking. All the while, Pikachu never took his eyes off the giant pseudo-legendary, and Jangmo-o never took hers off Pikachu. She hadn't known what to expect when she had set out to find MSTR to train her, outcast from her tribe for weakness all those weeks ago. She could have some educated guesses on likely outcomes: isolation, being caught by a trainer, disappearing to the menace, falling prey to another Pokemon, to name just a few. Being accepted into a powerful trainer's team as part of the family, to the point where another would face down the epitome of what her kind was meant to be without a moment's hesitation. Never in a million years. So she silently thanked Tapu Koko for encouraging her to pursue this path, before Pikachu turned to face her. "Sorry about that. Don't mind what he said, he's just trying to get in your head. After all, his trainer has lost 2 hours in a battle, no contest. So you definitely made the right choice. You'll be throwing down with the best of them in no time." And for the first time in her life, Jangmo-o felt like she could. Ash had met up with the Alolan students and quickly got involved with the festivities. From coconut stands, to test your strength machines, to food stand after food stand, there was plenty to keep them entertained. Several hours later, and several food stands later, they were wandering around the small town when they came across a small competition being held, one that caught their attention. "Come one, come all, show us as at least 10 Tauros and win some specialty Pokeballs. Beat our record and win the full set. The current record is 16. Show us your herd and win the prize." Ash tilted his head at this, before turning to his students. "There's a Tauros competition. Why?" The students looked at him weirdly, before Lily stepped forward with an explanation. "Well, here in Alola, Tauros is a big part of our culture. We use them as a ride Pokemon, we use them to help with farming, and they helped build our society as we know them today. Many people across the archipelago try to own at least one Tauros as it acts as a form of celebrating our region's cultural heritage. However, owning many Tauros, as difficult as it can be if you're not extraordinarily wealthy, is seen as a status symbol. Hence the competition." Ash nodded, listening intently to her explanation before he caught a glimpse of the aforementioned prize. Lined up on a small table were some very rare Pokeballs, some of which he hadn't even seen before. Those he did recognize though included the Net Ball, Dusk Ball, Ultra Ball, Dive Ball, and many more. The perfect tools for young trainers looking to expand their teams. As this thought rattled around in Ash's head, he was suddenly barged aside, almost falling over as a result. Turning to see who was responsible, he shouldn't have been surprised to see Keto standing there looking pompous. "Afternoon, Mr. Ketchum, enjoying our local culture?" he asked snidely. Ash deigned to not engage with it, which seemed to infuriate Keto momentarily before he recomposed himself. "Thinking of participating in our Tauros competition? Feel free, but the record is going to be hard to beat. I said it myself during last year's festival. Good luck." What was meant to be an arrogant boast only served to cement Ash's newly formed plan. "I'll be back in a minute," he said to the students, and went to find a phone. 20 minutes later, Ash was standing in a field with the judge of the competition holding a large carrier bag. Many other participants were waiting for their turn, Keto included, watching on with interest. The students were also watching, curious and surprised that their new teacher was participating in this challenge. Keto, and his cohort of students who'd come to enjoy the festivities, were shouting snide comments at Ash, who was calmly holding his bag waiting for his turn to be announced, trying to elicit a reaction from him. Ash, to his credit, didn't react, just holding the bag steady. And next up, a visitor from across the seas, from the far-off region of Kanto, Ash Ketchum. Let's see how many toros he has. Ash, completely straight-faced, took a moment to line up a throw into the air, before lobbing the bag full force into the air. From the bag came pokeballs, and then more, and more, filling the air with the red and white spheres. And then they all popped open. The once empty field was suddenly filled with toros, more than anyone had seen be produced by one person in years. The herd looked around with a slight level of confusion, before they noticed their trainer and began rushing toward him, braying excitedly while everyone else stared on, dumbfounded. I guess Mr. Ketchum is our new record holder," the announcer proclaimed, which made Ash smile to himself just before the herd crashed into him, trampling him accidentally in their excitement. "Worth it.